Welcome, everyone. Today's April 6th, 2026. The 8th meeting of the 27th Council will come to order. All councilors are present this evening. Councilor Rogers will be joining us shortly. We will now go into a moment of silence and the pledge.
Madam President?
Yes. Councilor Vice President Champagne.
Yes, tonight's moment of silence is going to be in honor of a former District 8 Coalition President, Mr. Bob Fass, who passed away recently. Mr. Bob Fass wore a lot of hats within our community and worked very closely with me when I became a councilor with Parks and Rec too. He was very adamant about not only about his neighborhood, but also about the park that lived by Oso Grande Park that he lived by. So please, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from the council staff at the table near the chamber entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, and computers. Also, this evening is closed captioning. You may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening, if needed. With regard to decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceedings to be as civil and respectful as possible. Please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applause, snapping, or any other outbursts during the meeting. The president will provide one warning to anyone causing a disruption. Upon a second or continued disruption, that individual will be asked to leave the chambers. If necessary, security will be asked to escort that person out of the chambers. Such removal from the council chambers will be effective for the remainder of that night's meeting. If continued disruptions occur, the president may recess the meeting in order to restore order, and if necessary, may clear the chambers of persons participating in that disturbance. This meeting will go a lot smoother if we are all respectful of one another. This time we have administration question and answer period. Councilors, do we have any questions for the administration? Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So I know this isn't a budget hearing, but since the administration sent the budget down and did a press release and introduced the administration's budget, just had a few comments and some questions for you all about it. And just some things that have been written about it in the paper. Obviously, we're going to take the next few months and work on the budget. But Mr. Willen, you're representing the administration here tonight?
Council President, Councilor Lewis, yes, I am.
Is the CFO here?
Council President and Councilor Lewis, she is not.
Okay, no problem. We'll keep her busy, I'm sure, in the next month here. So, Mr. Willen, I mean, what we read in the press and really how you all have characterized the budget that you sent to us this last week, you talk about a $35 million, and really how it was reported is that the budget, that it was a cut, that we're spending less than we were the year before, and yet you also have a $2.7 million I'm sorry, 2.7% increase. We're showing a projected increase of 2.7%. I used to estimate that at about $25 million in new revenues this year over last year. And if you're, saving about, $35 million or not spending another $35 million over last year, which is how this is characterized. As I look through the budget and your proposal, when I hear that, I would want to see really what would be about a $50 to $60 million reduction in either revenues, that revenues would be reduced by about that amount, and we're spending it, every bit that we have, or about $60 million that would go to the fund reserve. But that's certainly not what it is. In fact, if we have a 2.7 million or 2.7% increase year over year, and what it looks like to me, and also an increase to our operational budget, and so it looks like that, and it is, that we have more money than we did last year, and we're really just moving some money around. So some questions for you. When you say 35 million in net savings, how much of that is actual cuts versus moving money between funds?
Council President Pena and Councilor Lewis, I'd have to look for those numbers and get that information for you.
Okay. My look at it is it's not all actual spending reductions. In fact, if you look at the overall budget, there is no spending reduction. I mean, we're spending more than we did last year. We have more revenue than we did last year, and we're spending more than we did last year. Would you know, of that 35 million, how much comes from the general fund?
Council President Pena and Councilor Lewis, I'll have to get that answer for you.
Okay.
Or-
So
We
So,
do have our director.
I guess I would say, is the core operating budget, the general fund, is it being reduced by $35 million?
Council President and Councilor Lewis, we do have our director.
Madam President and Councilor Lewis, yes, we did have general fund reductions from the prior year. We
But
did.
there's more in the general fund than there was last year. The total amount is more in the general fund than there was last year.
I mean, we can go over in detail.
All right, so I'll just be some of the details. And I'm sure we'll go through this in our budget hearings, but I would expect that if the CFO is here and whoever put that in this budget, I mean, these are some very, very general questions that we should just be able to answer off the top of our heads here. If we're saving $35 million, why would the general fund revenues be going up? I mean, the general fund revenues aren't being reduced, they're going up. Address it,
Madam President and Councilor Lewis, we did take cuts to the general fund from the prior year. There were.
It's just not what I'm seeing. So, I mean, I guess we'll dive into that. So just want to be clear that the 35 millions in net savings, it's not all cuts. It includes reallocations, changes across other funds, which is why the core funding in the general fund can still increase. And so all that to say is that we have projected revenues of another 25 million more than last year. And when I look at this budget, there is no reduction in spending whatsoever. We're spending more than we were last year. Now, there's what it looks to be some shifting of what we thought was revenue in the airport or transit was really not revenue or really not counting against it, and so there's a lot of shift. And I want to say too that there's some things that I think are going the right direction. But when we put in the media and we put out there in the paper reports on this that we're we're cutting back and spending, $35 million less, that's actually just not the case. And so as we're presenting this budget, certainly as we're talking about it, and the reason why I'm bringing it up right now is because this has been all over the media and there's stories written about it, and the story is that there are cuts to the budget. But there's really not. I mean, we're spending more than we were last year. We have more revenues than we did last year. And so I would ask that before we really dive in, to our budget hearings, that we really need an explanation of that. Because when you look at this budget, you look at the revenues, you look at the spending, there should be about a $60 million fund balance if it goes like this. So, or we just need to be honest about what this budget actually is. And it's okay. I mean, if all this is, which is what it is that the mayor administration is reducing some budget in some departments and increasing it like to the tune of, HHH to the tune of $40 million, and somehow finding in aviation $40 million, money that's really not there, but it was budgeted last year, but we're not going to count it this year. We cannot say that we're spending less than we were last year, that we somehow made some spending reductions. I can tell that you're not ready to answer any of those questions tonight, which is fine. But I would expect that the clarification and answer to those, and really a truthful communication to the people of our city about what a proposed budget from the mayor actually does. And then we take that budget and then we look at it and go, okay, $50 million to HHH, when the mayor has absolutely nothing to show for it over the last 8 years, when we look at Gateway, and then this council has to decide whether we want to pour millions and millions of more dollars into Gateway, even though you've shown literally zero results from that program, and program after program after program. So I hope that our budget discussions would be centered around some real specifics and some real truth, to what's being proposed. And I want to give you a chance to get started on that. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Grow.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. My questions are for the CAO, but since she's not here, you're going to get the questions, Mr. Wayland. I didn't realize that we were hiring an executive director for public safety until just a couple of weeks ago. So my question is, was this position advertised?
Council President and Councilor Grout, I do believe it may have been advertised, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. So you're not sure? Okay. What will be the role of this position?
Council President and Councilor Grout, this position will oversee our public safety departments to make sure continuity and to make sure that we continue to provide the level of service that we always provide from our public safety departments, and they'll be able to focus on that.
So why do the chiefs and the ACS director need another person to oversee them?
Council President and Councilor Grout, we're moving departments, so they were already being overseen by either the CAO or another executive staff member, and now we have the deputy director position, the deputy CAO position, that is being used to really focus on public safety. So it's just a shifting of departments.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. So I have just a couple more questions for Ms. Sandoval with the Finance Department. Thank you for being here this evening. Ms. Sandoval, we've been trying to get information on the schedule of opioid funding distributions. Council made policy decisions based on the settlement distribution schedule in R 25-128 that identified each year's payments from 22 to 38. Page 15 of the resolution shows that schedule. Council needs clarification about the actual payments to the city. For example, we have been provided the following information on revenue. The settlement distribution scheduled in R 25-128 shows we have received about $33 million from 22 to 26. The city's opioid dashboard shows $40 million in actual revenue to date. The DFS summary you sent me shows $38 million in the revenue to date. The opioid settlement portal has actual payments to the city, but DFS has stated that it does not want to provide access to the portal, citing internal control purposes. The point of that request was about obtaining information that helps council make decisions, not as much about access to the portal. You sent us a spreadsheet this afternoon. It's right here. But council staff can access this city financial information already. We need a further breakdown. Outside council staff, or also outside council, has sent us information showing that the portal has each payment that has been made to the city with dates and amounts. The outside council information also showed a section called projected allocation amount, and the city can click on that to download its projected allocations. So my questions are, can you provide council all payments that have been made and projections about future payments from the portal?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, yes.
Okay.
I gave you a summary level, but I can provide detail for every single year, and they've been audited through fiscal year 25. The information for 26 is current.
Okay. So, and then my second question is, will you notify council of any new payments and changes to the settlement distribution schedule in R 25-128 within 5 business days of the change?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, yes. Of
Thank you.
course.
That's what we needed. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
Councillor Vincent.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Whalen, are you able to provide an update on the application process for the city clerk and city attorney? It's my understanding that those postings closed on March 31st.
Council President and Councilor Bassan, we are going through the process of going through interviews and looking at applications as we do with all of our other positions. And I would like to clarify something to Councilor Grout. The position was not advertised. It's an unclassified position, so it's not a requirement to hire to go through that hiring process.
Thank you.
Mr. Whalen, coming back to this question, do you know how long the interview process will take and what we should expect for a timeline?
Madam President and Councilor Bassan, we're working as quickly as we possibly can as we're hiring into several positions. And so it just depends on the candidates that we have, but we should be getting that done here shortly.
Thank you.
Madam President, I believe that concludes administrative answers. Yes, we can move on to proclamations. Thank you, Madam President. Get myself in order now. Tonight's proclamation is recognizing for the month of April, recognizing Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Tonight I have a couple people here tonight to accept the proclamation. I have Israel Morales, the Outreach Community Education Director for the Rape Crisis Center of Central New Mexico. And I have Jen Noel from the clinical specialist from the Albuquerque SANE unit. If you guys could step down. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Whereas sexual violence is widespread preventable public health problem in New Mexico, and whereas April 2026 marks the official 25th anniversary of the National Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and whereas sexual violence is so preventable in our society that it affects 99% of us, and if you personally are not a survivor, you most likely know someone who is. And whereas nationally, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced sexual violence involving physical contact during their lifetimes, and whereas nationally, 1 in 8 female rape victims report their sexual assault occurred before the ages of 10 years old, And 1 in 4 male rape victims also report it occurred before the age of 10. And whereas in 2025, there were approximately 540 sex crimes reported in by Albuquerque Police Department Sex Crimes Unit, and the statistics do not represent the true evidence and prevalence for multiple reasons, including not all victims report the crime to law enforcement. And whereas for 53 years, the Rape Crisis Center of the Central New Mexico has provided services to sexual assault survivors, and in 2025 assisted 1,336 sexual assault survivors, with the youngest survivor being 10 months old and the oldest being 81 years old. Whereas per the Rape Crisis Center of New Mexico, this year's theme, 25 Years Stronger, Looking Back and Moving Forward, is both a reflection and a rally cry honoring the voices that paved the way while continuing the work to prevent harm, support healing, and build a safer community. Be it proclaimed by the City Council, the governing body of the City of Albuquerque hereby proclaims that the month of April 2026 Sexual Assault Awareness Month in solidarity with all survivors of sexual abuse and assault.
Thank you so much.
Usually when we do proclamations, we clap at the effort and what we're acknowledging, but before, and Madam President, I apologize that you didn't hit the gavel. Before our very nice audience did that, these people do so much work. They work so closely with public safety, with first responders and AFR and AFD, that it's hard to clap for such a, you clap for their work. Because that's hard, it's even hard to read when you read that the youngest, not only the youngest, but the oldest. I mean, so I thank you. Thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you.
Reading that and seeing those numbers, I couldn't do it. I really couldn't. I'd be in jail. I'd be in jail for acting upon seeing stuff like that. And so I commend you. I really do.
And we feel the same. We would be too, but luckily training has taught us more. But thank you so much. I mean, there's a lot of work to do, but this really helps because it lets people know that there's still fighting going and there's still more action that can be taken. So thank you.
Thank you. Please come up and say hi. You can leave the door, and I have a proclamation for you. Madam President.
Vice President Champagne.
Yes, I believe Councilor Grout has a proclamation.
Thank
as well.
you, Madam President, Mr. Vice President. Our next proclamation is recognizing the National Donate Life Month and ALD Awareness. And to accept this proclamation, we have Karina Loretto. She is the Native American Affairs Coordinator for New Mexico Donate for Life. And then we have several donors that have, or recipients that are here. We have Lucy Reyes Salazar, Anna Mae Gurley Duran, Valerie Archuleta, Victoria Yoakum, Daniel and Deborah Talavera, Austin and Kim Preston, Crystal and Deborah Griego, and Annette Chavez. And I've asked Councilor Lewis to join me with this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you all. It's always a privilege to do this proclamation every year and to raise awareness and just highlight many of your stories. It was great to hear the other night many of your stories at Civic Plaza when we lit up City Hall blue and green. If you all have seen the colors on City Hall lately, you know what that's for. But just to hear the stories and to to be able to just raise awareness and to be able to help. One of the things that, all of us have, God gives us this amazing ability to help, and we all have this, we all have a need. Every one of us has a need, and all of us have this ability to be able to help and meet a need. And so thank you all. Whereas by becoming a bone marrow, organ, eye, and/or tissue donor, one individual can save the lives of at least 8 people and heal hundreds more. And whereas across the nation, thousands of lives could be saved by a bone marrow, organ, eye, or tissue donor and their selfless decision to say yes to donation. And whereas right here in New Mexico, more than 400 people are currently waiting a life-saving transplant. And whereas another person is added to the waiting list every 8 minutes, and on average 13 people die each day waiting in the United States.
And whereas adrenoleukodystrophy, or ALD, is a rare genetic disorder that can lead to serious neurological complications if not detected early. But it is one of over 65 diseases that can be treated with donated stem cells from blood or bone marrow. And whereas the most effective way to save lives in our state and beyond is to educate and to encourage people to register as a bone marrow, organ, eye, and/or tissue donor in the National Bone Marrow Registry at nmdp.org, or the National Organ Donation Registry at registerme.org, or at your local MVD, and learn more about living donations at donatelife.net. Be it proclaimed that the Council, the governing body of the City of Albuquerque, declares that saving and healing lives through bone marrow, organ, eye, and tissue donation is of such immediate importance that it is hereby declares April as National Donate Life Month and encourages all residents to register their decisions and help save lives. So thank you. Miss Karina.
Thank you. Greetings, Madam President and members of the City Council. Today we honor the incredible healthcare professions whose care, compassion, and commitment to make organ donation possible, and with New Mexico Donor Services, the team for carrying this mission forward across our state, and to our great ambassadors who bravely share their stories to inspire others to say yes. Thank you. And today we also have Anna Marie Grudele, a liver recipient that also wants to share some words.
Good evening, Madam President and council members. My name is Anna Marie Grudele Duran. That told me that took my whole time of the speech. I appear before you today to share my experiences and to recognize the extraordinary impact of organ donation on individuals and families. 3 years ago, I was living an active and optimistic life. Unaware that my health was steadily declining, I was ultimately diagnosed with a genetic liver disease that greatly affects Hispanics, 49% of us. However, Hispanics are only 15% of registered donors. Tragically, my mother, my brother, and 3 weeks ago, I lost my sister to liver disease. By the time I fully understood my condition, my liver was failing, and a transplant was my only hope, and I was totally unaware of family history. Waiting for an organ is a profound and frightening experience. Each day brings hope, while each night brings doubt, being reminded that your days are numbered. On June 6, 2023, I received the call that changed everything. Because one individual chose to become an organ donor, I was given the gift of more time and more days with my family, more memories, and more life. Today, many New Mexicans are still waiting for that same opportunity. Unfortunately, only kidney transplants are done in New Mexico. Any other transplants have to be done outside of New Mexico. One decision made in advance or communicated through the family has the power to save lives and transform families. Organ donation is not about death. It's about life, responsibility, and second chances. If my journey encourages even one person to reflect on their health, to or consider organ donation, then that moment has meaningful purpose, especially to Hispanics who are unaware of liver disease that has been in our DNA for generations. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your commitment to the well-being of our community. I am a liver recipient. We have another liver, a kidney, a heart, Crystal's a heart, another kidney, and I have a donor family who donated 4 organs. Wow. And then we have Valerie who has donated a kidney.
Very cool.
So we just want to make sure that everyone understands the importance of donors.
Thank you. I have a new appreciation for donors. My grandson will need a stem cell transplant one day, hopefully not for a while. But through that, we have everything in order except we need a donor, a stem cell donor. You have to be between the ages of 18 and 35. It's very simple. It's a cheek swab. And so if you know anybody that would consider doing that, would be a hero to somebody. You would be listed into the registry, the national registry. You might help somebody in Albuquerque. You might help somebody in a different state. But I think the opportunity to, I'm too old to do that, but I am not too old to be a donor for an organ. And so I have registered. I have that new appreciation for what it can be, and like you said, it can save a life. I can't take it with me, so I might as well share it.
Yes,
and I want to commend Councilor Lewis. 25 years ago, he gave a kidney for his brother, and they are both here, living strong and healthy lives. And I just, this little girl down here, little Crystal, she has a heart because somebody was selfless in their saddest day. But that sadness turned into life for somebody, and through that sadness, that family brought life and love and happiness to your family. So, thank you all for being here. Thank you for standing up. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Lewis.
Yeah, real quick, and we want you to come and shake your hands. But I did want to say that it's interesting that now kidney transplants are done in the state of New Mexico, and you mentioned that those are the only transplants where there's surgeries, and that those transplants are done here in our state. And I do find it, at the very least, I think a good next step, it'd be great to be able to see our state, our city be able to do liver transplants. I mean, that makes so much sense. And I just want to say if there's insight or anything that you all see as an organization that as a city council, as a city, that we can do to create the kind of environment to really be able to push that forward, to be able to see that type of expertise and technology and ability for our state to perform those kinds of surgeries. I mean, I'd love to be a part of helping to create that. Would you like to? Do you have some insight?
Only one of 2 states that doesn't do multiple organ
Yeah.
transplants. So that is shocking in itself, I believe.
Certainly be something that would be a great effort and worth our while to work on together. So thank you all so much.
Councilor Rogers.
I think they're ready to shake hands. I worked at UNM Hospital, and I echo the same thing. It's a matter of surgeons, technology, and we can absolutely call for that as elected officials, and I think push our county partners who are over UNM Hospital to help us get there. Because the county is over our hospitals, so they could actually help us. We should make a push for that there. Thanks.
Hi, pretty girl. Hi, pretty girl. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, you bet. Thank you so much. Yay, you're right here again. This one's for you. You did great. I'm proud of you. Okay, good. Okay, good. Why don't you do fire rescue?
We'll next move on to Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So tonight we've got a little bit of a different flow from what we were doing right now. We're going to talk about some of the great folks that work at AFR and the amazing work that they're doing in our community. So I'd like to invite down EMS Battalion Chief Chris Ortez, Training Battalion Chief Will McMullen, Captains Daniel French, Nick Gallagher, Josh Cisneros, Lieutenants Chris Cruz, Antonio Romero, Adrian Breen, John Longden, Mateo Martinez, Jesse Davis, drivers Adam Arvizo, Ryan Patrick, Nathaniel Good, and firefighter John Pugh. And while they make their way down here, let me tell you why we are being thankful for them today. Albuquerque Fire Rescue's Training Division has achieved something truly remarkable. Over the course of just 8 weeks, training staff successfully completed live fire suppression refresher training for all of AFR's sworn personnel, more than 700 firefighters. Twice a day, training staff took sworn personnel through AFR's burn building with live fire conditions to practice technical skills such as victim rescue and lost firefighter mayday operations in a reality-based training environment. This marks a historic first for AFR, as it is the first time in the department's history that all firefighters have been refreshed on live fire operations in a safe, controlled training environment. During this same period, training staff also instructed the 105th cadet class, made up of over 40 cadets, through both AFR's EMT basic certification course and the department's first ever advanced EMT course. Thanks to the patience and expertise of AFR's EMS Training Division, the results speak for themselves. 100% for EMT basic students and 81% of the advanced EMT students passed. All of this was accomplished while training staff simultaneously maintained their own monthly training requirements and stepped up to fill operational vacancies in the field. These are long, demanding days, and the dedication required to pull this off cannot be overstated. AFR's training division represents some of the most cutting-edge, highest quality fire service training in the country. Their commitment to excellence is a testament to how deeply they care about preparing AFR's firefighters to serve the public and to bring each other home safely. Please join me in recognizing the outstanding men and women of AFR's training division. And I believe Chief Jaramillo has a couple of words to say.
Council President and Councilor Feeblecorn, thank you for recognizing our staff, and we'll be brief. It doesn't sound like a lot without knowing what goes into it behind the scenes. It was very long days for them. They were in 145 structure fires over 12 weeks, essentially, getting all of our firefighters through that training. Something that is not done across the country, really. You get your cadet training, and then you're just rely on getting that training in the field. So what they did was not really humanly possible, but somehow they made it, and they're still all smiling back here. And then and the last thing I'd like to add is because we've been focusing on this type of live fire training, we've been noticing our numbers of rescues going up on structure fires, rescuing victims, both human and animal, have been going up this year, this actually probably trending for about the past 2 years since we started advanced fire operations. So it's the work and it's driven by the staff who ask us to do this stuff. So thank you for recognizing them. And Dr. Pruitt would like to just touch on the EMS training that they were able to accomplish.
And Madam President, members of the council, as the medical director for AFR, I honestly can't overstate on the EMS side what a heroic effort has been demonstrated by the EMS instructional staff over the last year, completing these 2 EMT classes in just 8 weeks. As you know, AFR members are not only excellently trained in firefighting, but also they each hold a medical license, and 80% of their calls are medical in nature. And we truly have one of the busiest, but also the best EMS agencies in the country. And that is large part due to our providers, to their training, but also their compassion. I'm so proud of the way that they take care of patients, and they love our community members. For the last year, for the first time ever, our EMS training staff conducted an entry-level EMT basic class specifically tailored for AFR applicants coming into the department who previously had no medical experience. This class not only prepares cadets to take a national certification exam for their medical skills to get their EMS license, but it also gives them 8 weeks to get to know each other, to run calls within the department, and to get in shape for the upcoming very physically rigorous fire suppression training that they're facing in a couple of months. By conducting our own in-house EMT basic class last year under the umbrella of UNM, we noticed that 8 weeks together that we gave these cadets learning EMS, getting their license, also improved their retention and their graduation rates to help increase our staffing in the field. Not only that, but that was 1 year of success, but then this year we decided that was too easy, so we added an intermediate class. This is nothing short of a miracle. In conjunction with the UNM EMS Academy, this class was for applicants who come into the department that already hold a license, so we're bringing up their level of licensure. The fact that they could pull this off in just 8 weeks, which is half of what it usually takes, with pass rates well above national average, is truly nothing short of a miracle. I think it is a true testament to the dedication of this department and our staff, and how much they are willing to take care of citizens for the city. With the graduation of this class, we now have more firefighters who are going to be able to respond to 911 calls in an advanced capacity, starting IVs, treating pain, treating nausea, having advanced skills. So I think it's just a wonderful testament to the things they've been able to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just want to, before you go, thank you all for everything you do. We really need heroes in this community, and that's you. So thank you for being here tonight to just hear a little bit from the community about how much we appreciate you.
Madam President, I hope we keep the applause going because the next presentation is the city economist. So we need to make her feel welcome too. Miss Christine Borner, who is again the city economist, who she's going to present, will give us provide an update on the cannabis and gross receipts tax.
Mr. Vice Chairman, you made it funny. I appreciate that. Good afternoon, members of council. I do have a GRT and cannabis revenue update for you. I'm not sure it warrants the same applause. Based on the state shared increment, January revenue grew 2.7%, which did pull the cumulative growth downward slightly to 4.6% for the year. Arts and entertainment, education, finance and insurance, information and professional and scientific services all did well this month, boasted positive gains over this time last year. Healthcare, management of companies, transportation all declined somewhat in January. And while retail trade did increase 3.7%, wholesale trade declined about 14%. Construction grew a modest 1% over this time last year. And we can move to the cannabis report. So cannabis had been doing, better these past few months, but this time it did decline 7.3% So that brought our cumulative growth to a negative almost 3% for the year. And so that quickly sums up the report. I can stand for questions.
Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So what's the percentage again of increase that we're projecting for this next year, for the next budget year?
I'm sorry, will you repeat the question, Mr. Vice President?
The percentage increase we're projecting in revenues for this next year.
For FY27?
That's right.
And you're looking at total general fund revenue. I have general fund revenue. I don't do the whole budget. I kind of have a hyper focus. So total general fund revenue for FY27 was projected to grow 2.5% or 21.7 million.
Okay. And in the mayor's proposed budget, are we at 2.7 or 2.5?
I don't have it.
It's 2.5. It reflects that, correct?
On page 25, it shows a 2.7, but that would be all revenue, not just the GRT.
Right. So another, 0.2% and other revenues that come from our enterprises, things like that.
And Madam President, the total GRT is projected to grow 1.9% in FY27 for a total of 11.5 million.
So there's some growth in other revenues that we have as well. But overall, the city's budget is built on, well, at least the mayor's proposed budget is built on that. So, but, bottom line is we're showing a good $20-25 million in increased revenue year over year. Would that sounds about right? It's all right.
Madam
President, it's all right. That's the number.
That's in the ballpark, yes.
So, and appreciate these numbers. I mean, and appreciate you doing the report each month. But I just want to point out again that the mayor's proposed budget shows an increase in revenue year over year, and spending every bit of it, except for a portion that goes to the fund balance, which I appreciate. And there are some, and I want to say too, there's some good things. I like the direction, and Mr. Whelan and your team and everybody that's put, the time that you put into this. I mean, I like the direction that we're going on it. You're right. Even if you're just right-sizing some things, I mean, there's some program savings and some other, adjustments that, hey, those are all good things. But, you cannot say that this is a proposed budget that reduces spending or cuts anything, reduces anything. It's a budget that shows increased revenue to the tune of $20-25 million, and a proposal that spends every penny of it, that allocates every penny of it. And so as we go through our budget and that's important. It's important to know that number because it might be 3%. Next month when we're in the budget, it might be 3.5%. And there's some. So I think looking at program savings, looking at other areas where we don't have to show as revenue and a spending, just eliminate it. I think we did that. You all did that with program savings, which is a good thing. It just right sizes the budget and helps us understand it, helps people understand it better, and helps us understand what's there and what's not there. But if there's some of the media that's watching right now, I mean, the paper, the news reports that have just reported on the fact that the mayor sent down a budget to us that cuts back on spending, it just doesn't. It doesn't do any of that. I mean, it spends more. We have more revenue, and it spends more than we did last year. And so that's just the fact of it. If there are cuts to certain positions that weren't there in the first place, or some departments. And then massive amounts that are given to other departments. So it reflects the mayor's priorities. Again, nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with it is saying that somehow it's a reduction in spending. It's just not. Thank you.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just have a couple questions. Just looking at the whole medical, the state hold harmless was really high again. And in the notes you had put before the phase out, when is the phase out for that one? When is that date?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, do you mean when did the phase out begin, or?
I'm just asking about your note. It says before the phase out. What did you mean by that?
I think what I'm meaning here is that when I put this report together, I'm looking at total gross receipts for both food hold harmless and medical hold harmless. So it's not counting the phase out. We're looking at total gross receipts. The actual revenue, of course, is phased out, as you know. So I want to make sure I'm explaining this correctly. I want to know exactly how much gross receipts related to those medical hold harmless we're actually receiving, even though we're not getting all the revenue associated. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. And just for the public watching, can you explain what the medical hold harmless is?
Ooh, it's been a while since I've looked at it. Certain certain medical services goods are not subject to GRT, and the cities, the municipalities lost out on revenue when that happened, and so we were given we were given some hold harmless to replace the lost GRT, and so that's what that's referring to. Please don't ask me to list the exact, I can come back to you with that later.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So my next question was just, do you know what that amounts to for as far as funding to the city on this report? When it says it's 135% increase, what is that in dollars? Reimbursed back to the city for medical stuff.
I understand your question. Are you wanting total, like, Mr. President, for like what annually we might be losing from that, or what this particular increase meant?
Yeah, like what it meant. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm interested in, because this is specifically pays for, when I'm looking at our budget, pays for some public safety things. And so just wondering how much revenue this is actually generating for our city on the medical hold harmless, because it is so much of a big difference. So I'm just wondering, how much money does that amount to for our budget?
Increasingly less, Mr. President, because it's so much of it is phased out. I can check quickly if you'd like to.
I think just
or
so
can
we
can I
save
answer
time?
this question and get back to you? Sure.
That would be great.
Sure,
I'm just
okay.
interested in that. We talked about, especially for what we just talked about for our donors and what funding comes in. We're not in charge of that at the city as far as the, holding our hospitals accountable, but I'm interested in how much is coming to the city in dollars and where we're putting those dollars. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Tejas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just have a question to Councilor Rogers' point. Is what happens to the baseline once these are phased out?
Mr. President, I'm going to find a quick spreadsheet here, and hopefully I'll be able to answer your question.
Okay. Don't pay the Jeopardy music.
Okay, so I may need to, Mr. President, I may need to have you restate your question, but just as an example, if we weren't phasing the revenue out, food hold harmless and medical hold harmless would total about $66.6 million. But because of the phase out, that number for FY27 is reduced to just under 14 million. So, I mean, that's the total impact of what the phase out has been like since 2016 when it began. Now, I apologize, I'm not sure I answered your specific question.
Yeah, Mr. Vice President, I just wondered how much of the current growth is influenced by the hold harmless distributions, and then what happens to the baseline when they're phased out?
Mr. President, I'm so sorry, Madam President, Member Tejas, we lose about a little over 2% of revenue each year because of this phase out. And so when you're talking about the contribution, I mean, we lose about $4 million every year. So that's the declining contribution. Is that getting at your question?
Yeah. Thank you. And Mr. Vice President, one more quick question. So the cumulative growth is declining month to month. What's your confidence level of hitting the projections by the end of the fiscal year?
And Madam President, Member Tejas, when are you referring to the GRT growth?
Yeah, the cumulative growth is at 4.6.
Correct, and the expected growth actually, when you look at the FY26 budget, is expected growth of 3.8% over the previous year, so we're actually outpacing that right now.
But we're seeing a consistent decline month to month.
Madam Tejas, or Member Tejas, that's correct. However, we've seen some instances of increased, right, 5.5%, 4.9 it looks like. It is hovering up and above and below the actual projection we're expecting. I mean, I will say that the average growth at this point, when you don't count the really big first month because of that distribution, it's around 3.3% growth. So you're right. I mean, if that were to continue for the remainder of the year, we would probably not sustain this 4.6%. We'll be lucky to get that 3.8 that we're expecting.
Okay. So right now we're at about confident we'll hit 3.3, maybe. Okay. Thank you. And I'm sorry, one more question, Mr. Vice President. Can you tell me what sectors are the most responsible for sustained growth right now?
Madam President, Member Tejas, healthcare is one of I believe that's the actual largest sector. It contributes a significant amount, and it's been growing strong. Professional services, a little bit smaller, but it's a high-wage sector, and it's been doing very well over the past many months. And then if we were to look at cumulative growth, like I said, professional and scientific, I think those were the big standouts. Retail usually is a big contributor. It lagged for a while, although in recent months it's picked up a bit.
Thank you. For the professional services and the gross receipts tax, are we concerned about pyramiding at all on the gross receipts tax?
Madam President, Member Tejas, yes, that's a concern, certainly at the state, and it impacts us.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just want to make sure I heard that correctly. You said FY26, it was 66.7 million, and FY27, it's going to be 14 million?
Madam President, Member Rogers, I need you to repeat. That's the answer to a question. I don't remember which question that's the answer to.
The numbers you just gave Councilor Tejas for the revenue for a medical hold harmless. You said FY26 was 66.7 million, and FY27 is 14 million?
Oh, good heavens, no. No.
Thank you. Help me understand.
I'll help you, Madam President, Member Rogers. I was giving you the 66 million is what we would have received if we weren't experiencing the phase out. All right. For FY27, I'm expecting about 10.7 million in food hold harmless and about 3.3 million in medical hold harmless when you take into consideration the phase out.
For FY27?
Correct.
And then FY26, what was it?
The estimate for FY26 was about 14 million in food hold harmless and 4.3 million in medical hold harmless. Madam President, I want to make sure this is just going into general fund, though I'm not. Okay,
yeah,
right.
Thank you. I definitely understand that. So I'm just trying to calculate what the percentage of our general fund that is. So that makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
Madam President, I do believe that concludes proclamations and presentations.
Thank you, Vice President Champagne. We are now on to the journal. I move approval of the March 16th journal. There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, we are on to communications and introductions. Are there any changes to the letter of introduction? Counselor Feeblecorn.
Madam President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R14 on tonight's agenda for action. R14 is the third update to attachment 1 of R2047, appropriating transportation infrastructure tax funds to expand the scope of the Cutler Avenue Complete Streets project to include the San Pedro Complete Streets project.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Rogers. Are there any questions? This will require a 2/3 vote of the body. Any questions? No? All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Passes unanimously. I move approval of the letter of introduction. There's a motion, a second by Vice President Champagne. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously, I would say. And then we are now on to reports of committee. There are none. Deferrals, next, deferrals and withdrawals. Councilors, are there any deferrals or withdrawals at this time? Seeing none, we are now on to the consent agenda. Are there any changes to the consent agenda? Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Madam President. I pull item A, EC 19 off the consent agenda. EC 19 is transmitting the mid-year update on fiscal year 2026 objectives.
Thank you, Councilor Grau. Vice President Champagne.
Madam President, I'd like to pull EC 40 off the consent agenda, and this is a follow-up to EC 25518, the recommendation in response to O 2595, amending the public purchase ordinance to simplify and streamline the process of affordable and transitioning housing. And I'd also like to pull EC 42 off the consent agenda. This is a recommendation of award of violence intervention, therapeutic, and trauma services.
Thank you, Councilors. So now for the individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on a board or commission, thank you for your willingness. I don't know if anyone's here or online, but thanks for your willingness to serve. I move approval of the consent agenda. There's a motion and a second by Vice President Champagne. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion passes unanimously. Councilor Grout, EC 19.
Thank you, Madam President. EC 19 is the quarterly objectives mid-year update, and I'm not sure who can answer these questions that I have. Are the gateway facilities, the Sobering, Respite, Family, and the Men's and Women's Housing Navigation Center all accepting the maximum number of clients? These are for objectives 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8.
Council President and Council Grout, we have Gilbert Ramirez here from our AAA department.
Council President, Council Councilor Grout. So I think that generally covers 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8, which the question is asking for full yes. Currently, all of them are operational and receiving clients to the maximum capacity that they can or able to.
So they do have a maximum number of clients. Are they full?
They're not full, but they're receiving full. They are able to receive full since some of them had just stood up, yes.
Thank you. Objective 10 for this fiscal year was to convert 200 hotel rooms into rental units. Now that Juniper Flats will not be purchased, how is the administration planning to accomplish that?
Council President, Council Grout, in regards to that, so in moving forward with the funding that was appropriate for Juniper Flats property located at 25 Hotel Circle, unfortunately, we were unable to purchase this apartment complex because it was not the turnkey apartment facility that we thought it would be. Upon doing additional investigation and our due diligence prior to that purchase, we did identify that there were additional improvements that were needed and needed to be identified. Once we identified that and had a cost estimate in regards to that, we presented an offer to the owner at a much lower price, and they refused it. So therefore, that was not completed. Now, with this, we did pivot to identify alternatives that were available in the marketplace, although the city quickly identified a few other potential properties that could address the goal identified in Objective 10 with the $5 million state grant that was tied to Juniper Flats, the city could not perform the necessary due diligence and issue a GRT bond in accordance and acquisition of another property within the narrow time frame that the money was appropriated to our department. So as the grant and expenditure deadline is of June 30th, 2026. However, should future state funding become available for a motel conversion project, the city will continue to explore those options. We're in communication with the state in regards to what opportunities might be there and what funding accordingly for that project.
Thank you. So for this fiscal year, we don't have any plans to convert any hotel rooms. Is that where we're at?
Council President, Council Grout, unfortunately, we don't have a viable project in which the funding we have could be spent on now.
Thank you. Triple H reported on Objective 19 about the voucher dashboard, but it didn't identify the plan for how it would tie it into other related dashboards for opioid, mental health, and substance abuse. Is there a plan to integrate these dashboards?
Council President, Council Grout, yes, so not all of these dashboards were necessarily driven and or funded by one entity. I think the state in the partnership with their allocation of funding created one dashboard. We've been working on the one with the voucher tracking dashboard and of course the opioid funding. So our full intent is to be able to look at the integrations necessary to make all three of them to obtain and reach this objective. And that is a focus for us now moving forward, that we have these different platforms. So we are reporting on data. We've built some and made some accomplishments in that, but we do still have some work to do and look at the integrations for all three to meet this objective.
Okay, so you still need to plan to integrate these dashboards? Okay,
correct.
Working on it. Do you think you can get that accomplished this year?
Council President, Council President, Madam President, and Council Grout, I believe within this year's time, yes, and we still would have to identify the funding necessary for those integrations, but we are looking at it.
Okay, Objective 5 under Economic Vitality says that OEI wasn't able to provide emergency assistance under the eviction prevention program because federal funding was eliminated. How is this program different from the landlord engagement program? Or was it a duplicate program? Objective 5.
Yes. Madam President and Councilor Grout, I am sorry, I can't answer that for OEI as far as the city eviction prevention report. Is there someone here from OEI?
Council President, we have somebody here from our OEI department.
Hello, Madam President and Councilor Grout. Can you go ahead and repeat that question?
Objective 5 under Economic Vitality says that OEI wasn't able to provide emergency assistance under its eviction prevention program because federal funding was eliminated. So the questions are, how is this program different from the landlord engagement program, or was this a duplicate program?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, that program, by my understanding, predated my coming into this role as Deputy Director. There was a collective collaboration of several individuals that reported during the ARPA funding. Currently, since that ARPA funding has ceased, there was no additional report created for FY 2025.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll probably have follow-up on that later. Thank you. All right, and my final set of questions are Objective 12 under the governmental effectiveness goal called for a report on the use of the Tyler Tech software for more efficient hearings with the city councilor's office or city clerk's office. However, the city clerk reported that the software was incompatible with the office's processes and will no longer be used. So, hi, Mr. Watson. So I have 4 questions for you.
I hope I have 4 answers.
I hope you do too. How much did we pay for the Tyler Tech software?
It was approximately, offhand, I want to say around $100,000 for the 18 months we used it.
Okay. Is it still in use for other functions in other areas of the city?
The Tyler program is still being used by planning and environmental health. The $100,000 was really the hearing, the case management hearing component that my office was using.
Okay, thank you. Is it functioning well in those areas?
I would defer to planning and EHD on that. To my knowledge, it is, but.
We can have our planning director, Varela, come down, and our environmental health director, Mr. Paul Rogers, come down.
Council President and Councilor Grout, yes, the ABQ plan, which is the rebranded version of Tyler Technology, is working very well with the planning department. Over the last year, we have learned to modify it as we go along and to make improvements. It is much better than the program that we had before, and we're continuing to identify more and more efficiencies. One of the programs that we introduced, for example, with Tyler that we couldn't under Posse was the express permitting program for solar, residential re-roofs, and a few other items. We have approved permits for over $20 million worth of projects doing that, and those are issued instantly, same day. So it's working very, very well for the planning department. The core competency of the program is for land use and planning.
Thank you. I'm really glad to hear that because we waited a long time for it to get ready. And then, so I'm glad to hear that it's helping. So it's a good thing. How about the environmental health department? How's it working in your department?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, we are currently have it in full effect for the Consumer Health Protection Division part of the department. It's working very well for them. We're having some challenges integrating it into the air quality program that we're working through now. But for consumer health, it's working as expected.
Will you be able to work through those issues and get it working properly?
We have an analyst looking at that question as we speak.
Very good. Thank you. So my final question, Mr. Watson, why isn't it working well in the city clerk's office?
There were a number of issues with, I think, sort of some of the assumptions in the software regarding the number of appeals that we would receive. I think the software sort of assumes that most people would be appealing and also that more parties would have attorneys. We tend to deal with a lot of pro se parties who don't have attorneys, and so it was really not, our experience was that it was not working well for pro se parties, which is like the majority of what we deal with in animal welfare and the planning matters, the code enforcement. We also, so we were spending a lot of time doing data entry and didn't have clear resolutions to that, so that was a real challenge. The other issue we had is a lot of our hearings are heard by boards, so we staff the labor board, the personnel board, and the board of ethics, and the software is really built for hearings by judges or hearing officers.
Okay.
And there wasn't a clear way to integrate, there wasn't a workable way for us to build an integration for those types of hearings, despite the fact that those are very important hearings that our offices hold. So the final issue I'll highlight was, I think the software sort of assumes that there would be more appeals in the course of permits to our office, but the reality is that planning and EHD issue tons of permits that are never appealed. And so we had planned on having an integration with planning and EHD where there'd be sort of this seamless appeal process, but we just don't actually need to appeal that many hearings. And so when deciding whether to come before you and ask for money to continue it, when I didn't feel like it well suited the department's needs, I decided not to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. With that, I would move receipt be noted.
There's a motion and a second. There's a motion and a second. Yes, I got that. There's a motion and a second by Vice President Champagne. Counselor Rogers.
Thank you. I just had a question for the administration, and I know we're at budget time again, so I'll bring it up again and again and again in our budget hearings as well, but I have to say it again here. For the objectives, what metric goes with each of these objectives to tell me that you're meeting them? A narrative is nice, right? And I'm just, again, reading through it again. But we need metrics that go with each of these objectives, so over time I can see if we're meeting them. We're mid-year, I said that last time before we started this. Has there been any discussion or work in our mid-year update about tying a metric to each of these objectives so I can easily plot that on a thing and see over time if we're meeting those objectives?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, we're just continuing to work through those processes to try and get information based on the goals, and so we are continuing to work at trying to get metrics for some of our goals.
Thank you, Madam President. So I would take that as a no. We have not, because I don't see it reflected in this update.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, these are the metrics that we have for right now based on our goals and objectives.
Madam President, I would argue there is not one metric on this sheet. I see objective statements. I'll read one for APD. Objective 10, to meet the goal that the public shares responsibility for maintaining a safe environment, conduct a minimum of 10 recruitment events annually, specifically targeting and located in underrepresented communities in order to promote diversity within the department. Report on steps taken to achieve this objective will be available in the second quarter of FY26. So in the draft response, I would expect to see we've held 9 out of 10 events or 5 out of 10 events. Same for Metro Security, so I would just like to see metrics tied to every single objective, because without that, I cannot see that the city is moving forward in any positive way. I know we are, and that's not a disrespect to the amazing people doing work in our departments, because I know they are. I just want to see it and be able to point to it, especially when we're talking about, these are objectives tied to our budget also. So as we talk about the budget on council, I'd like to see specific metrics for each of these objectives so I know which way we're moving, in a positive direction or not. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Director, did you have anything to add?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, our budget staff is going through the objectives right now, and we're trying to actually attach measurable outcomes. So that is something that we've started. We've been doing it over the last couple of years, but we're continually working so that the majority, if not all, the objectives will have something that actually has measurable outcomes so we can see if they're actually achieved or not.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm excited that our team has taken that on, but I would also say that it's hard to do that without the people doing the work. So if we don't involve the departments in those, and I'm sure our team is probably talking a lot back and forth with them, but if they're not a part of that, I would be hard for me to expect them to go to the metrics we've identified for them. So I'm sure our team is doing that, though.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, yes, we'll be reaching out to the departments, and we're talking to them to see, working through this particular process.
Is that it? Thank you, Councilor Rogers. So there was a motion for a receipt be noted by Councilor Grout, and there was a second by Vice President Champagne. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Yes. Opposed, say motion. Motion passes unanimously. We are now on to Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. EC 40, the follow-up to EC 25518, recommendation in response to 2595, amending the public purchase ordinance to simplify and streamline the process for affordable and transitioning housing development projects. I simply have one question for just a simple clarification. In our analysis, it was noted in here that that anticipation of the receipt of more funding for affordable housing from state capital outlay, workforce, housing trust funds, and other local funds, HHH proposes that a portion of the outlay of the funds awarded to be allocated to the administration costs, again, also known as IDOH, In the past, no portion of these fundings sources for the administrative has been put toward administrative support. It does note, though, that the HHH is working with city legal to evaluate the legal requirements associated with allocating an administrative cost to these fundings. It brought up a question of if HHH is talking with legal, I'm just kind of curious, where does that sit? How is that process going? And do we have a status of that evaluation?
Council President, Council Champagne, we have Gilbert Ramirez here who can answer that question.
Madam President, Vice President, in regards to your question, I don't have the legal update, but I can give a little context as to the administrative costs. So primarily, our community development division receives federal grants, in which there's an administrative percent that's allowed to be able to fund the staff that execute the contracts. One thing we've identified now that we're getting appropriations directly from the state is that same administrative offset is not included in that, and therefore we're pulling staff from their dedicated jobs to be able to allow them to execute this type of work. So just in preparation, one of the administrative changes we're asking around this is to look at, and it's standard either 15% and or lower, right, depending on the agreement amount, is that if there's an appropriation of $1 million, a portion of that be allowed for offset for staff for the administration, reviewing the RFPs, working through the development agreements and contracts that need to be done. So it's not official yet, but I do know the context as to why that was put in here and what we are trying to achieve with a little bit of the offset. We also see this challenge with the CIP appropriations from the state that we get as pass-throughs. Much of that work is added on to the staff of various departments who are executing that funding to be able to push it out to nonprofits, et cetera, and others. But there's no administrative allowance for any of that funding. Therefore, it's additional work on behalf of the departments and the staff that have to do that.
Understandable. Thank you, Jordan. But there's no update from legal of an opinion of this is allowable or not, even though it isn't done and we don't do it and it's burdensome to the administration at times.
Madam President, Vice President, no, I don't have that update now that I'm aware of, no.
Perfect.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. All your questions make me think of other questions. So thank you. Just question, and this is specifically tied to affordable housing, right? Not all, we're not talking about all capital, right? Just reading the title. And so would this be applied to also the city's projects for affordable housing that we got capital dollars? Like say this funding we're talking about from the state for Juniper Flats. Would we be charging ourselves for that as well? On housing projects?
Yeah, Madam President, Councilor Rogers, I think the legal opinion would look at that to say, is it allowable within that? We typically just execute the award and move it forward, and our staff internally assume the cost that's necessary. So what we are looking at is to see, is it allowable within that for affordable housing anytime we have an appropriation of a grant to be able to appropriate a portion of that to the staff for the offset of the back-end administration. But I don't have the legal opinion on whether that's allowable on all ends. This was specific for straight, direct appropriations for affordable housing. Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just want to caution that we don't do anything that drives up the cost.
Correct.
Right? Correct. Hard stop on anything that's going to drive up the housing prices, anything to build housing, if it adds cost to that. I'm of the opinion that the city should be absorbing that cost for the community, especially in a housing crisis that we're in. So I understand that we're in a tough budget situation, clearly, because we're trying to raise GRT, we're trying to do all these things, right, to make up for a budget shortfall. And I just want to caution us from doing things that are going to make the cost of building affordable housing higher. I'll just leave it at that. And I would love to see this legal opinion when it comes. Right. It doesn't always get to all the counselors. So I just want to put it on the record. I'd love to see that as well. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Vice President Champagne.
Make a motion for approval.
Sorry, I apologize. So there's a motion and a second for approval by
Councilor Baca.
Vice President Champagne and Councilor Grout. But Councilor Baca had a question, sorry.
Thank you. I actually don't have questions. Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted folks to know that, or my colleagues to know that this was part of 095, and we working with Jennifer Bradley and some of our other staff and the administrative staff, We put a lot of time into this to really make sure it fit with what we were doing with the procurement code and getting money out quickly and without fees. And so if folks recall, this was actually held back, deferred, 3 months ago now, because we spent some more time working on this. So just to put some folks at ease if there's any, if folks needed that. So kudos to the administrative staff and Jennifer Bradley on our team for working on this so much. So thank you.
Thank you. So, Vice President Champagne, there was a motion and a second.
Yes, ma'am.
So there is a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. That passes. Vice President Champagne, EC 42.
Yes, ma'am. EC 42, recommendation of award for violence intervention, therapeutic, and trauma services. Again, just during my readings, I had a couple of questions for the administration. The renewal term dates for 3 and 4 years seem to be duplicative, and certain whereas references eviction prevention and landlord incentive programs that are not aligned with the scope of violence intervention and therapeutic services. Is there an explanation for the landlord incentive programs being a part of violence intervention?
Council President and Councilor Champagne, we have our Director of Albuquerque Community Safety here who can answer the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. And Madam President, and just reading it and just kind of needing a little bit of clarification on where this is coming from.
Council President and Vice President, I'll have Jeffrey Hopeless navigate the language of that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam President and Vice President Champagne. So the logic behind that is the therapeutic services are the backbone of what was procured there, and sometimes in identification and support to these especially youth caught up in cycles of violence, there is some identification of other needs, household stability, employment assistance, things like that. So we kind of leave just that open for those wraparound case management services. Sometimes we do them, but the therapeutic services are the prime focus of the procurement.
Okay. Okay, thank you. The second question I had, it goes into that the clinical therapist position is currently vacant. Is there a timeline as far as when that's going to be filled?
Madam President, Vice President Champagne, I believe that is actually filled now. They do have somebody identified. It just at the point of drafting this legislation, that was not the case. But I will get with them and we can definitely get a confirmed answer to that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Madam President. As long as nobody else has any questions, I'll make a motion for approval.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Rogers. All those in favor of approval say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
No, say motion. Motion passes unanimously. We are now on to announcements. Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. There'll be a Finance Government Operations Committee meeting on Monday, April 13th at 5 p.m. in the Council Committee Room, 9th floor, Suite 9003 of the Albuquerque Government Center.
Councilor Bassan.
Madam President, there will be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, April 15th at 5 p.m. in the Vincent E. Griego Chambers, basement level of the Albuquerque Government Center. This will be a hybrid meeting.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. There will be a local government coordinating commission meeting on Thursday, April 16th at 5 p.m. at APS in the John Milleney Community Boardroom of the Alice and Bruce King Education Complex, located at 6400 Uptown Boulevard, Northeast, and this will be a hybrid meeting.
Thank you. So that concludes announcements. We are now on to financial instruments. Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. 018 is by request. It's authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Albuquerque, New Mexico gross receipts tax refunding revenue bonds, Series 2026A, in the maximum principal amount of $38,025,000 to finance the first, the cost of refunding the city's outstanding gross receipts tax improvement revenue bonds, Series 2015A, and outstanding gross receipts tax improvement revenue bonds, Series 2016C, and 2, by paying expenses related to thereto, providing for the payment of the Series 2026 bonds from state shared gross receipts tax revenues, providing for the collection of state shared gross receipts tax revenues, approving the delegation of authority to make certain determinations regarding the sale of the Series 2026 bonds pursuant to the Supplemental Public Securities Act, providing for the terms and other details concerning the Series 2026 bonds, providing the documents pertaining to the Series 2026 bonds, ratifying action previously taken, and repealing all actions inconsistent with this ordinance, authorizing the taking of other actions in connection with the issuance and sale of the Series 2026A bonds. I move a do pass.
There's a motion, second by Vice President Champagne for a do pass. Looks like we have a floor substitute. Councilor Grau.
Yes, ma'am. We have a floor substitute that I would like to introduce. Move pass.
There's a motion for a floor substitute. Second. There's a second by Councilor Bassan. Councilor Grau.
Can I ask staff to go over this? And Mr. Muirhead, too.
Yes,
Thank you.
Madam President, councilors, the floor substitute is simply to update two defined terms that weren't completed. So the ordinance that was introduced and it's in the packet is 99% the same thing. The definition for the escrow agent and the escrow agreement, which are documents relating to the refunding, needed to be revised. And so that's the sole edit to the document in front of you.
Sure. Typically, when you introduce these documents, we always have it updated right before we do pass them, correct?
Yes, Madam President, Councilor Grout, that there's ongoing review and discussion of the documents by all the professionals involved and multiple parties, and so it's very common that that happens,
Very
yes.
good. Thank you. I want to just read a brief summary of what this bill is. This bill proposes to authorize the issuance and sale of the City of Albuquerque gross receipts tax refunding revenue bonds, Series 2026A, in the principal amount not to exceed $38,025,000. The purpose of the bonds is to refund the city's outstanding gross receipts tax improvement revenue bonds, Series 2015A and Series 2016A, and to pay related issuance expenses. And the fiscal analysis maximum cost will be approximately $38,025,000 plus interest, saving the city approximately $300,000 a year.
That's it? Okay. Are there any questions from councilors, our staff, city administration, city attorney? Seeing none, there is a motion and a second for floor substitute. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, same motion. Motion passes unanimously. We are now back on the bill as substituted. Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Madam President. I urge your support.
Any other questions? No. With that, we are on the final bill as substituted. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes.
Yes.
Opposed, same motion. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, 019 is also by request. It's approving a project involving Mantis Space Incorporated pursuant to the LEDA Local Economic Development Act and City Ordinance Floor Sub 04-10. The city's implementing legislation for that act to support the lease, construction, and improvement of a facility to support advanced optics research and development and limited scale satellite component manufacturing for development of on-demand power in space to be located in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Authorizing the execution of a project participation agreement and other documents in connection with the project, making certain determinations and findings related to the project, including the appropriations of funds, ratifying certain actions taken previously, and repealing all actions inconsistent with this ordinance. I move a do pass.
Second. There's a motion and a second by Counselor Bassan for a due pass of 019.
Madam President, I do have a floor amendment, Floor Amendment A, or 1. We need to make a change in a dollar amount. Amend page 2, line 11 as follows. The State Economic Development Department and $500,000 are to be city funds. This amendment corrects an error in the whereas clause of the amount funds that will be dispersed to the company. I move a due pass.
There's a motion and a second for floor amendment number 1 by Counselor Bassan. Any questions? All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. Counselor Grau.
Thank you. Director Gruner, would you take it from here? Tell us all about this project.
Council President, councilors, thank you very much. You know, I haven't been able to say this in a while, but I am super stoked about this project, particularly in light of the Artemis mission that I think we've all been watching. So I often tease the C-suite of this company that they're going to put a bunch of gas stations into orbit. It's actually a little bit more nuanced than that. What Mantis does is they put into orbit fueling stations, and then they shoot lasers, zoom, 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 at space vehicles to fuel them up, to load their batteries so those vehicles can do whatever it is they need to do. And so there's maybe 3 considerations why this is so important. First of all, for commercial space travel and activities, for national security, but also, and we saw this with Artemis, there's a lot of junk floating in orbit, which makes the ability for us, for humanity, to benefit from space very, very difficult. And a lot of that junk has to do with these large wings to collect solar energy to fuel large batteries. What the value proposition of Mantis is, we can deploy into space, into orbit, smaller space vehicles with larger payloads because they can be recharged by the kind of technology that Mantis is putting into orbit. Super cool project. I will say Mantis is based in Atlanta, Georgia. They engaged in a national search to find a home for their manufacturing. They were so impressed by our partners at Area, so impressed by our partners at the state, and so impressed by the team at the city that within 26 days, they made the decision not only to locate their manufacturing to New Mexico, to Albuquerque, but to bring their headquarters to Albuquerque, which is a huge win for us. This project promises to hire 186 net new staff with an average salary of $180,000. And I will tell you, this company has already been to the state's JTIP board, the Job Training Incentive Program board. JTIP has been around for 50 years. These are the highest salaries ever to have been presented in 50 years to the JTIP board. So again, I want to thank the company for their investment into our city, into our state, and into our community. Madam President, I do have with me a representative from the company as well as a representative from the State Economic Development Department. So at your pleasure, both of those individuals would like to say some words.
That would be wonderful, Director, as long as you do the shooting. As long as you do the shooting sound one more time.
Chum, chum, chum.
They can come up.
Good evening, Madam President, council members. My name is Jeremy Shear. I am a co-founder and the Chief Operating Officer for Mantis Space, and I appreciate your time tonight to talk a little bit about Mantis Space and what we are bringing to Albuquerque. So like Max had illustrated, I'll stop short of the laser sounds, is we are building space infrastructure. This is specifically spacecraft components that allow safe transmission of power from our satellites to client satellites. And through that, it allows their life to be extended. It allows them to have more operating capability, and it unlocks new missions like data centers in space. But what matters most is not specifically what we do, but where we chose to do it. And we chose to do it in Albuquerque and place our headquarters here. And so it's really more about what we're bringing to the location as well. So what we are proposing and what we are delivering on presently is high-wage, high-tech jobs in Albuquerque. This, like Max had mentioned, or Mr. Gunner, is average salaries on the order of $180,000 in compensation per year. I want to stress these are highly, advanced technical degrees, highly capable individuals, but we're sourcing that talent in Albuquerque. We're recruiting talent to Albuquerque, and we intend to retain them and compete with industry with our headquarters located here. So like Mr. Gunner had mentioned, there was a national search. We started out with 10 locations. We narrowed down that list to a total of 4, the short list, and that was Albuquerque, Atlanta, Austin, and LA. Ultimately, we chose Albuquerque, and it had to deal with a strong ecosystem and strong partnerships. So in speaking about the ecosystem, I had spoken to the technical talent. This is the individuals that are resident here due to our research institutes and due to the educational organizations within Albuquerque. But just as important, there's an ecosystem here of supply chain vendors and other industry collaborators that we can partner with in producing our solutions to market. And really what that allows us to do is it allows us to scale over the long term. Second is the partnership opportunities afforded here. So we've had a great experience working with the City of Albuquerque, New Mexico's Economic Development Department, and other organizations like STEM Boomerang and Albuquerque's Regional Economic Alliance area. And so those organizations and many others helped us explore what it would be to build our company here and what a future might look like. And then also there are incentives. Economic incentives such as LEDA and also job training, like Job Training Incentive Program, JTIP, allow us to not only hire talent faster, but train them to maintain their proficiency and grow, and then also to scale up our infrastructure more expediently to compete with other tech industry organizations. So I want to emphasize that some of our goals are aspirational, but many of these we are doing and they are currently underway. So presently we have 14 New Mexico employees. We're continuing to grow and we're adding about 1 to 2 individuals per month. Also, we have our headquarters facility under contract or under lease for a 7-year period with a 5-year option year period. So this is a long-term commitment. And just in the next 12 months alone, we're planning to invest $7 million in capital investments to make that a state-of-the-art research and development facility. So that's what we're working on now. In the future, we're extending to a manufacturing facility, and we expect to grow up to roughly 200 highly skilled New Mexican jobs in the next 7 to 10 years. I just want to reiterate that this is a long-term commitment. Albuquerque stood out to us for the people, institutions, and the willingness to partner with us. And we're very glad to be growing our future here. So we appreciate your time and support.
Thank you. And I didn't get your name.
Hi. Madam President and councilors, I'm Beth Waldrop, Region 3 representative for State of New Mexico Economic Development. This has been an economic developer's dream project. They reached out. We had a building ready for them. So we always talk about having infrastructure in place. And we closed this deal in 26 days. We had an offer from the governor's office. So $2.5 million commitment from the state. We hope that you support an additional contribution from the city. And one thing that I would love to mention is that not only are they the highest wage LEDA and JTIP recipient, they offer 100% paid healthcare premiums, dental, vision, for not only their employees, but their employees' families. They offer 16 weeks of parental leave as well. So not only are they, and they've been very active in reaching out to us and introducing us to new companies within their ecosystems and telling those companies that you need to be here in Albuquerque. There's a lot of great things going on. So they've just been a great partner to work with, and I hope you consider this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis.
Madam President, thank you. I guess, Director, you can talk about this. These are, I mean, the LEDA funds I know are really passed through from the state that come through, and we administer these. But would you describe the clawback provisions that are in typically of all LEDA processes like this? But how do they apply specifically to the? Imagine there's some hiring milestones that are related to those clawbacks, and if you could describe those for us. We don't need any description of lasers or anything like that.
I was wondering how my chum 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 was transcribed, but I didn't look up quickly enough. So as with Madam President, councilors, as with any project, both the reimbursements of the LEDA funds, both the state and the city LEDA funds, are tied to performance measures. So when a company, in this case, has hired certain kind of hiring milestones, they are eligible to request a reimbursement for expenses they have already incurred in land building and infrastructure. The clawbacks work in reverse of that. So there is a curing period of 6 months, but essentially for every year that this company is in Albuquerque, for the 10-year that this PPA, this contract, is the governing document, this company has committed to hire a certain number of people and make certain levels of investment. Hiring metrics are presented to the state and to the city on a quarterly basis. The investment that the company has made is once a year through an annual report. And then if those two metrics are not achieved by the company, then there is the ability for the state and for the city to claw back an appropriate percentage of the LEDA monies that were dispersed to the company.
So when would be the first disbursement? Does it start the clock now as far as 1 year?
Yeah, so the line in the concrete is always the council vote, so essentially the passing of the ordinance. So as of, in the world according to Max, as of this evening, the company is on the clock to achieve what they need to achieve. The first LEDA disbursement from the city has to do with an additional 25 full-time employees. The second disbursement is triggered by a retention of those 25, an additional 50 employees, and then the clawbacks work in reverse of that if those hiring milestones are not reached.
So the first milestone, the first disbursement, about a year from now or so.
Correct.
Based on those milestones. Okay, thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. Councilor Grout.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Oh, Councilor Rogers.
Thank you. Just one more question, and one of the questions I asked about some of the things in my district and came from some of my constituents too around water usage. Can you talk a little bit about that for this?
Council President, Councilor Rogers, councilors, yes, as with any project that we bring to you, we have essentially 3 intake meetings for any of these projects. The first intake meeting is always with our universities and community colleges because we want to make sure that we have a pipeline of correctly trained people to allow this company to be successful. The second meeting always has to do with the incentives and the tax ecosystem within which a company is entering into, especially a company that isn't born and raised in New Mexico. And then the third meeting is always with our utilities, with PNM, the Water Authority, gas if necessary. I don't have the specific water usage in front of me, but I will say it was unremarkable. Both the amount of power and the amount of water and wastewater are well within what is normal for the kind of zoning where this company is going to be located.
Thank you, Madam President. And what is that? What is the range that we would need to be within? Or maybe the people from the company can talk to that.
Do you remember? Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, we believe our facility will have water usage consistent with a office building with the same head count of staff. So we are not an exceptional water consumer. That's not the nature of the research that we do. We do optical experimentation, so you could see this as sort of like a clean room laboratory setting with scientists working with measuring equipment and optics and lasers to gather data. So the water usage is strictly what would be normal for a normal business doing, say, office work.
Thank you, Madam President. For research and development, the same as an office building. Okay. Okay.
For water consumption.
For water consumption. Okay. And okay. That's something I'll be really interested in. I think that we need to be thinking about more as a community, especially because we're in the desert and we don't have a lot of water. And I wish we would have talked about this when we did cannabis, but that's a whole nother can of worms. So that's something we'll be watching. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Grout to close.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Gruner, thank you for an excellent presentation. I'm really thrilled that this company has chosen Albuquerque and New Mexico to headquarter your operation. I think it's going to be great. I have just one. Councilor Lewis asked a lot of the questions that I was going to ask, just for people to understand what LEDA funds do and all of the things. If the company falls short of its job creation but continues operating, what mechanism ensures the city is made whole?
Madam President, councilors, Councilor Grout, any LEDA project, any project that avails itself of LEDA funds, whether they are state, county, or city, is required by statute to provide security, robust security, in the form of, there's a number of vehicles, a letter of credit, a surety bond. We love being in first place on a building, but we usually don't get that because usually the banks are in first place. Yeah. But yes, there's always, and there has been for the past decade plus, there's always a security, a collateralization vehicle that is equivalent to the amount of monies dispersed to the company. So in case of a clawback or a catastrophic failure of a company, there are some true assets that the city and the state or the county can claw back.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I think the information is very important. With that, Madam President, I urge everybody's support. I think this is great. Thank you for bringing it to Albuquerque.
So there was a motion and a second on 019, although as amended, this bill is amended once. So as amended, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations. So now we are.
Madam President, if I may, the company has lapel pins for all the councilors, and I really think you want them.
Oh,
They're
okay.
cool.
Thank you so much. We're now on to appeals. Oh, are you serious? No, I think we'll just take AC. We are now on to appeals. ACO2 is Dalia Solis, applicant, appeals the zoning hearing examiner's decision to deny a variance of 3 feet to install a 6-foot perimeter steel fence in the front yard for her property located at 237 Wyoming Boulevard Northeast, Zone MXM, VA 2025-00162. And we have our legal, Mr. Victor Hall, here to explain the appeal.
Councilor President, councilors, this appeal concerns a proposed variance of 3 feet to allow a 6-foot tall perimeter steel fence at the property located at 237 Wyoming Boulevard Northeast, 87123, zoned MXM. A small correction to the write-up we provided. This is in Council District 6, not 7. The issue in this appeal is whether ZHE's denial of the variance should be upheld. The ZHE denied the variance, finding that there are no special circumstances applicable to the subject property that are not self-imposed and do not apply generally to other property in the same zone and vicinity. The applicant appealed the ZHE's denial of variance, citing generally that the property has undergone some increasing acts of vandalism resulting in lost business. The applicant further emphasized that a 6-foot fence would be necessary to protect building infrastructure and ensure that the business would be able to continue without future disruption. The council referred this appeal to its LUHO, and LUHO recommended City Council deny the appeal and uphold the ZHE's decision to deny the variance because the ZHE's findings that the applicant appellant failed to satisfy were supported by substantial factual evidence on the record, further concluding that the applicant appellant had not met their burden to show that the ZHE erred in application of the IDO to the facts. In fact, the applicant failed to rebut or show that the ZHE erred not only in her request for appeal, but also by failing to appear to the hearing before the LUHO, despite evidence of notice of the hearing on the record and repeated attempts by the LUHO to contact the applicant appellant. And I'll stand for questioning.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President, as this is in District 6 again. Couple questions. So I know, just gonna talk through this out loud. Our new rules for IDO changes that we made to walls goes into effect April 20th, right? This application was submitted prior to that. So if we deferred, are there any changes? I'm asking our legal team.
Councilor President, Councilor Rogers, as to the specific section, which I believe was amended by the most recent IDO amendments, those dealt with non-residential, or at least walls and fence heights within non-residential areas. There's a specific language that talks about the subject property receiving 10% of support by those folks who would be living within a non-residential area of the subject property. That, if I recall correctly, must be on the same side as the street in question. This property would not fall into that. It's zoned for MXM, and the subject property on all of the border is on Wyoming, which is all zoned MXM.
Thank you, Madam President.
And Madam President, just to jump in to offer a bit more context, the version of the IDO that is applied to an application is whatever is in effect at the time the application is submitted. And so the version that was in effect, I think, end of 2025, is what applies to this application.
Thank you, Madam President. So with that being said, the applicant could reapply under the new rules, or would they need a variance?
Councilor President Pena, Councilor Rogers, they would still need to apply for a variance. The new rules would not affect what requirements they would need under these circumstances.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know if any of y'all have been around Wyoming and Central recently. This is where I live as well. I can understand why they would need extra security. So this one's a lot for me right now. So I'm gonna take some time.
Okay, so I think we need a motion. I mean, we can actually you can actually ask for a full hearing. Councilor Rogers, Councilor Tejas has a question while you're thinking.
Thank you, Madam President. For legal team, this is the same 5-prong test that we overruled in the past LUHO case uphill, correct?
Councilor President, Councilor Tejas, yes, this is the same variance test under IDO 14-16-6603A. It has 5 different criteria, the first one being special circumstances, and then 4 more elements thereafter.
Okay, so thank you, Madam President. So just to clarify, we've already set precedent that we could overrule the LUHO on this 5-prong matter?
Councilor President Pena, Councilor Tejas, yes, the council has the following options. They can either they can accept LUHO recommendations and findings, they can accept LUHO recommendations and adopt different findings, or they can reject LUHO recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a motion for a full hearing.
So I think the motion, Counselor Rogers, would be to reject the Lujo recommendation. Correct?
Council President Pena, that would be correct.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a motion to reject the Lujo's findings to have a full hearing.
So there's a motion, a second by Counselor Grout. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed, no? That's a 7-2. You guys got that? Okay. So that motion passes. So now we are on to, and we're not going to go on to this. We are actually going to take a break. We have some counselors here that are very hungry. So we'll take a break and we will convene back at 7:30. Welcome back, everyone. So we are now, if you can take your seat, thank you. We are now on general public comments. The other counselors should be arriving shortly. Thank you. We're back in session. Okay, members of the public can provide live public comments to the council in person or virtually if they have signed up for public comment per the instructions published on the agenda and our website Friday. Here are some of the public comment ground rules. Each participant has 1 minute to present. Comments are to be addressed to the councilors only through the council president. Any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the meeting. There is a 1 minute time limit and the bell will ring to indicate your time is up. As a reminder, pursuant to our Rules of Procedure, Article 1, Section 8C, general public comment shall not be permitted on quasi-judicial matters. Please do not include your comment anything related to quasi-judicial matters, including city street renaming processes and the Lujo appeal. We just heard AC 2602. Failure to comply with this rule may result in your comment being cut off. Please take this time now to edit your comments. Mr. Cornelius, would you please call the first speaker?
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is County Clerk Michelle Kavanaugh, followed by Kristen Cummings, followed by Justin Rogers.
Madam President and members of the council, thank you so much for having me this evening. I am here before you today with Deputy Clerk Kelly Baca. As the entity that administers elections for the city of Albuquerque, which you all know, but not everybody here may know, Bernalillo County does administer the elections for the city of Albuquerque. We stand here before you in support of ranked choice voting. We feel like it's the right time to implement this here in the city of Albuquerque. If you're paying attention to any of the news lately, you'll know that runoffs are expensive. During the 2025 regular local election, administering the runoff for the mayoral race and 2 city councils, which you all were probably paying somewhat attention to, it did cost the city about $1.8 million. And in any given runoff, you're looking at a bill of about $500,000 minimum. May I continue? Just, I promise. I won't take too long. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Now, that's not a number that we came up with willy-nilly. I promise you we are very prudent, and we do account for every dollar, every election. Now, the primary cost for those elections, staffing. Okay, every polling location that we staff, that we have open during election day and early voting, all of those folks need to get paid. And as we know, as wages continue to go up, as they should, as minimum wage goes up, our costs in turn go up. For site setup, for ballot production, voting equipment, tabulation, and other operational expenses, more mandates from the state. We now have felon voting that has been implemented and mandated by the state. We also have open primaries. We have automatic voter registration through the MVD. These are all mandates that we have from the state through the legislature. Everything is getting more expensive. Elections are going to be more expensive, whether they're local elections or regular
Madam President.
Local elections.
Vice President Champagne?
I apologize for the interruption.
May I close?
Ma'am,
Sir?
you've been way longer than 1 minute. Madam President, in fairness to all the other public that I know have written 2 minutes and have to put them down to 1 minute, this public speaker has gone way over the minute. You gave her the leeway to speak a little bit past it, and she, in my opinion, has abused it. In fairness for the other people.
Thank you, Vice President. If you could just finish with your comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. To close, we have a great working relationship with the city clerk, and we look forward to continuing that relationship. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We urge your support. Thank you.
No applause.
Kristen Cummings, followed by Justin Rogers, followed by Francesco Artist.
Might I have the overhead? Okay. This is a demonstration of ranked choice voting using Legos. I know it's small. The hand ranking their favorite Legos belongs to a 5-year-old. That's right, demonstrators have successfully explained how to rank a single vote to a kindergartner. Yet some of our counselors would have us believe ranked choice voting is too difficult for pequeños to understand. Santa Fe uses ranked choice voting. So does Las Cruces. This city council also uses ranked choice voting internally to decide their own leadership. So, to the counselors who oppose this, I ask, how is it that ranked choice voting works for you, but it doesn't work for us? If you can understand it, why is it too complicated for us? Do you consider yourselves more intelligent than the people who elected you? Surely, you don't consider Burqueños less capable of understanding than a 5-year-old. Thank you.
Justin Rogers, followed by Francesco Artist, followed by Joe Cardillo.
Okay, I will also use the overhead if I might. Okay. All right, good evening, Madam President, members of the council. Thank you for hearing everyone tonight, talking about this idea of instant runoffs or ranked choice voting. I appreciate being able to hear from the county clerk in a little bit of extra time, because I think her work that she does is very relevant to this, saying that the county could handle this as they administer elections. I wanted to start with talking about the current runoff system we have, and this idea that having 2 candidates gets us a majority. And this is what we've seen a couple of times, District 1 and District 5 back in 2017. However, I wanted to ask if, say a general election has 10,000 voters in it, and then in the runoff, turnoff is much lower and someone wins only 3,000 to 2,000. Is that really a majority? Or have we changed it by removing a bunch of voters? So here's 6 other times out of the last 8 elections where the eventual runoff winner did not reach 50% of the voters. So I want you to consider how we might change this.
Francesco Artist, followed by Joe Cardillo, followed by Grace Dukes.
Can I please get the overhead? You don't get to take the moral high ground on alleged criminal sexual contact that happened 60 years ago when in violation of the oath of office, including but not limited to criminal sexual contact here and now. What happens when a badge with a gun gets bored and puts you spread eagle in Albuquerque, exposes your breasts, and gets his fingers up in your panties, telling you if you're nice to him, he won't arrest you? Why no news conference to cancel, including but not limited to the women who shape our city, that gave him a 3-day timeout, put him back on the job while hiding the criminal sexual contact? And not a single one of you said a word about it at the previous council meeting. Plus paying to break every rule so that that same bad cop never steps foot in front of a judge in the matter of Mayor Keller's illegal wall. Cowards.
Joe Cardillo, followed by Grace Dukes, followed by Dr. Lisa Christofferson.
Good evening, Madam President and councilors. I want to speak for just a moment about the importance of representation, and I think in particular just bringing the temperature down in our political environment overall. I think instant runoffs and ranked choice voting are a good example of a model for really helping people listen to each other and pay attention to each other, for a number of reasons. One is that it cuts down on negative campaigning. There's research that shows that instant runoff elections actually kind of incentivize candidates to really seek support and seek consensus and really listen to the people around them and also listen to their fellow candidates, which I think is important. Another thing that it does is it encourages candidates to build coalitions and not just try to attack each other and to attack communities. I think that's particularly important in this overall environment. And I think, as New Mexicans, we really do see diversity and connection and community and fairness as our strengths. And so I think instant runoffs really brings that to the table. And I think finally, I just want to say that, when candidates do need broad support, extreme positions become a liability. So it actually reduces those kinds of extreme positions and creates, connection and community. So for that reason, I encourage this council to pass the instant runoffs, ranked choice voting. Thank you.
Grace Dukes, followed by Dr. Lisa Christofferson, followed by Christian Gott.
Councilors, my name is Grace Dukes. I'm a resident of District 1. I'm transgender, and I'm proud. I transitioned exactly 5 years ago today. 5 years ago today, I decided that living my life as my true self was more important than continuing to put up a facade. I began my transition, a process that would ultimately lead me to the land of enchantment due to Ken Paxton's legal genocide against trans people in my then home state of Texas. He declared that affirming the identities of trans kids like myself was child abuse and investigated the families of trans kids in the state. My clinic was targeted by him and had to close. The walls were closing in. My family and I fled Texas and moved to Albuquerque in July 2023. We chose Albuquerque because of its shield laws protecting people like me. But now, with the constant attacks from the federal government, the walls are closing in again. 5 years after my transition, I worry for my safety and fear about the day that ICE will set its targets on me. Please do more to protect your trans constituents before it is too late. Thank you.
Dr. Lisa Christofferson, followed by Christian Gott, followed by Debbie Reynolds.
Okay, City Councilors, my name is Lisa Christofferson in D3. I rise today to make public comment about the continual practice of sweeping humans because it's not working. It is more costly, costly to incarcerate. ProPublica did an investigative report on this. We do not have enough shelters. We agree on that. 3,000 people, probably double that, are on the streets or living in their vehicles right now. So what sort of moral deficits do we have in our humanity that we would knowingly sit in positions of power or with privilege with the authority to alleviate the suffering of 3,000 human beings, but we choose to put our energy and thought to present a bloated city budget that cuts transit? And so our unhoused neighbors are supposed to have some support in this city. Ranked choice voting, we think, might help us with that. So as I leave, those of you who are in this room who support ranked choice voting, will you just raise your hand real quick?
Christian Gott, followed by Debbie Reynolds, followed by Paul Gessing.
Hello, City Council. I'm here in support of the ranked choice voting proposal. The ranked choice voting typically allows for a more broad variety of ideals to be proposed to the citizens in their candidates. Typically results in less extreme ideologies being proposed, as well as a cheaper election in the end. In Minnesota, we saw as elections went from outwardly attacking with vicious remarks towards the opposing sides to elections where everybody was agreeing and being very respectful. And I hope that that type of election, which I have not seen in my lifetime, to come back. I hope that in doing so, we can find a system where people fight for the vote of everyone, rather than those that they feel that is easiest to instigate into alienating those they find different. Our current system allows for parties to attack those they find different, yet not actually do anything to fix the problems. And I hope that this ranked choice voting, even though it's only at a small level, will improve the system. Thank you.
Debbie Reynolds, followed by Paul Gessing, followed by Althea Atherton.
Thank you, Madam President and councilors. I'm here to voice opposition to the idea of ranked choice voting. It's not going to save us money. We just heard the county clerk go on and on about the expenses that are involved in runoff elections, and that's not going away. Ranked choice voting, the proposal in it calls for education for voters so that we can be taught how to vote. We know how to vote. We all voted for council president in high school and prom queen. One person, one vote. It's a simple process and it works. in addition to the cost of educating all of us and the county employees, what about the machines, the tabulators that the county clerk uses to help us vote? Do we have to buy new machines? Do taxpayers have to bear that cost? Do we have to buy new software? We have to train those employees, and that will lead to a delay in results. That's a certainty. Thank you.
Paul Gessing, followed by Althea Atherton, followed by Jessica Reno.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Paul Gessing. I'm president of the Rio Grande Foundation. I urge you to oppose ranked choice voting. Instead, you should consider eliminating the runoffs that were adopted a few years back to save money. Our ranked choice voting is confusing for voters. Not all of them are attending city council meetings. They don't all have their top 5 candidates or 6 candidates listed out and are not able to necessarily do the research for that. It's harder for election administrators because special election equipment is necessary to scan ballots and tabulate votes in RCV elections. RCV elections require multiple rounds of tabulation relying on computers to make adjustments or discard ballots in each round. There's no way to quickly confirm accuracy of the computer processes involved. In fact, in California, data entry error went undetected and the wrong winner was certified in an election. Thank you very much.
Althea Atherton, followed by Jessica Reno, followed by Maureen Scorin.
President Pena, I had different remarks planned, but I would like to wax poetic about the future right now because I think we live in a city that is ready to move forward. And when I say move forward, I both mean ranked choice voting, but mostly I mean our bus system. This proposed budget would cut 52 positions in transit. These are 52 positions that we need to implement ABQ Ride Forward's recovery network, which is a 3 to 5 year implementation plan to recover our network from what it was before the pandemic. And they're taking 3 to 5 years in 16 unique phases over those 3 to 5 years to implement a new bus network. And this isn't even the bus network that advocates asked for. We asked for a budget positive bus network that would actually give us more service. My husband, I don't drive, but my husband spent $4.20 on gas at a same gas station. He spent $2.70 last month. We need transit in the city. This budget is not okay. Thank you.
Jessica Reno, followed by Maureen Scorin, followed by Janet Sayers. Maureen Scorin, followed by Janet Sayers, followed by Anami Das.
Thank you. My name is Maureen Scorin, and good evening and thank you for your work. I'm here to support ranked choice voting. RCV would be a practical improvement to how Albuquerque already runs elections. Today, when nobody gets a majority, we hold a second election. Ranked choice voting achieves the same majority result in one step without the cost and effort of a runoff, which can run up to $1 million or more. RCV would also mean more voters make the final decision because turnout is much higher in the first election than in the second one. It's straightforward for voters. They can rank candidates if they want, or they can just vote as they do now and just pick one. It's a modest, common sense update. It saves money and keeps more voters involved. I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Janet Sayers, followed by Anami Das, followed by Sarah Schuster.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the council. I'm Janet Sayers, and tonight I just want to talk about some things that are going well in Albuquerque. Yesterday morning on my way to church, I saw a city bus going east on Manal at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you to all of our bus drivers, our solid waste, public safety, who work holidays so that the rest of us can do whatever we want to do with our families. District 7 on Saturday, we commemorated the fall of Bataan and the Bataan Death March and the young brave soldiers in 1942. April 18th, I invite you to be at the Ernie Pyle Library while we remember the life of Ernie Pyle, who was killed in action as a World War II correspondent. We have a pop-up at the Taylor Ranch Library on April 25th. Parks and Recreation, we got a tree planted for Jerry Griego. Our speaker series is going well. And in conclusion, thank you to Garrett Cornelius, who has the remarkable job of managing hundreds of us that are, thank you. Thank you very much.
Anami Das, followed by Sarah Schuster, followed by Jacob Trujillo.
Hi, y'all. So for the last 3 years, there's been an effort to get folks living on the street, off of the street, and into the shelters. I have collected a number of statements from unsheltered folks in that time, and part of that has been asking them why they choose not to go to the shelters. In 70% of the responses, they listed a lack of accountability structure built in to the shelter system. Currently, if you have a complaint and you're living at a shelter, you have to tell the shelter staff who might be the subject of that complaint about it, and then it is handled entirely internally. The Office of Consumer Protection should be utilized to handle those complaints in the future. I think that's all I have to say. Bye.
Sarah Schuster, followed by Jacob Trujillo, followed by Tad Niemitzki.
Hi. First of all, I wanted to start by saying that I'm a special education teacher who has taught civics and U.S. history in the past, and I've successfully used ranked choice voting in my classroom. Also, students in high school use ranked choice voting to pick their electives, a rough version of it. So I think most people will be able to understand it, and I think it is fairly easy to understand and explain. Second, ranked choice voting does help incentivize candidates to actually treat each other with dignity and respect. Recently, the Republican office in Albuquerque was set on fire. Democrats were shot by Solomon Pena, and he was convicted, and he was running for office as well. So on both sides, the incivility is very harmful, and we just need to do everything we can to move it forward and make things better for people. And third, ranked choice voting does not have a party preference. That's a myth. So Wilson. Oh.
Jacob Trujillo, followed by Tad Niemitzki, followed by Let's Otto.
Good afternoon, councilors. My name is Jacob Trujillo, and I'm a proud resident of District 2 and chair of the Democratic Party of Bernalillo County. Thank you guys for your leadership. At a time when trust in government is low, decisions like this matter. Ranked choice voting is on your agenda tonight, and I urge you to support it. This isn't about partisanship. It's about doing what's right. You've heard concerns that it's confusing, that it changes how campaigns work, and that it gives too much influence to smaller groups. But what it really does is ask us to talk to more people. That's not a weakness, that's democracy. We don't have to guess how it works. In the internal part of the Democratic Party, we already use ranked choice voting. We've seen stronger participation, more consensus-driven outcomes, and leadership that actually reflects the diversity of our communities. As a Hispanic voter, I also want to be clear. Our communities are not confused, we are not incapable, and we are ready to engage fully for democracy. Thank you all.
Tad Niemitzki, followed by Let's Otto, followed by Brick Jonesy.
Can I get overhead? Okay, thank you. My name is Ted Niemitzki. Here is flag. We have flag of New Mexico right here, yellow. This flag is 51 state of United States of America. Highland students holding flag, Mexican flag. Now let's go to 6016 Eubank. Street Cat Hub. That is veterinary friend of Demi, private contractor, trapping
Mr.
cats.
Naminsky, can you
and
direct
fixing.
your comments through me? Thank you so much.
I'm sorry?
Direct your comments through me.
Excuse me, my time. I need it back.
They will give you some seconds back. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, thank you. Now, I lost track of where I was. So anyway, that's all right.
Let's Otto, followed by Brick Jonesy, followed by Susan Selden. Overhead, please.
Madam President, council members, I've already brought to you a story about the Family Advocacy Center. It's a private building where public entities are held. There's a Lotus Management Company that operates there, also at the Public Defender's Office, where they think that they can protect the police by trespassing us from that building. This is an incident that occurred for your enjoyment.
Do you guys have the right to record identity health care? I'm fully body. Do you guys have the right to record identity health care? I'm fully body.
He's shutting fire doors to prevent me from going down a public hallway.
You can't go past her. You can't go past her. You can't go past her. Why? Because I said so. Why? Because I said so. Because I said so.
Do you guys have the right to record identity health care?
Better get a bigger broom if you're going to try to sweep me in a public building. At least that it holds public entities. It might be a private building, but God damn it, I can go egress and ingress to that building.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Brick Jonesy, followed by Susan Selden, followed by Benjamin Bean.
I'm gonna need the overhead as well, if that's okay. Thank you, sir. Madam President.
Sacrificing some of your rights willingly. Well, you served as a police officer. Yes. Did you sign an oath when you signed up to be a police officer in Albuquerque? Did you sign an oath when you signed up to be a police officer in Albuquerque? Did you sign an oath when you signed up to be a police officer in Albuquerque? Did you sign an oath when you signed up to be a police officer in Albuquerque? Did you sign an oath when you signed up to be a police officer in Albuquerque? Did you sign an oath when you signed up to be a police officer in Albuquerque? Did you sign an oath when you signed up to be a police officer in Albuquerque? Did you sign an oath when you signed up to be a police officer in Albuquerque? Did you sign an oath when you signed up to be a police officer in Albuquerque? Did you sign an oath when you signed up to be a police officer in Albuquerque?
You get the point? No. He's got to sign an oath. There's some police officers in here. They need to sign an oath. You don't get the point? Sign the fucking oath.
Susan Selden, followed by Benjamin Bean, who I now see is in Zoom. So we'll come to you, Benjamin, when we get to Zoom. Susan Selden, followed by James Freeman, followed by Adele Rose Bennett Herrick. James Freeman, followed by Adele Rose Bennett Herrick, followed by Eleanor Walther on Zoom.
Good evening, y'all. I am still James Freeman from District 4. I can't stay too late tonight, so I'm going to go ahead and speak in support of R2611. It's been my honor to serve as a lived experience member of the Housing Voucher Task Force since this body created it a little over a year ago. I've attended nearly every meeting since that group was created, and I believe my feedback has been received respectively and constructively. The city staff associated with the task force have worked diligently. From Charlie, Jennifer Bradley, Abby, Gavino, Flora, Tom, Rick, everyone has been phenomenal. Extending the timeline for the completion of the objectives makes sense. If I may make one suggestion, I suggest adding at least one more lived experience member. My lived experience is dated. It's been a decade since I was homeless or living on a housing voucher here in Albuquerque. I highly suggest adding Tiffany Ledger. She is a frontline superstar in the community, and I think she would do a fantastic job. Thank you.
Adeo Rose Bennett Herrick, followed by Eleanor Walther, followed by Elizabeth Mack.
When I was young, I had a twist for punchin' babies with me fist. And then I thought I would enlist in immigration customs enforcement. Oh, tooraloo, laroo, laroo, they're hunting for immigrants just above you with drones and phones and cameras, and Albuquerque has no clue. Shot spotter records all day and all dark, and when there's a firework or a gunshot, it slurps up our water and farts out a gas, and it is always exactly 50% correct. Toolaroo, laroo, laroo, a curse upon the white, red, blue that took our immigrant family with a paramilitary. Now, some of our counselors have been a bit naughty. They sleep on the bus like a vagrant so haughty, and the only crime is their bed is this wide to fit them and the Lyft and Uber lobby. Do not defund transit. Ranked choice voting rocks. Have a good night.
Eleanor Walther, followed by Elizabeth Mack, followed by Sarah Azebo. You are muted, Eleanor.
O10 was introduced on February 2nd and scheduled for February 18th, but it was never heard. It has also not been reviewed in any committee since then. While this may be allowed, it is not good governance. This is now the second time an ordinance modifying the IDO has bypassed the established update process and voided committee review. That limits transparency and shuts down meaningful public input. There has been no urgency to justify this. This is the fourth council meeting since introduction. Constantly changing the IDO outside of normal process makes it difficult for the public to understand current regulations. It also creates uncertainty for developers who may be forced to revise projects as rules shift. Why hasn't this been sent to committee? Are decisions being made without fully considering public input? This process undermines trust. I urge you to follow established IDO update procedures and allow proper review.
Elizabeth Mack, followed by Sarah Azebo, followed by Nicole Finch.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Mack. I am a APS employee and I am a full-time college student. I'm in a public speaking class and I'm actually getting extra credit just for speaking here today. I just want to thank everyone for being here and what it took to organize everything. Thank you so much.
Sarah Azebo, followed by Nicole Finch, followed by Marcelin Costiner.
Good evening, counselors. Temperatures are climbing now with record-breaking heat. People who are living in housing units with insufficient cooling units, as well as people who are houseless, are seeking relief from this heat. A call to 311 directs us to the city website for this information. This website differentiates families from unhoused, as though human beings have varying cooling needs based on their familial association. This clearly separates us from one another, indicating pools, splash pads, park sprinklers, all libraries and community centers are available only to families. The unhoused section lists only 4 of the city's 18 public libraries as welcoming cooling spaces, along with 5 nonprofit organizations. One of these is located near downtown, with the other 4 located in the southeast area, and 3 of those are nearly non-operational for this need. American Indian Center was shattered and demolished last year. God's Warehouse was closed by the city and is now only serving people for 2 hours each day. Compassion Services Center was impacted by a fire last week. This leaves very few spaces to cool the thousands of people who are unhoused in Albuquerque. Please explore this website, update it, define what families are, open public libraries and public spaces citywide so that everyone has a place to be when it's hot outside, and provide people with life-saving support and undo the harmful legislation like O2614, arrests, and don't turn MDC into a cooling center. Thank you.
Nicole Finch, followed by Marcelin Costner, followed by Leila Salim.
Madam President and councilors, I want to use my time tonight to appreciate the staff members of the Albuquerque Bernalillo County Public Library. They do incredible work for all of us in the city and the whole county. They staff 19 branches and serve patrons who visited the library 1,636,303 times in fiscal year 2025. Their hard work allows me to be lazy because I can pick up all the books and DVDs I want from the entire library system at my home branch library, Lomas Tramway in District 9. The library staff puts the whole world at my fingertips, and they do that for everyone, rich or poor. Albuquerque should be extremely proud of the public library system and especially its dedicated, hardworking staff. Thank you.
Marcelin Costner, followed by Leila Salim, followed by Benjamin Bean.
First of all, I want to say, don't defund public transit. That's insane. It's insanely classist. It destroys an entire way of getting around, getting to work, seeing people, for a whole group of people. This is insane. Do not defund this. There are very important jobs that roll in this. It's crazy. Additionally, I wanted to mention on the conversation of sweeps, the enhanced service and safety zones that Councillor Baca has been talking of introducing, reminiscent of his last attempt to ban people from being on sidewalks. I think these are insane measures. I think that they are based in hiding the homeless. I think that they're based in trying to pretty up the streets for the Centennial, Route 66. And I think it's disgusting that we're trying to pass more and more and more. And we just don't understand. We don't understand that this enforcement first is never going to work. You can't hide people forever.
Leila Salim, followed by Benjamin Bean.
Good evening, Madam President and councilors. My name is Leila Salim, and I urge you to support instant runoff voting. Earlier commenters raised concerns that our voting machines aren't ready, but our election officials have already confirmed that they are capable of handling ranked choice ballots. We know this because our machines are the same all around the state, and we have other places in the state that already do ranked choice voting. Mr. Guessing suggested that voters don't want to take the time to research all the candidates, and that I think that's ridiculous. We know that Albuquerque voters already show up very informed, especially in these local races where choices matter really deeply. And his fear-mongering about tabulation errors are completely untrue. Our modern voting systems are tested, they're audited, and they're used successfully in those other cities across the state that use ranked choice voting. These concerns shouldn't hold us back from reforms that strengthen our democracy. Instant runoff ensures that winners have majority support and not just a small plurality. It allows voters to rank candidates honestly without worrying about spoiling the election. I urge your support. Thank you.
Benjamin Bean.
Good evening, Madam President and councilors. I apologize for not being there in person tonight. I am calling to ask you to please support ranked choice voting in Albuquerque. I want to bring two different realities that you could be living in. One of them, you start in a reality where you live where you have ranked choice voting and your council is debating imposing first past the polls, changing to a first past the poll system. And you tell your friend, I'm going to vote for this person, and your friend says, don't do that, you'll spoil your vote. And now you have to worry about how the system is gamed in order to vote so that one of the primary two candidates gets elected. And the other reality, we're leaving in the first past the poll system, and your counselor is debating whether to use ranked choice voting. And in this reality, you can just vote for who you want to without worrying about how the system is gamed. Thank you very much.
Madam President, that concludes public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are now on to approvals. There are none. Next, final actions. Councilor Feeblecorn, R14.
Madam President, R14 is the third update to Attachment 1 of R2047 appropriating transportation infrastructure tax funds to expand the scope of the Cutler Avenue Complete Streets project to include the San Pedro Complete Streets project. I move it do pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Rogers. And we have some people signed up to speak. Councilor Feeblecorn, did you want to open on your bill?
Sure, thank you, Madam President. So this is just an expansion of a project that actually my predecessor, Councilor Gibson, had funded over on Cutler Avenue. That is nearing completion, and we are going to have some funds remaining. I know, a budget that did not get eaten up by one project, and I'd like to move over some of that money to a second project in my district, the San Pedro revitalization. And so we are just expanding that scope to allow that second project to use the remainder of the funds.
Okay, so then we'll go on to public comment. Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam President. Althea Atherton, followed by Adele Rose Bennett Herrick, followed by Grace Dukes.
I'm speaking in support of this bill. The San Pedro Smiths, that's right there on Lomas. My 3-year-old called it Big Smiths because it's bigger than the one in our neighborhood. And so we go there a lot, and I have to walk with children there a lot. And I also, can tell you that I've had to cross the street on San Pedro to get from one side of the bus to the other when I've been training ambassadors for our ABQ Ride Ambassador Volunteer Program. And that is the scariest part when I train people on the 11, is if that's where the buses are going to meet, which they often do, we have to cross the street there. And if that is the scariest part of doing this kind of public engagement, I think we can do a very good job and make it safer to cross the street. And I really applaud your leadership on this, Councilor Feeblecorn, to find money somewhere and put it to good use. So thank you.
Adele Rose Bennett Herrick, followed by Grace Dukes, followed by Tad Niemitzki.
Good evening, y'all. I always like San Pedro. I like when we get to use money for good things, and I urge your support, basically. Have a good one.
Grace Dukes, followed by Tad Niemitzki, followed by Benjamin Bean on Zoom.
Councilors, I come before you as someone who frequently drives on that stretch of San Pedro. I'm in support of the San Pedro Complete Streets project. I drove on that stretch on my way here, and I can tell you with full certainty that this project has the potential to turn that stretch of San Pedro into one of the most pedestrian-friendly stretches of road in the entire city. We have a moral obligation to look out for all of our constituents, especially the ones who aren't in cars. If we are going to cut transit, which is absolutely ridiculous, by the way, there is no need to cut public transit when we are not losing any revenue. We need to invest in making our streets more pedestrian friendly, which is what this does. I applaud Councilor Feeblecorn for bringing this forward and urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Tad Niemitzki, followed by Benjamin Bean.
Let me lower the. Can I have my minute back? Thank you. So now, Any one of you been around, remember that. 2014, maybe then Louis only. So anyway, when 300 people signed up, and we spoke 2 minutes each. Then this idiot Sanchez, well, his sponsor cut to 30 people. Well, limit 30 people, then general public comments. So 2 minutes. Now what they doing? This council, they messing with, if it's a limit, 30, leave it 2 minutes. Simple as that. And you want to cut other agenda, that's fine.
Benjamin Bean on Zoom.
Being begun, Madam President and councilors, I want to urge your support on the Complete Streets projects in all of their forms, especially when they're not going to cost any more money than has already been appropriated. It is a little bit ridiculous that we can assume that people in cars need to be safe, but we can't assume that people who are bicycling or walking need to be safe. Those people need to be safe as well. I started thinking about this more as I've been biking more around Albuquerque recently, and a lot of our bike lanes, even the ones that I would consider good bike lanes for our city, I would not want to walk on them. They're unsafe. I would avoid them if I wasn't trying to actively get somewhere. If you vote against this and you don't explain why, I'm going to have to assume that you want people who are walking and bicycling to die. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes comment.
I don't know what that noise was. Was that someone trying to get in? No? Okay. Okay. So I don't see any questions by counselors, so Counselor Feeblecorn to close.
Urge your support.
So there is a motion, a second by Counselor Rogers for a due pass of R14. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. No, say motion. Motion carries unanimously. We are now on to 03. This is Counselors Baca, Rogers, Champagne, and Bassan. Who wants to lead the charge?
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. 03, committee substitute amending charter, chapter 2, article 11 of the revised ordinances of Albuquerque, New Mexico, right of way, 1994, to add a new section regulating indirect overhead charges to capital funds, establishing an IDOH rate calculation, requiring reporting and transparency, and aligning eligible uses with capital delivery standards. I move due pass.
There's a motion, a second by Counselor Rogers for a due pass of 03. Are there any counselors have any questions? I know we do have one person signed up to speak. There are? Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and move the amendments first. So we have 4 amendments. They're labeled A through D, and we'll start with floor amendment A, Councilor Feeblecorn and Tejas, and this will be number 1.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll move floor amendment number 1 on page 6, beginning on line 7, amend section F3 as follows. It's on the screen, but no additional administrative, indirect, or overhead cost, including but not limited to labor recovery, supervisory, or coordination outside of the calculated CIP IDOH rate for the applicable bond cycle shall be charged, transferred, or otherwise applied to the counselor-approved GO bond or state capital outlay activities, and all costs charged shall be directly related to and consistent with the approved scope of the capital project.
Second.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is just a clarification. I've been very disappointed. I've met with the administration to try to understand how they're calculating the IDOH on the various projects. I got no answers. I sent in very specific requests. I didn't get a response. It's just been very challenging for somebody that wants to understand something before they vote on it to get answers. And so what I've determined is that the state of New Mexico does not allow us to charge to take IDOH out of state grants. That is in the state administrative code. And what we seem to be doing, because we're not allowed to take IDOH, is changing the name of it to construction management fee and still taking IDOH out of state grants. And I'm happy to be corrected, but I've asked this question many, many times. I've gotten no answers. So this is just to clarify that if there is a state capital dollar that comes to one of our projects, that we will not be paying anything additional for that project. So that's what this is about.
Thank you, Councilor Fablecorn. Do any of the councilors have any questions? I'd like the administration to give them an opportunity to respond to this.
Madam President, we do have a way we calculate indirect overhead. So we do have Ms. Turner here from our Municipal Development Department, but we can go through the amendments and then we can speak on the bill. Oh, Donna can speak on it.
Yeah. So you got that right, because it was on the amendment, not the entire bill?
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam President and Councilor, which question did you want me to answer on?
No,
Madam President, I didn't have
yeah.
a question, and I want this amendment to pass because I've asked my questions and I've gotten no answers.
So I'm the one that had the question. So I was just asking about the amendment and your position on this amendment and why you think it's good or not good.
Madam President, the CIP IDOH that we were proposing is 5%. I have a support of how that's calculated. It's actually more than 5% that would be applied to fiscal year 27. I'm happy to provide that.
Thank you. That really wasn't the question. I think, Mr. Whalen, I think.
Madam President, we don't support this bill or this amendment because some charges have to be charged because we do use staff to monitor these grants that aren't paid for by the grant. So I do understand where the councilor is coming from, but I can't say that we would support this amendment.
Okay, I think it still doesn't answer my question. I think, you know, if council, this amendment is saying that the state of New Mexico does not allow for us to make those charges, and we're making those charges, so how do we justify charging the capital from the city?
Madam President, we have Jennifer Turner here who can answer that question.
Madam President and Councilor Fablecorn, so when the city receives state capital outlay, in order for us to spend it, we have to seek what's called a notice of obligation from the state, which is based on a quote or proposal from a contractor that itemizes everything that we're going to be charged. And so, no, we do not seek to charge against capital outlay impermissible expenses from capital projects because we would first, it's illegal, but second, because we would never get those funds made available from the state that we have to submit through an NOO process.
So then a follow-up question for me would be, because I know, you know, just doing some of these projects, even with the visitor center, you know, getting criticized that the cost of the project kept escalating every year, and it was on the news that, you know, the price is going up, but it kept being that some of these costs were associated with it, right? So how do we determine, and maybe this is for Mr. Whalen, but how do we determine what that indirect cost is? Because I know that indirect costs are associated with projects because there is a an administrative cost associated with any of the projects that we have to carry out, because they're so cumbersome in terms of who is the one that's actually going to the state and asking for the money and to the county, and who's putting it together and who's doing the grant stuff. So I know there's administrative requirements associated with it. I was asking our staff, how do we make that determination? I know some cities, I was told, don't charge any indirect. I know some entities have a 50% indirect, which is kind of outrageous. And then so have we ever worked on establishing an indirect, look at comparable cities and what the average is? Because I know there's lots of questions that we went from a 2.4 to all of a sudden to a 12% and then back down. So I think as counselors, it opens up a whole lot of questions for us. And I know they're necessary. I just wonder, what is that amount? And what do you do to get to that amount? Or we do nothing, and maybe as a body, we should do a policy that sets what that standard is.
Madam President, the way it's calculated is taking the most recently closed year. For this case, it would be fiscal year 25, and all capital funds that were expended, and then taking the administrative costs, which is mostly staff time, that contribute to the success of those capital projects, which can include project managers, it can include fiscal staff, that are all requirements to keep us in compliance with any of those capital funds that we receive, and taking a percentage.
Correct. So my question would be, have we ever studied what an indirect cost should be other than this kind of floating number?
Well, Madam President, I went back all the way to 2018, and then I looked at all outstanding active bonds. We weren't even recovering some of those costs because the percentage was below 2%. That doesn't represent the costs that it actually took to manage those funds. IRS guidelines allow for up to 5% for tax-exempt bonds. So the standard that I was going against was the 5%. And if it was above 5% in the past year, it was to compensate for those outstanding bonds that had been so much lower than even 2%, and we weren't recovering those amounts.
But the federal guidelines say 5%.
Yes, IRS guidelines.
Okay. Thank you so much. I don't know with our staff, I think you guys are asking some questions from some municipalities just to find out. So Mr. Motzko, can you just talk a little bit about that?
Sure, Madam President and councilors. So we're talking on the same page. This is for our general obligation bonds that are taxpayer approved at an election every other year, that we have very strict usage for. And we just want to make sure we're not potentially risking our tax exempt status when it comes to these bonds, because then the projects would become much more expensive. Mr. Muirhead, our bond attorney, is here. He has much more knowledge about the 5% guideline from the IRS, and he's open to any questions also.
Thank you, Mr. Motzko. Mr. Muirhead, can you come down and answer this question? I guess what I'm just trying to get at is I know that indirect costs are something that's needed because of the costs associated with some of the work that's done outside of the construction project, right? Administering, managing. So do you have any idea, I guess first, your expertise, I'd like to know, if you have anything to add to what I'm saying. And then second, do you know what kind of an average is the municipalities charge for this indirect?
Yeah, Madam President, so what has been said is correct. The Internal Revenue Code sets a 5% of each bond proceeds, each bond issuance. 5% of that can be used for working capital, which would be inclusive of indirect overhead. So at that point, you are looking at things that are directly tied to the project. It is not a pool of 5% of the bond proceeds to be used for any kind of operations or maintenance or anything of that nature. It needs to be overhead costs that tie to the specific projects that have been approved by voters, as Mr. Motzko said. So you're looking at it not only from a state law side, okay, we have these GEO bonds that have been approved for these 9 or 11 questions. Here's the scope of the project. You look at that. Is it fitting the project? That would all be okay with the Internal Revenue Code from the federal side. But then you want to look at it and say, well, what can we apply to indirect overhead from staff who is providing either construction management, accounting, legal services, whatever, that ties to that specific project, can go up to 5%. And so if you had something issued in 2023 for $100 million, you'd have $5 million available where the Internal Revenue Service would be okay if you can establish that it is tied to indirect costs or working capital for those approved projects. Now, is there a standard number? No, it would depend on, I think the standard number needs to be 5% or less. Each particular project may have different facts, different factors that go into it, different municipalities looking at it, but the federal government, and what we care about from the tax exempt bond side is, what's the IRS say about this? And Mr. Motzko is correct, the risk is you would lose your tax exempt financing, which would be a significant setback. But the IRS is saying 5% is fine. Now, within 0 to 5%, it is a policy question for the governing body and for the administration to say, here's how we would look at that and say, okay, we can defend and support that we tied these various working capital administrative costs to these projects, and they fall within that 5% that the IRS has said. So again, the important thing is you fall under the 5% for that bond series over that life of the bond. How you calculate that 5%, the important thing is, one, should the IRS ever audit the city, that you can substantiate how you've allocated that money. And to do that, you are showing that these particular individuals, these particular departments worked on these projects and got paid X, and it was within that 5%. Now, what the city decides to do within that from 0 to 5 is a policy decision by this governing body and the administration, how you look at that. But fundamentally, 5% is a hard cap for that bond cycle. And again, the importance of tying the particular overhead, indirect overhead or working capital you're looking at to the tax exempt bond projects. I hope that answered your question.
It does. I really appreciate your answer. I just want to add one other thing, or add another question to that, is that, so as part of a project that's maybe funded by city, county, state, feds, does that 5% go as a total, or does that 5% get broken down as to the amendment that she has on the floor right now?
Madam President, what I'm concerned about, or what we're talking about here, is the money that's produced by the general obligation bonds. So if you have a pool of state money, city available funds, and general obligation bond proceeds, you're looking at just 5% of those GEO bond proceeds. That doesn't go 5% of the entirety of the money coming into the project.
Okay, thank you so much. Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. Just while you're up here, sir, just a quick kind of clarification so I can understand. So the IRS says 5% is the cap, the ceiling of it. But as we're at a 2.4 or 2.7 is what's being presented, is it a sort of a risk tolerance to say that at 5% we are opening ourselves up to, if we do get audited, to justification, and that's a high risk in that justification, whereas like 3 to 4 is more yellow, 2 to 3 is green, where we know we can justify that if an audit does come?
Yeah, Madam President, Councilor Champagne, what I would say is the IRS has said 5% is a safe harbor if you can support it. So I wouldn't differentiate between 3 to 5 if you can support it and say they are tied to the projects. Once you get over 5, then you are in a presumption that, okay, we're outside of what the IRS said is a safe harbor. So certainly it's easier to justify 2.5% than it is to say 5, but if you can do that, the IRS is saying that that's fine and you have that safe harbor. So on the one hand, practically, yeah, it's going to be easier to establish that you've supported 2.5% to 3%, but that doesn't mean that the 5%, if you do that, is illegal or in violation of the IRS. But I understand what you're saying. You do maybe have a practical problem that the bar is raised, that it's harder to substantiate 5% than 3, if that answers your question.
So it is a sort of a risk tolerance.
Yes.
President.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
More of a policy decision.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So Counselor Tejas and then Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Mayor, can you explain the difference between the federal bonds and the GO bonds and how that
Yes.
applies with the 5%?
Yes, Madam President, Councilor Tejas. So looking at it, and just since you're new here, I'm happy to come and talk to you at any point about the whole bond program. But to your specific question, the general obligation bonds are one of the forms of financing capital projects the city has. Now, you could do that in a way that you borrow more expensively and the IRS would have no concern about it. You don't care about the tax exemption. So you have the GO bonds, you're using that for capital projects. Municipalities have the benefit that the federal government is saying you can borrow at a lower interest rate for these governmental purposes, but when you do, the IRS has a concern that you're not abusing that or misusing it. So it's still just the GO bond program. The federal part is because you're borrowing tax exempt that the federal government cares, but they are not different things. There is the GO program, that is the capital projects. The tax exempt part is the mechanism to finance those at a lower cost, and because the federal government thinks it's providing a subsidy to you, they then have a booklet full of rules, including don't spend more than 5% on salaries and operations because it's supposed to go toward brick and mortar. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to real quick back up a little bit for folks because folks are saying, what are y'all talking about? And so I just want to make sure, so I'm getting emails and like, what is happening? Yes, please, because my question, I'm just going to provide some context for the folks watching and then ask my question. So first of all, IDOH is indirect overhead, which you've heard. And so just think about building a house, right? And you have costs to build that house. You have lumber, concrete, labor, those are direct costs for the house, right? Permitting office, the inspectors, accountants, project managers, those are all indirect costs. We couldn't build the house without those folks making sure we have the things we need, right? So that's what we're talking about. And for myself, wanting to work with my colleagues to fix this is because I watch our accounts for District 6, and this is specifically the bond money that each counselor gets to spend in their district, very carefully. The administration decided to just charge indirect costs at 8%. You're hearing Chris Muirhead say 5% is the cap from the IRS, and then at one time it was 12% at one time. It caused some of my council accounts to go in the red, right? Because I wasn't expecting these charges to hit my account. I wasn't planning for them. I asked very specifically, just like my other colleagues, how do you calculate this so that we can plan? This is just about planning for my district with my specific set-asides from the GO bond process, right?
Yeah.
So let me finish.
Yes, ma'am.
And so those accounts going in the red, of course, caused me to work with our budget team to figure out what was going on. And then I found things being charged from projects from years ago, years back, before I was even a counselor. So my question to you, Mr. Muirhead, is does the IRS dictate the time frame in which IDOH can be charged?
Yes, so a couple things, Madam President, Councilor Rogers. So getting in the weeds a little bit. So the 5% is the cap. And so let's take a single bond issue, say it's $100 million. You're looking at that $5 million that would fit indirect overhead. That may be, they're looking at the life of that bond not being over 5%. So there is a scenario where you might have 8% in year one, 2% in year two, 1% in year three. But as a whole, that's under 5%. And so that's, again, we're in the weeds, and I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but there is a calculation where you can be above 5 in 1 year as long as over that life of the bond, you're under the 3% or the 5%. The second question you raised is very topical. The IRS is looking at changing that in terms of saying that the reimbursement needs to be tied to closer to the time of issuance of the bonds. Under the current rules, you can kind of look at it over the life of the bonds no matter, and look at the end of the life and go back and say, okay, here's what we've done. Proposed rules would change that to say you do need to have a temporal, that it is allocated in those years that you're looking to do the appropriation. So again, in the weeds of the regulations, which are, and, you know, difficult, but what I do agree with what you're saying generally.
Thank you, Madam President. I think that's the issue is as counselors, we cannot predict because it continually changes. It doesn't allow us to plan. And I think the other question is tied to the budget. I know we don't want to get into the budget weeds right now, but this directly affects this conversation. We had conversations with the administration about what we were doing. Our committee sub was published on March 16th. And we received a budget where you plan for IDOH at 5%, knowing that this was on the agenda at what we were wanting to baseline it at. And so why did the administration then use 5% for the budget when you know what our intentions really are?
Yeah, I'm not the administration.
Sure, no, that's okay.
Madam President, Council Rogers, Donna can answer that question. And then
Madam President and Councilor Rogers, the way the legislation was worded is that the baseline was 2.75, and if we could justify that higher amount, which I can, that's why we based the 27 budget with a 5%.
Thank you, Madam President. And how did you justify that? Because we've asked, several of us have asked over and over again, just show us how you calculate it. Be transparent about how you calculate that. And I've never received that.
I have it. I'm happy to share it at any time.
Thank you, Madam President.
Councillor Tejas.
Just wanted to call a point of order to make sure that we're debating the amendment and not the bill right now. Thank you.
Okay, so if there's no other questions from councilors, Councillor Peoplecorn to close.
Thank you, Madam President. So I appreciated that debate on the bill, but I want to bring us back to what my amendment says, which is very clearly not at all about what the calculated IDOH rate should be, or what it should include, or how it should be presented. My amendment, which was on the screen, and perhaps we could get it back on the screen since we've gone so far afield, simply states that no additional administrative costs or fees can be charged outside of the calculated CIP IDOH, whatever that ends up being after this bill that I did not write and we are hearing tonight is. My amendment says that no additional administrative costs can be charged, and it clarifies that that is for GO bonds and for state capital outlay. That is all the amendment before us does, and so I would urge your support on that clarification, because I know that we heard that we haven't had other kinds of fees, but I'm looking at a project detail page right here in front of me that clearly states that we are charging 5%, management fees for one of my capital outlay projects from the state. And I think a management fee sounds a lot like an administrative fee. So all I'm clarifying is that that will not be allowed. That's the entirety before us, so urge your support.
With that, there's a motion, a second on floor amendment that was labeled A that now became floor amendment number 1. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no? No. So that passes 8-1. Next is floor amendment B, will become floor amendment 2. Councillor Grau.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor Amendment 2, I'd like to introduce on page 6, after line 3, insert the following new section. Section 5, fiscal year IDOH budget adjustment requirement. Within 14 days from the effective date of this ordinance, the administration shall submit an executive communication that provides a revision to the fiscal year 2027 budget consistent with the baseline capital program indirect overhead rate established herein. The administration shall identify the resulting general fund difference between the fiscal year 2027 proposed IDOH revenue assumptions and the revised projections based on the baseline rate established herein. The administration shall propose adjustments to expenditures or identify alternative funding sources as necessary to maintain the fiscal year 2027 proposed general fund balance as proposed is very important, and shall not increase the IDOH revenue assumptions above the baseline rate established in this ordinance without city council approval. I offer that as amendment number 2.
There's a motion and a second by Vice President Champagne for floor amendment number 2. Are there any questions, comments? Councillor Bassan, followed by Councillor Feeblehorn.
Madam President, I hate IDOH. I have hated it since day one, but I also understand there is some need for it. I don't understand how we ended up with a last minute 12% increase last year that did catch us all off guard. I had the same experiences, I think we all did. I'm not okay with it. That's why I have agreed to co-sponsor this bill. I will say, full disclosure though, I had meetings with Donna Sandoval and she explained to me her metric of how she landed on 5%. I was a little preoccupied with some other things going on when this was in committee. I don't sit on FGO. It's currently at 2.75%. I did say I think 5% seems reasonable as long as it's not 8% or 12% or 40% or whatever else might get us in the middle of the night. So I'm not going to support this amendment. I don't think it's, I also know that we did have this out there well in advance. However, I think that there was, at least from my experience, some efforts to communicate the desire for 5%. I think it's a compromise. Again, I hate IDOH, but I think 5% seems reasonable. I'm going to be offering an amendment here in a little while to change it to 5%. I think that, you know, we hear all the time that the budget is now in the council's hands. The mayor gave us his proposed budget, whether you want to say it's because he didn't listen to our proposed legislation in advance or not, or whatever fingers we want to point. The fact is we have the budget, it's at 5%. So for us to throw it back on the mayor now, how do we say that's our budget now? So I'm not okay with that. And I think that it's on us to figure out a solution. And my solution will be to offer 5% in a little while.
Any other questions, Councilor Feeblehorn?
Thank you, Madam President. So it's my understanding from the bill, I mean, again, I didn't write this bill, but it clearly states on page 3 that it'll be 2.75 unless an alternative rate is justified pursuant to the criteria established in this section. And then it goes on to say that if the administration determines that an alternative ideal rate is necessary, the city's Department of Finance, Treasury, and DMD CIP shall calculate the proposed rate using the criteria established in this section. And so I don't read the bill before us as saying that it is 2.75 and it will remain that way. And I don't have a problem, I don't think, with it being 5% either. All I'm asking for is a calculation and not just a, hey, we think it should be this. And I sent in specific requests for the calculation, for the list of jobs that are being paid for with this, and I got nothing. And so I question the need for this proposal, not because I don't support what you're saying, but because all the administration has to do is come forward with an actual calculation. And I'm pleased to hear that they've shared one with Councilor Bassan, but I would like them to share it with me. So I think that we could get to a number that we could all agree to if somebody just shares their math. That's all we're asking for. So I won't be able to support this amendment, but I do want to say I understand where it's coming from. The frustration is real. But I believe that there's got to be a calculation that's been done and that it should be shared with City Council immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Madam President. And I think I agree. I think when we looked back at the IDOH numbers all the way back to FY15, we never saw any more than 2% when we looked back, because we did research to look back. And so I also agree with Councilor Bassan that the budget is with us now. And so if we want to make these adjustments, we should do that here on council and not kick it back to the mayor, because now it's up to us. And I would never want to defer my power back to the mayor administration when they've done their work, and now it's time for us to do that work. And I would love to help the cow chair in that, and put myself where my mouth is and help as well.
Okay, before we go to close, I'll just make some comments. I think we're all on the same page. I think we all just got shocked with that 12% and knowing we're trying to get these projects done, and then we have to go back the next year for more capital outlay or for whatever it is. So I think 5% is reasonable. So, you know, I'll support the amendment, but then I'll support Vincent's later. But I think we're all kind of just wanting to make sure that we have just clarity and know the numbers. So, Councilor Grout, to close.
Thank you. I want to say the reason Councilor Rogers had mentioned this ordinance had come before the administration to all of us some time ago, before the budget was sent down to us. So they knew that it was there. And I haven't talked to counselors about what, you know, I haven't talked to anybody, so I don't know where this stands. But so I offered this I have no idea how this is going to go tonight. But again, working with them, yes, we can find the money and we'll find the change. If it changes, we will find the difference. But you might not like the difference that we come up with. And so that's why I wanted to give them an opportunity to find the extra savings that they may need in order to do that. That's all. But it is stuck, it is with us, and that's fine. And we'll find it if we need to. That's all. I urge your support.
With that, there was a motion and a second by Councilor Rogers for floor amendment number 2. All those in favor, raise your hand and Councilor Grout, sorry. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed, no? No. So that's a 4-5. That motion fails. So now we are floor amendment C will be labeled floor amendment, now become floor amendment number 4. Councilor Baca.
Madam President, this is just a technical fix. It's, section 18 to 21. Yeah, that's all it does.
There's a motion and a second for
motion
floor
to pass.
number 3. There's no questions. All those in favor?
No.
Oh, never mind.
There are three.
Vice President.
There are 3 changes on this. That 18 to 21. 3 times though in 3 different positions, so we have to make sure that's specific in what we're saying.
Councilor Baca, do you want to clarify that?
Thank you, Madam President. Look to our staff.
Madam President, Councilor Baca, we just wanted to clarify that this is amendment number 3, not 4.
Oh, did I say 4? I'm sorry. Okay, this is floor amendment number 3. So all those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed, say motion. Passes unanimously. We are now
Madam President, I didn't see everyone's hands.
I know who you're. I know who you're talking about. You were just called out, Councilor. So we are now on floor amendment number 4, which is labeled D in your packet. Councilor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. So floor amendment, did you say 4? 3? 4?
Yes.
Thank you. Page 5, beginning on line 10, amend section D as follows. IDOA rate. The Office of the Internal Audit shall conduct an annual audit of IDOH practices to ensure compliance with this section, including the review of calculation of the IDOH rate, allocation of cost, adherence to the criteria and requirements established herein, and whether costs charged are consistent with the approved scope of capital projects, and shall report to its findings to council. So what this does... Thank you.
There's a motion and a
Thank
second
you,
by Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Councilor Feeblecorn. So this audit requirement gives us the verification that we need. This requirement will allow us to get the information about what was charged, why was it charged, and to what project, so that we can have that data that we're all asking for. That's what this does. It it ties objectives and outcomes to the budget so that we can have that data and make sure it is not going over those requirements. So I urge your support.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I see the administration has their hand up.
Thank you, Council President. You know, getting focused on how we should work together with council. We did send down a budget that had the higher percentage, but we also support reporting and calculating. This bill has significantly changed since it was originally written at the full, I think it was originally at 4.75%. And then it was sent and it was changed again by the committee to 2.75. So we're trying to work with you guys if we need to, but our budget was built on a 5%. So that's the budget that we proposed and sent down.
Okay, thank you. What did that have to do with this?
Council President, that we support calculating and reporting and having to do those things, and that's what this is. With internal
Okay,
audit.
thank you.
They're going to ask for us to calculate and report it. So
Thank you. You didn't add that. So, okay, thank you. So, Councilor Bassan.
Madam President, I want to add that I know that the Office of Internal Audit comes out with their annual plan for what they're going to audit each year. If this is something which I'm not opposed to, if this is something that happens, then I think that we need to also make sure to look at any kind of increase in the budget for internal audit if they're going to need it in order to review. If they just go to admin and have you all do the legwork and give it back without charging us indirect overhead, I think that that would be great.
Okay, so thank you, Councilor Bassan. So, Councilor Tejas to close.
This is business. Every CPA, every CFE, every CGFM, any financial government accountant, fiscal, who understands their fiscal responsibilities know that effective internal controls are good for business and they're good for governance. And so that is what this is. This is just ensuring that we are tracking our data. This is in compliance with the COSO Treadway framework of internal controls, and we could request this type of test work every year if we wanted to, directly with the state auditor, which if we don't pass this, then I would probably just go ahead and do that anyway. So, I urge your support. Thank you.
So there was a motion, a second for floor amendment number 4. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. Thank you, Councilor Lewis. So now we are on floor amendment labeled E, and it's on your iPad, on the iPad. So if you can display it, and this is Councilor Bassan.
Madam President, I move floor amendment 5 on page 3, amend line 20 as follows: rate of 5%, 5%, and then 5% again, unless an alternative rate is justified pursuant to, and then it continues on. As explained earlier, this will be my solution to try to find balance so that we can end up moving forward with a moderate IDOH without it being too extreme one way or the other.
So there's a motion. Is there a second? I'll second that. There's a motion, a second for floor amendment E, or now labeled floor amendment number 5. So is there any discussion? Seeing none, Councilor Bassan to close.
I urge your support.
All those in favor of floor amendment number 5, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? No. Motion fails 7-2. So now we are on to floor amendment number labeled F. Did you say you have another one? And this would be floor amendment number 6.
Yes, Madam President. Although I think that perhaps the one in the iPad says a different counselor is the sponsor, or maybe the one I have. Okay. So on page, I would like to move floor amendment 6 on page 3, line 32, section C4 will be amended as follows. Strike beginning of 2026, the FY26 IDOH shall be recalculated within 60 days of the enactment date of this ordinance, and instead replace it with, beginning with the 2027 bond cycle, the rate of IDOH shall be calculated by January 31st of the year following every bond election. The calculated rate shall apply to the 2-year bond cycle. The rate shall be calculated solely based on the criteria below related to costs associated with the administration of the capital program.
So there's a motion for floor amendment number 6. Is there a second? I'll second.
Thank you, Madam President. This amendment removes the requirement for the IDOH recalculation to take place this fiscal year and the IDOH recalculation to take place January 31st, 2028.
Thank
I
you.
urge your support.
Is there any discussion? Any comments? Counselor Tejas?
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a question just for this year. Right?
Madam President, for this fiscal year.
Fiscal year.
So that way we have the balanced budget that has been presented to us, and then it will be recalculated when it comes to the next bond cycle.
Thank you. Sorry, I needed to hear that. Thank you.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. So I'll just say, you know, I think I have 13 or 14 projects moving their way slowly through DMD, and I'd like to not pay 8, 20, 12, whatever that number is, this year as well. So I will not be able to support this because I do think that everyone up here probably has that many projects, and we are being, you know, penalized for bringing in money for projects for the city of Albuquerque because of the need to take capital dollars and make them into operating dollars. And so I find that disturbing, and I wouldn't want to wait another year.
Any other questions? Counselor Basanta.
I urge your support.
So there's a motion and a second for floor amendment number 6. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
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 Opposed? No? That fails on a 5-4. So, okay. So now we are back on the bill, and as amended 6 times. And we have one person signed up to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Barbara Taylor to speak.
So for those of you who haven't met me, I was the administrator of the GeoBond program for something over 11 years. And I'm going to try to shorten my remarks here based on what I've been hearing. First of all, IDOH is just government speak for administrative cost. And in the case of CIP, the administrative costs are derived from the general obligation bond proceeds and the tax-exempt bond proceeds. And because of that, they may only be spent to support the capital program. They may not be spent on any operating, maintenance, or other non-bond related costs. I've been hearing talk about CIP, IDOH, and the operating budget. I'm sorry.
Madam President.
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a misunderstanding. CIP, IDOH is not revenue to the operating budget. It is GEO bond money that is sequestered for the purpose of paying for those operating costs. So the CIP division encompasses, as an example, encompasses all of those. They have people who procure design and construction contracts. They have construction managers and so on and so forth. So the CIP division becomes CIP IDOH. There's a lawyer somewhere who spends part of his day looking at CIP contracts. That would be justified bond proceeds activity. It's really very important. It's only tangentially related to the operating budget because, for example, CIP comes out of the operating budget and is paid for by bond proceeds. So that's really very important and goes to the importance of understanding the calculation. It's exactly right that until 2018, there were 2%, never went over 2%. And I can just rip off some numbers. You had $180 million GO bond program last time. If you have $3 million of cost, you have 1.7%. You divide the administrative costs by the amount of the bond program to calculate the answer. If you have $4 million, it's 2.2%. Put my glasses on. If you have $5 million, it's 2.8%. So it's pretty straightforward. Where a lot of talk about 5% is reasonable, maybe that's what the calculation adds up to. But the bill defines that criteria. I can imagine it would be over 2% these days because costs have gone up. But I'm surprised that 5% is just sort of being considered as reasonable. Take my
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks for the time.
So are there, we're on the bill as amended 6 times. Are there any other questions, comments from the councilors? If not, Councilors Baca, Rogers, Champagne, and Vincent to close. Councilor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. I had questions.
Oh.
Yes. So I was told in an email last week after my meeting where I got no information that there are 51 positions that are funded through CIP IDOH. And I asked for a list of what those positions were. I got no response. So Mr. Whalen, can you tell me why I didn't get a response and how I would go about getting that list that I've asked for?
Council President, Councilor Feeblecorn, we do have that list, and I know Donna Sandoval has those positions. They're mainly in our CIP division, DMD.
Right.
So,
I understand where they mainly are. I asked for a specific list of each position and where it was housed, and I haven't gotten that. I know you have it. I mean, I certainly hope you have it. I'm asking how I get it.
Council President, Councilor Feeblecorn, Donna Sandoval.
Madam President and Councilor Feeblecorn, I apologize. I had prepped a memo. I had all that information for you. I still do. I can provide it.
It's a little late. I'm going to be voting on this bill here in about 5 minutes. And so I reached out to you and your boss weeks ago. I tried to set up a meeting. I reminded your boss that I needed a meeting on this. We had a meeting. I sent in follow-up questions. I didn't get anything. And so I do want that information, but I just want it known that, that might have changed my position on this bill had I gotten any of the information I asked for. So a couple of other questions. Can somebody explain to me and to the public the difference between CIP recovery, IDOH, and construction management fees?
Council President, Councilor Feeblecorn, Jennifer Turner, our Director of DMD Rules.
Madam President and Councilor Feeblecorn, can you repeat I just want to make sure
Sure.
I get each of the buckets.
CIP recovery positions, so positions that are paid for out of CIP recovery, IDOH, and construction management fees.
Okay, so the IDOH is the overhead, including what's in fiscal and the folks that kind of match up the scope of each project and proposed expenditures and capital funding guidelines. It ties to like accounts payable and paying out invoices, receiving invoices. It's dealing in the guts of our financial system, if you will, reconciling transactions and also working on the 60-page FSR that it sounds like all of you are spending a lot of time reading and tracking your set-asides. And it could include legal. I heard it mentioned that, legal spends a lot of time reviewing all the contracts. So it's really the IDOH rate, it supports those positions that are otherwise in the general fund positions. So construction project management, it depends on the exact bill that you're referring to. Sometimes we get bills from architects that say construction management. And that will be them showing up to, the job site, doing inspections, doing making sure that the contractors are building what they're supposed to be building. It could be line items from the general contractors managing the projects, or it could be DMD project managers managing a project. And so it really kind of depends on context. In regards to capital recovered positions, those are positions that are tied directly to projects. So if we had capital to build a pump station or drainage pond, for example, you would have storm positions that would be billed out of that project money. So,
thank you. So the difference is that some of these positions are billing directly their hours to a project, whereas other positions are having an administrative kind of overhead calculation. I am unclear on which positions are which because I haven't gotten any information on that. I am concerned that they're the same positions based on comments that I've gotten. And I see a lot of head shakings now. It's a little too late to be shaking your head at me. I've asked these questions time and time again. So, one of the examples that was given to me was that staff that work directly on capital projects exceed $6 million. If they're working directly on a capital project, they would be getting it out of CIP recovery. They should not be covered by IDOH. Am I misunderstanding that, Director?
Councilor Pena, Councilor Feeblecorn, I think I'm going to let Donna, because I think DFS was the one responding with that information, and so I don't want to speak for her.
Okay.
Madam President and Councilor Feeblecorn, they're not the same positions.
Okay. And so when you send me the list of the other positions, you're going to send me a list of the capital,
Yeah, I'll
of the
separate
recovery
Yes,
positions as
they're
well?
separate
And they're not
positions.
going to be the same?
No, they are not.
Great. And then I have so many other questions, but I'm just going to go through a couple of the ones. This is just for I don't know, perhaps Mr. Whalen. Why is CIP called CIP instead of CID? It's the Capital Implementation Division, and we are defining it in this legislation as CIP.
Madam President and Council Feeblecorn, CIP stands for Construction in Process. We've used that acronym for many years.
I know what it stands for, but it's in the budget, or in the bill, it says under definitions, CIP is the Capital Implementation Division of the Department of Municipal Development.
Madam President and Councilor Feeblecorn, is that the legislation proposed by the council? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why they used that. I mean, we didn't do that.
Mr. Motzko, can you answer that one?
Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, I will admit that I am in my 22nd year at the city of Albuquerque, and even that predates me. It's always been the CIP division of either DFAS originally or the Department of Municipal Development since 2003.
Okay, thank you. So, all right, I'll stop. I have to say, I have serious problems with IDOH in general in a government situation. I ran a small business. We had overhead that we charged out to our clients on a regular basis because somebody had to pay for, 1/100th of the attorney that I used and 1/100th of the accountant that I used. And in a business setting, that makes a lot of sense. In the government setting, I truly believe that every person that works for the city of Albuquerque should be included in the base budget that this council approves, and they should be paid, period. They're doing a job. It's not like we're going to say, oh, we didn't collect enough IDOH, so you aren't going to get paid today. That is just moving. It's a shell game. And it's a shell game specifically to take capital dollars, which are quite easier to get, and turn them into operating dollars. And we saw that last year when we moved from a low amount that I did not question to a 12% amount, which I very, very much do question. And it was specifically even admitted, I believe, on the dais that we were short. We needed some money. And so I just have a philosophical problem with the whole concept. I'm going to support this bill. I think it's as good as we can get given the lack of information that's been provided. But I really do think that we should be working together more, answering questions on a timely basis more, and just show your work so that this body can feel somewhat confident in the numbers that you are imposing on our capital projects in particular. So thank you.
Thank you. So if there's no further questions, Councilors Baca, Rogers, Champagne, Bassan to close. And this is 03 as amended 6 times.
We urge your support.
All those in favor of 03 as amended 6 times, please raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed, no. That's passes on 8-1. Thank you so much. So now we are on 010, amending section 14.6-6-4 U5 of the Integrated Development Ordinance to define the criteria for awarding appeal costs, and we have Mr. Victor Hall to explain. And we do have an amendment, so as he's making his way to the seat, I make a motion for a due pass. Was there a second? There's a second by Councilor Grout, and it's and then we have a floor amendment. So floor amendment A in your iPads, and if someone can indulge me and read it, because I don't think I can find it.
I can read it. Do you want me to read it right here?
Yes. Right. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, so floor amendment number 1 would be amending section 14.1664 U5 of the Integrated Development Ordinance to define the criteria for awarding appeal costs. On page 2, line 7, amend section 1 as follows. Section 1, section 14 of the Integrated Development Ordinance is hereby amended as follows. And this is just a technical amendment that amends the title of this ordinance to correctly reflect the section being amended by this ordinance. I move a due pass. A second by Councilor Grout. Any questions, comments? All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed, no. Motion carries. So now we are back on the bill. Is there anyone signed up to speak, Mr. Cornelius? Okay.
Yes, there is, Madam President. First up is Francesco Artist, followed by Dr. Lisa Christofferson, followed by Eleanor Walther on Zoom.
Overhead, please. APD said an illegal tall wall was the contributing factor in the wrongful death of married father of 3, KOAT news director Bob Wiggins. It cost Albuquerque around $300,000 for failing to enforce city policies and the Wall and Fences IDO ordinance, which left a large cinder block wall blocking a clear view of the intersection. Mayor Keller and City Council recently passing the unpopular citywide tall wall IDO update at midnight without proper notice that you all are being currently sued for is a bad way to govern and must be repealed with sanctions. Shame.
Dr. Lisa Christofferson, followed by Eleanor Walther on Zoom.
I'm sorry, I got a little lost on where we are. Which one are we on?
Okay. Oh, 10, sorry.
Yes, okay, thank you so very, very much. I apologize. It was such a long time on 26.3. So I want to tell you all that I am in a dissociative state right now. I really am, like, you guys are agreeing. This is like not how it's been and so I'm really excited about this because the feeling of cooperation and just focusing like on an issue regardless of partisanship is kind of what we need, right? And we're like I can't believe I'm agreeing with Lewis. Oh my, I'm like Pena. These are great questions, and it's so that's why I'm like yes, exactly what you all are saying is. So how can we get more of this on, because we don't always agree, and we have a long year to go, and quite frankly, we have weak leadership in our mayoral executive branch. So as citizens, you guys are who we need to talk to because, so this appeal process, it's sort of the same thing. How can we get together as council and city? We're not going to agree on stuff, but how can we as community work on things so we can get this flavor of cooperation for everything?
Thank you.
Eleanor Walther.
I urge you to vote against O10. This is poorly written legislation. It makes the awarding of appeal costs more subjective, not more objective. All 5 new criteria are subjective. For instance, the objective reasonableness of claims and defenses asserted by the parties. What are meritless claims? The party that is opposing the variance is asking the ZHE to follow the IDO, so how can their claim be meritless? This is an opinion, and so it's subjective by nature. Furthermore, why should fees only be assessed against the appellant if the appellant is not the party requesting the variance? The party requesting the variance is asking permission to do something that is not allowed in the IDO. Why is the party who is opposing the variance being punished if they lose the appeal and not the party requesting the variance? Why penalize those who want the IDO followed? If the IDO is going to be amended, then you should remove the awarding of any fees which only apply to the appellant. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yes, Victor. Mr. Hall.
Council President Pena, councilors, this bill adjusts the LUHO appeal structure in 3 principal ways. First of which, it clarifies language therein that these LUHO appeal structures also deal with costs and fees. In several instances, and fees was not in the current language of the bill that has been inserted by this. Secondly, this bill presents several different factors to be considered by the LUHO in making a finding of reasonableness of costs and fees up to $1,000. Those 5 factors include conduct of parties, objective reasonableness of claims and defenses asserted, extent to which an award of costs and fees would deter others from asserting good faith or meritless claims in the future, and objective reasonableness of the parties and diligence of parties during their proceedings. Finally, this bill would amend the LUHO appeal structure by clarifying that a costs and fees exemption may be granted provided that the review of the criteria listed below that section is conducted administratively and compiled administratively by the planning department to be reviewed by the LUHO in the record proper.
Are there any questions, councilors? Seeing none, all those in favor of O10, please say yes and raise your hand. Yes?
Yes.
Opposed, no? Motion carries. That's on a 5-4. Did you get that, Ms. Ventura? Yeah. Okay. So we are now on O13, and this is Rogers, Feeblecorn, and Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. O3 is, oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong place. O13 is adopting a ranked choice voting system, repealing and replacing Article 2, Sections 7 and 8 of the city charter, and directing the city clerk to develop education materials. I move a do pass.
There's a motion, a second by Counselor Tejas. So we will move on to, did you want to open on the bill? Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. So I just want to start with a problem statement of why we are doing this as counselors. I think we've heard from public commenters and folks on this topic for the last 2 years that I've been on council. I know before that with Councilor Feeblecorn as well. And I think the point is that I hear from many voters that their elections feel like they're choosing from the lesser of two evils. I hear that over and over and over again. And being a candidate who had to go through a runoff, as I knocked doors for my runoff, I was shocked at how many people didn't understand that they had to vote again. And so I think that speaks to just education for voters, regardless of what system we choose. Educating voters is important regardless. Ranked choice voting ensures winners have the majority of support. We talked about that when we looked at the runoff, and our amazing statistician showed us some stats that showed even in a runoff, it's not a 50% or a majority vote for several years back that he looked at. So ranked choice voting gives candidates an order of their preference. So you can put your preference in this last mayoral race. I would have loved to be able to rank my candidates based on the order of preference. And just to speak to a couple of the commenters that said we would have to purchase new equipment and new ballot boxes and machines. That is not true. We checked with, of course, thank you to our county clerk for coming out and speaking in support, and we definitely met with her first and checked all of those things. And no, we have Santa Fe and Las Cruces that's already on a ranked choice voting instant runoff process, and our voting machines can easily adapt to that very quickly. The other point that I learned in my research about this was that a runoff election also does not allow our folks that are deployed on active duty the chance to vote in a runoff election. It seriously shrinks the amount of time, and we heard directly from the folks who administer our elections that they see a major drop-off, not just on just regular voters, but our voters in armed forces, which means to me, they should have more time to vote. And if we did instant runoffs, we won't need a runoff. They can put in the order of their preferences, and we can honor those. The other comment that I heard about the fact that it helps other candidates versus other candidates. I watched the Santa Fe ballot when they were going through counting on the last mayoral election. It was fascinating to watch. You should watch it. It's transparent. You can watch it on YouTube as they're going through the rounds. And the first round, if you don't get 50% of the vote on that first round, the process continues. So it is way more transparent. I don't have the privilege to go to the ballot box now or go watch where they're collecting all the ballots and counting all the ballots. This allows transparency for you to see exactly how the ballots are being tabulated and counted. And so for me, that type of transparency is absolutely, I loved watching that process, and you could still go watch it online because it's there. The other thing I want to point out is City Council uses ranked choice voting. When we all vote on our our CPOA director, our staff gives us a little ballot and we write 1, 2, and 3. We use ranked choice voting. So I would argue if it's good enough for us on City Council to use it when we're making decisions, why wouldn't it be good enough for the voters of our city to use that process as well? And so I can continue and go on and on because, I'm for it. I'm helping sponsor it. But in the interest of our time, I'll stop there. Thank you, Madam President.
We will go on to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Garrett, Madam President.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to go ahead and do this now. It being 9:30 and we're going to 47 public comments before we even get to the debate of it, I'll make a motion to suspend the rules and extend this meeting to midnight.
There's a motion in a second to extend the rule to extend the meeting till midnight. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, no? No. So raise your hands again. All those, all those in favor of extending the meeting until midnight, please raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Those opposed, no? No. 6-3.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice
So-
President and Madam President. Our first speaker is Cesar Marquez, followed by James Hernandez, followed by Molly Swank.
All right. Good evening, Madam President and councilors. My name is Cesar Marquez, a voter in from District 2, and I'm also the senior organizer with Common Cause New Mexico. Today's a big day. For me as an organizer dedicated to democracy reform, today's vote will dictate how I spend the next few years of my life. Ideally, I want to spend that time educating voters about ranked choice voting and helping implement a system that ensures majority winners and saves taxpayer dollars. But if the vote doesn't go our way, we'll still be organizing. Right now, the status quo, which includes the political consultants telling you how to vote on this issue, benefit from the fact that not enough people know about this issue. But that is changing. Over the last year, we built relationships with many people and organizations across Albuquerque who now care deeply about RCV, and that list is growing. So the question becomes, can we find 200, 500, or more voters who are frustrated that $1.8 million of their taxpayer dollars was spent on a runoff election? Can we find voters who want more collaborative leadership and more efficient use of our taxpayer dollars? I believe the answer is yes. Either way, the work continues. I respectfully urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
James Hernandez, followed by Molly Swank, followed by Brenda Garcia.
Thank you, Council President Pena and councilors. My name is James Hernandez. I am a lifelong resident of Albuquerque, and I'm a proud supporter of ranked choice voting. The recent ranked choice voting, specifically the runoff election, cost us $1.8 million, money that could have gone towards housing, public transit, and more. Ranked choice voting is a strong way to ensure that the majority winner can win without the extra costs that are burdened on our city. This is especially important considering all the talks that we have right now of our current budget shortfall. At a time when so many of our people are losing faith in our government and our institutions, I believe that we can have local elections in which people can trust one another, in which candidates can work together to solve the real issues that our city is facing. And I believe that it starts locally right here with ranked choice voting. Now, this is an issue that matters to me and for so many others in the city, and that is why I encourage all of you to support ranked choice voting. Thank you.
Molly Swank, followed by Brenda Garcia, followed by Sila Avsil.
Good evening. I'm Molly Swank, and I'm here as a citizen from Council District 9. The discussion around ranked choice voting has gotten ugly, with well-financed political elites disseminating disinformation to community members across the city. You already know how much RCV would save our city, and you've been talking quite a bit about saving city dollars tonight. You know instant runoffs would also save voters the headache of additional month of toxic negative campaigning. You know instant runoffs would ensure a winner is selected on election day and people wouldn't have to shift around their schedules to participate in a secondary election that sees drop off in turnout. But unfortunately, you also know that's how the political machine wants things to run here in our city. They want to make and spend more money and allow the minority of voters to choose their winners. A recent poll found that nearly 60% of Albuquerque voters want RCV. Voters are ready for instant runoffs. They aren't as dumb as some of you have claimed publicly. Please stand with the majority of voters and vote yes on ranked choice voting.
Brenda Garcia, followed by Sila Avsil, followed by Kristen Cummings.
Buenas tardes, señora presidenta, miembros del consejo. Soy residente y futura votante del Distrito Internacional y solo quiero compartir algo desde mi experiencia como parte de esta comunidad. En estos últimos años he visto cómo nuestras elecciones se han vuelto más caras y más negativas. El runoff pasado costó muchísimo dinero y sinceramente siento que este dinero podría usarse en cosas que sí vemos todos los días: calles, parques, seguridad, servicios para la familia. Por eso me interesa el voto por orden de preferencia. Para mí es una manera más práctica de elegir a un ganador, sin tener que pagar otras elecciones. Y además creo que ayuda a que las campañas sean un poco más positivas porque los candidatos tienen que buscar más apoyo, no solo atacar. Yo quiero líderes que unan, que escuchen a toda la comunidad y que trabajen con responsabilidad. Este tema es importante para mí.
Good afternoon. I'm a resident and future voter in the International District, and I just want to share something based on my experience as a part of this community. In recent years, I've seen how our elections have become more expensive and more negative. The last runoff election cost a fortune, and honestly, I think that money could be spent on things we actually use every day: streets, parks, safety, and services for families. That's why I'm interested in ranked choice voting. For me, it's a more practical way to choose a winner without having to pay for another election. And besides, I think it helps make campaigns a little more positive because candidates have to seek broader support, not just attack each other. I want leaders who unite, who listen to the entire community, and who work responsibly. This issue is important to me.
Thank you.
Sila Avsil, followed by Kristen Cummings, followed by Perry Radford.
Good evening, I'm Scylla, and I'm a District 2 voter. I'm here to stand in solidarity with voters who don't want political elites, campaign managers telling us how to run our elections. People who directly benefit from elections being extended because so do their contracts. Campaign managers make more money in runoffs, whether it's privately or publicly funded by taxpayers. In a moment where Albuquerque is $35 million behind in the budget, we need to stop wasting millions of taxpayer dollars on runoff elections. We are the ones who carry the burden. The same people who claim RCV brings dark money into politics are the ones who begged for campaign contributions in the runoff for candidates who were endorsed for supporting ranked choice voting. This bill is supported by your voters. Your campaign manager's opinion shouldn't matter. This bill is a solid solution to all of these problems. Veterans also support this bill, and we hope you vote yes.
Kristen Cummings, followed by Perry Radford, followed by Justin Rogers.
Hi. 4 months ago, Albuquerque spent $1.8 million on yet another runoff election. In the last 9 years, we have had a runoff election every 2 years. 5 runoffs in 9 years, totaling $4.1 million. Ranked choice voting saves money, and it's also more fair. It actually prevents some voters from being disenfranchised for missing the runoff at a later date. And contrary to objections, selecting only a first choice is completely valid under RCV. It's equivalent to not participating in the runoff, except crucially, under RCV, it is a conscious decision and not an accidental absence. Ranked choice voting is nonpartisan. In November 2025, Roswell elected a Democrat mayor despite Republican candidates receiving a combined 55% of the vote. Roswell demonstrates why runoffs and plurality are important. RCV preserves plurality while removing the additional cost and loss of voter participation seen in second-day runoffs. Roswell would have greatly benefited from RCV. Incumbents are elected at similar rates under RCV as under secondary runoffs. Nationally, only 6% of elections under RCV have a come-from-behind winner. Critically, the Bernalillo County Clerk's Office said our voting machines are already configured for ranked choice voting. No new machines are necessary, and this can all be a reality in time for the 2027 election. Albuquerque is ready for this, and I hope you will join us in making it possible.
Perry Radford, followed by Justin Rogers, followed by Rosalinda Dorado.
Thank you, Council President. I'm a District 9 voter and Deputy Director at NM Voters First, a nonpartisan voter engagement group. I want to share some history of how we got here. In 2019, a group of concerned voters brought this policy to their councilors in Districts 2, 4, and 6, which led to the introduction of the RCV bill then. Despite dozens of members of the public voicing support in the meeting, Council voted against it. In 2024, Councilors Lewis and Pena introduced a bill to establish plurality elections where most votes wins. President Pena, I recall you pointing out that our current runoff system was ineffective and discriminatory, and I agree. And I thank Councilors Rogers, Feeblecorn, and Baca for backing an amendment to introduce RCV at that time as a solution to our traditional runoffs, as well as the dozens of public commenters at that time who spoke in support of RCV as well. Here we are again. Through the end of 2025 up until today, voters have been voicing their desire for RCV. I think it's time we give it to them. Thank you.
Justin Rogers, followed by Rosalinda Dorado, followed by Joe Cardillo. Sorry, Joe.
Could I use the overhead again, please? Okay, I'm just bringing back my little statistics here to make the point that in six of the last 7 runoff elections, the candidate who eventually won did not get a majority of the votes that were cast in the general election. The amount they got was less than 50% of that original number. In fact, in 4 of these 6, they got fewer votes than they did in the general. They actually went down, but won the election because of that. So I think we have to have a better way. And instant runoffs is a great way to have virtually the same turnout as we did in the general, right? It's everybody except for those who don't fill out their ballot completely. I was like, just to say also, it's not that complicated. Well, all we're asking is when 2 candidates, neither has a majority, we've got these other people. It could be 1 candidate, it could be 4 others. We're just asking like, hey, ask those folks, who do you want out of these 2? And whoever is ahead on their ballot is probably going to end up winning. As someone else said, you don't have to fill out the whole ballot. Like, you can just fill out your number 1 choice, and then the person you think out of the front runners will be there. So I hope you support this. Thanks.
Rosalinda Dorado, followed by Joe Cardillo, followed by Grace Dukes. Joe Cardillo, followed by Grace Dukes, followed by Christina Herr.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the council. Runoff elections have cost close to $5 million over the last, decade plus. I guess I just think of that as money that we could fund our solid waste workers who need a raise. We could fund housing vouchers, which we need. We could fund basic community services like keeping our teens on a good path and having the opportunity to access community centers, et cetera. So anytime there's a chance to really take our money and use it wisely and be responsible, I think that's something that we should do pretty simply. I think any hardworking resident of Albuquerque feels that way. I certainly do. And I'll just close by saying that I don't think there's any mystery here. Instant runoffs are a fairly straightforward and simple system that most of us can support and get behind, and I think this council should pass it. Thank you.
Grace Dukes, followed by Christina Herr, followed by Martin Rowell, excuse me.
Councilors, I come before you tonight as a Burqueño and as a political consultant that supports ranked choice voting, also commonly referred to as instant runoffs. The data is clear on this. 0% of incumbents in New Mexico have lost after adopting ranked choice voting. It saves taxpayer money. We've wasted $4.6 million over the 6 past runoffs, and in a budget crisis such as ours, every dollar counts. So let's tell the truth if we are going to warn about the consequences of instant runoffs. They discourage toxic, scorched earth strategies and encourage coalition building, civil campaigning, and broader voter engagement. Unfortunately, some of my peers have chosen to peddle false narratives in an op-ed to protect a broken system that makes them richer. Instant runoffs save money, strengthen our elections, and focus them on the people. As a political consultant, I support the right of voters and am not threatened by instant runoffs like my peers. I'm not afraid of missing out on extra paycheck because instant runoffs are implemented. We can pave the way for broader conversations about instant runoffs right here, right now, by voting yes. Please stand with fiscal responsibility, election integrity, and the voters that elected you by voting yes on O2613. Thank you.
Christina Herr, followed by Martin Rowell, followed by Michael Collins.
Hello, Madam President. My name is Christina Herr. I live in District 5. District 5. I'm a small business owner, and I believe ranked choice voting is efficient, fair, and easy. The 1.8 million taxpayer dollars plus time and resources spent on the recent mayoral runoff could have been used for our city in many more positive ways. Instant runoff will solve this. Please pass the ranked choice ordinance for the people of Albuquerque. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you.
Martin Rowell, followed by Michael Collins, followed by William Orr.
Been sitting down for a long time. Madam President, City Councilors, my name's Martin Rowell. I live and vote in District 5. As you've heard, ranked choice voting has many benefits like eliminating expensive runoffs and increasing voter turnout. But as it stands now, I sometimes have to vote twice anyway. The general election and the runoff weeks later, and I often wind up selecting my second choice. I don't see much difference between that and an instant runoff. Same choices, all in one place. It's working in Santa Fe, Las Cruces, and here on the City Council. Please pass ranked choice voting for Albuquerque. Thank you.
Michael Collins, followed by William Orr, followed by Althea Atherton. William Orr, followed by Althea Atherton, followed by Joseph Four.
Madam President, the rest of the council, thank you for letting me speak. I will be very brief. I want to make 3 different points. First of all, I think it's really important that we not disenfranchise our veterans who in Albuquerque who live overseas and therefore cannot vote in the second election. That seems highly unfair to me. Secondly, as someone pointed out already, there's no evidence that ranked choice voting either favors the incumbent or favors the non-incumbent. The data shows that the incumbents are elected at about the same rate in ranked choice voting as in general elections. And the third point I want to make is I have spent some time in northern Maine. Northern Maine has ranked choice voting. I'm disappointed to hear that you think the citizens of Albuquerque are unable to do ranked choice votings where the citizens of northern Maine are able to. Thank you very much.
Althea Atherton, followed by Joseph Ford, followed by Denise Ford.
Madam President, 10 reasons for ranked choice voting ranked. Because number 10, ranking is hard. And 9, who benefits from slow burn runoffs? Not voters. As they'll tell you. In 8, Santa Fe and Las Cruces, where it's a success. 7, candidates cross-campaigning, always adorable. 6, C4s could endorse 4 horses, spreading those resources. And oh, hello, yeah, I know you already voted for John Doe once, but did you vote twice? And did you vote this week? Because we're gonna need you to vote again. Number 4, I would vote for Jane Doe, but John Doe raised more dough, so I'll go with the bro. Number 3, I'm tired of attack ads turning otherwise friends into foes. 2, imagine serving overseas, but your vote doesn't even count because there isn't enough time to get your ballot back. And number 1, I can think of 1.8 million other ways we should spend $1.8 million. Thank you.
Joseph Ford, followed by Denise Ford, followed by Starlin Brown.
Good evening, councilors, Madam President, fellow councilors. I'm going to speak in opposition to ranked choice voting. I'm going to buck the trend of the folks that seem to be behind me. I think it is wrong. I don't think it gives voice to as many voters as you think. And one of the issues that hasn't been addressed is that of ballots being exhausted. The process, the way it's described, if a person doesn't submit enough votes as it goes through the multiple rounds of elimination, that ballot is exhausted. Therefore, that person's votes don't count. If you're going to talk about disenfranchisement, tell people that their votes don't count and they won't support this. Thank you very much.
Denise Ford, followed by Starlin Brown, followed by Jacob Trujillo.
Madam President, council members, I am here to speak in opposition of ranked choice voting. At the time when integrity of our elections are in question, I believe that we should have one person, one vote. I don't want anybody changing my vote behind the scenes. I want my vote to count for who I want it to be. Thank you.
Starlin Brown, followed by Jacob Trujillo, followed by James Shanley.
Good evening. My name is Starlin Brown, and I am the president of the League of Women Voters of Central New Mexico. I am here this evening to speak in favor of ranked choice voting. The League of Women Voters supports electoral systems that strengthen democracy, expand voter participation, and ensure election outcomes reflect the will of the voters. The League believes ranked choice voting can strengthen elections in several ways. It encourages greater voter participation and engagement by allowing voters to express their full preferences. It helps ensure that winning candidates have majority support. It reduces the so-called spoiler effect, allowing voters to support the candidates they truly prefer without fear that their vote will be wasted. And it encourages more candidates to run while promoting more constructive campaigns that appeal to a broader range of voters. The League of Women Voters remains committed to empowering voters. Thank you, and please support ranked choice voting.
Jacob Trujillo, followed by James Shanley, followed by John Martinez. James Shanley, followed by John Martinez, followed by Karina Jaramillo Feldman.
Madam President, councilors, I had the privilege to reside in Australia from 1979 until the mid-1990s. Australia implemented ranked choice voting in 1918. They managed for half a century without computers and without voting machines to be a first world and prominent democratic country, using the system which they call preferential voting. They are a conspicuously prosperous and modern democracy. Their Gini coefficient of income inequality places them between Switzerland and Portugal, whereas the United States sits between Papua New Guinea and Haiti. They don't have post-election insurrections. They are not a global kick-ass military power, but their democracy has allowed them to deliver universal health insurance for every citizen and to formulate legislation to combat gun violence that frankly should put Americans to shame. There is no reason we cannot learn from and emulate some of the best practices of other leading nations of the world. I urge you to support this measure. Thank you.
John Martinez, followed by Karina Jaramillo Feldman, followed by Shannon Kunkel.
Good evening, Madam President, City Councilors. My name is John Martinez, and I'm a proud Burqueño and a resident of City Council District 4. I'm also here representing Conservation Voters New Mexico and our thousands and thousands of members all across Albuquerque in every district. Ranked choice voting is a winner for Albuquerque for many reasons that people have articulated, but chief among those is how much time and money it will save us. As you heard, last December, we spent almost $2 million on our city's runoff elections for city council. In that election, only 33% of eligible voters turned out, 6,000 fewer voters compared to the November election. Our taxpayer dollars should fund our schools, our libraries, our communities, not wasteful runoff elections when there's a better alternative. Running 2 elections when one would suffice just does not make sense. Ranked choice voting would save our city millions of taxpayer dollars every other year, and with the instant runoff system that ranked choice voting allows, we could be putting money back into communities, into our neighborhoods. It's simple, it's not confusing for voters, it's the responsible thing to do. Thank you.
Karina Jaramillo Feldman, followed by Shannon Kunkel, followed by Daniel Williams. Shannon Kunkel, followed by Daniel Williams, followed by Mercedes Herrera.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the council. My name is Shannon Kunkel, and I'm here to urge you to adopt ranked choice voting. The recent runoffs have, as we've heard, cost taxpayers unnecessarily. That's money that could go to roads, public schools, libraries, and our transit, as we've been hearing about. I'm asking for you to support ranked choice voting so that we can help build broader support. As a District 4 voter, it's very important to me that we have the kind of leadership and coalition building that allows for nonpartisan solutions. Ranked choice voting aligns with Albuquerque's independent spirit. We pride ourselves on avoiding partisan gridlock and working together to ensure that Albuquerque is the best it can be. Candidates that appeal not just to their base, but work to appeal to a broader cross-section of Albuquerque, pardon me, mean more listening, more collaboration, and fewer incentives for divisive campaigning. Adopting ranked choice voting is not about changing who wins, it's about strengthening how we choose and ensure our leaders represent all of Albuquerque. Thank you.
Mercedes Herrera, followed by Joseph Greenwood, followed by Catherine Simnacher.
Good evening, Madam President and council members. My name is Mercedes Herrera, and I am a District 3 voter. I'm looking for leaders who prioritize collaboration, fiscal responsibility, and practical solutions. The recent runoff cost taxpayers $1.8 million, and RCV is an efficient way to ensure a majority winner without additional cost. As a young Latina, I can tell you that in my community, people are engaged and thoughtful voters, and I'm certain that they would welcome the chance to rank candidates in a single election rather than having to return to the ballot box. I care about seeing positive and practical changes in our local elections. I also care about positive campaigning and less division in our local elections. RCV encourages candidates to build broader support and connect with voters. This is something that matters to me, and it will influence how I vote in the future. Thank you.
Joseph Greenwood, followed by Catherine Simnacher, followed by Gerald Simnacher.
Madam President and councilors, I'm a resident of District 2. Given the concerning budgetary issues that the city is facing, the long-term cost savings of instant runoff make perfect sense. Current runoff elections are not only a wasteful expense, but are profoundly exhausting. The negative campaigning, wasted hours, compounding anxiety, they're all something that we have a chance to leave behind today. Some say that instant runoff is a confusing system, but when Santa Fe adopted it in 2018, a full 96% of voters correctly ranked 4 candidates, and a significant majority of them reported that the system was perfectly understandable. I would ask that you please respect the capabilities of your constituents, just as Santa Fe and Las Cruces did. Please vote yes, unamended. Thank you very much.
Catherine Simnacher, followed by Gerald Simnacher, followed by Adele Rose Bennett Herrick.
I'm Catherine Simnacher, and I oppose ranked choice voting just because I'm a traditional person. It's how I was raised. But as a person who's volunteered at the polls for probably the last 8 elections, as a poll watcher and challenger, I can tell you, people walk into the polls and they don't even know how to do it the way we do it. They are uninformed. This education process is going to have to be very good and lengthy, and people still will not know how to do it when they walk in the door, and each clerk is going to have to tell them exactly how to do it. They're going to have to educate them. And even, I just think too that when I vote my vote, I want to make sure that it's for the candidate that I want to win. And I don't want my vote to be diluted because of the ranked choice voting.
Gerald Simnacher, followed by Adele Rose Bennett Herrick, followed by Kelly Bacher.
Madam President, I'll just keep it simple. Ranked choice voting
It's going to add an unnecessary level of complexity to a simple process. We all know one vote, one person, and it's going to make it a lot tougher. Thank you very much.
Adeo Rose Bennett Herrick, followed by Kelly Baca, followed by Ralph Thompson.
Just before you start, it was you that I should give the warning to, so I'm so sorry.
Ranked choice voting encourages moderation. It encourages civility. And there seems to be a lot of misinformation about it. So one person, one vote, one election. We should be able to agree on these things. And it's upsetting that people think their vote is being diluted when they choose to rank additional people. Also, in New York City, it worked out really great because it helped build incredible alliances that put that city far ahead. Brad Lander and Zoran Mandani, for one.
Kelly Baca, followed by Ralph Thompson, followed by Kimberly Zudima. Ralph Thompson, followed by Kimberly Zudima, followed by Dr. David Bearshield. Kimberly Zudima, followed by Dr. David Bearshield, followed by Mara Jans.
Are you Kimberly?
Yes.
Okay.
Give me just 1 second here. Okay. Good evening. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to ranked choice voting. My concern is not about political parties or candidates, but about keeping our elections simple, transparent, and easy for every voter to understand. Our current system is very clear. The person with the most votes wins. Everyone understands it, results come back quickly, and voters know their ballot counted, just the same as everyone else's. Ranked choice voting changes that into a complicated, multi-round counting system where ballots can be thrown out if a voter's ranked candidates are eliminated. That means some people's votes may not count in the final round, which does not feel like equal representation. Ranked choice voting also costs more to implement, requires new software and voter education, and often delays election results for days or even weeks. I don't think our city needs more complicated and more expensive ways to vote when our current system already works and is easy for voters to understand and trust. Elections should be simple, transparent, and easy to trust. With only 25 to 30% of Albuquerque showing up to vote, do we really need to complicate it more? For these reasons, I ask you to vote no.
Dr. David Bearshield, followed by Mara Jans, followed by Megan Yosis on Zoom.
Madam President and City Councilors, it's good to see you all. It's been many, many years since I've been able to be here. And I always remembered that when they said Dr. Bearshield comes into the Vincent Griego chambers, it is because there's an issue that is very, very important. I want to let you know that as a Native American and as First Nations, I am in opposition of this because if it doesn't work in the tribes, it will not work in government now. And I want to say that this dead horse has been drugged before this council many times. And I think after this time, we should take under great consideration that today we should put an end to this, coming to this council year after year. Because I believe your time is very, very, very extraordinary. And there are projects and things that need to be really weighed upon, rather than listening to the public tell you that this is what needs to be done. And I have one great thing to say. This is not Santa Fe. This is not Las Cruces. This is not Maine. This is not anywhere. This is Albuquerque. And I entrust today that you all will stand strong to vote against this today, because I know each and one of your tenures have been for the sustainability of our city, and I thank you for today.
Mara Jans, followed by Megan Yosis, followed by Eleanor Walther.
Good evening, Madam President and City Council. I am here to oppose ranked choice voting. I attended a meeting in Santa Fe several months ago. A qualified speaker presented a lesson in ranked choice voting. Even though the material was well presented, I cannot really explain it all to you now. I know that Councilor Rogers gave a very nice explanation, but I think just the fact that we need further and more explanations should tell you something. Can you all explain it to others and how the votes are calculated? It's using math and statistics in a very strange way to complicate voting and can lead to voter confusion, a lack of voter confidence, and the resulting final winner not to be the choice of the majority. Please vote against it. Thank you.
Megan Yosis, followed by Eleanor Walther, followed by Regina Dickens.
Good evening, Council President, Council members. I support ranked choice voting, and I urge you to vote for ranked choice voting. Most people can understand, I think people can understand putting candidates in order of how much they like them, and especially if they're told that if you only like one person, you can only put one person, and it will be one person, one vote. But I don't think if you went up to every person in the city of Albuquerque and asked them for $3, since the runoff last year cost about $3 per person, if you asked them, can I have $3? And you had to explain to them, I'm taking your $3 so that we can make you vote twice. And then you told them after that, by the way, people who are on active duty in the military don't get to vote. So you're paying extra to not let people in the military vote. I don't think that flies really. So I do think we should have ranked choice voting. Thank you.
Eleanor Walther, followed by Regina Dickens, followed by Marcelin Costner.
Ranked choice voting is a simple change that makes our democracy more fair, more civil, and more representative. I am frankly insulted by the idea that Albuquerque voters aren't smart enough to use ranked choice voting. How hard is it to answer, who is your first choice? Who is your second choice? And so on. We already make more complicated decisions every day. In the past, I have not voted for my true first choice because I wanted to make sure a candidate who is at least acceptable to me would qualify for the runoff. Ranked choice voting fixes that. I can honestly rank the candidate I like best without worrying that I'm wasting my vote or accidentally helping elect the person I like least. The system encourages positive campaigning because candidates need not only appeal to their base, but to also second and third choice support from other voters. It opens the door for new voices and ideas without splitting the vote, and ensures that the winner has genuinely majority backing.
Regina Dickens, followed by Marcelin Costner, followed by David Venus.
Thank you, Madam President and councilors. I'm a constituent of Councilwoman Rogers. The democratic process that unites us as Americans require we participate in voting and demands fair and accessible voting processes. Simplifying voting by adopting the ranked choice voting process will increase voter participation and decrease expenses dramatically. I'm respectfully requesting you do pass ranked choice voting. Thank you for all you do for Albuquerque.
Marcelin Costner, followed by David Venus, followed by Hannah Epstein.
First, I just want the counselors to bask in the amount of people who stayed till 10 p.m. on a Monday, put all their things aside in their lives to be here to speak in support of this thing. This matters to people. This is important. This brings democracy to us. It makes it so much easier. That it's a simple thought to candidates how I want them. And for those folks that want one choice, you can put in one choice. It really, it makes this thing so much easier. It saves us money. It feels like a no-brainer. But I don't know, maybe some counselors are worried that if we adopt this system, they might not be able to make it. Who knows? But I urge you to support this. This is crucially important, and it just makes sense. It makes sense.
David Venus, followed by Hannah Epstein, followed by Monet Archibald. David? We're not hearing your audio. I could try to come back to you if you want to try to log back in. We'll go to Hannah Epstein, followed by Monet Archibald, followed by Paul Kolpinski.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Epstein. I am a voter in District 6. I've lived in Albuquerque for almost 24 years now. And if there's one thing I know about Albuquerque, it's that we love to believe that we are leaders in the state. However, Santa Fe and Las Cruces are leading the state by having ranked choice voting. We need to catch up. And we need to reassert our leadership and begin to lead the country as a medium-sized city with ranked choice voting. That's how I feel, and I hope that you will support this bill. Thank you so much.
Monet Archibald, followed by Paul Kolpinski, followed by Diane Cox.
Good evening, Madam President and counselors. We made it, y'all. We're almost there. Just gotta hold on. My name is Monet Archibald, and I'm the political director of Olay. Our members who are working people call for a voting system that serves us, ranked choice voting. The current runoff system does not serve working families. Last year's runoff election for mayor and council districts 1 and 3 is projected to cost Albuquerque taxpayers $1.6 million. These funds could be better used for affordable housing, street repairs, park improvements, and youth services. As a city, we should not be allocating resources to unnecessary runoff elections when a better system exists. Runoff elections not only waste money, but also reduce voter participation. In the 2025 mayoral runoff, turnout was 5,191 votes lower than in the general election. We urge your due pass on this matter. Thank you.
Paul Kolpinski, followed by Diane Cox, followed by Teresa Garcia.
Madam President, council members, my name is Paul Kopinski. I'm a voter in District 2. Every city council and mayoral election going back to 2013 resulted in a runoff election, it costing city taxpayers money, most recently $1.8 million. And this is a ridiculous waste of taxpayer funds. I would rather see those funds applied toward affordable housing and public transit. Runoff elections alienate voters. As a poll worker in the 2025 city election, I saw this reduction in voter fraud firsthand, or voter turnout firsthand. The criticisms that ranked choice voting violates the one person, one vote principle is patently false. With ranked choice voting, my choices count all the way to the final tally, which is the hallmark of democracy. The fear that ranked choice voting is too complicated, this again is false. Every day people make ranked choices in preferences like what to make for dinner, what to wear to work, or prioritizing tasks at work. Do what's right for democracy in Albuquerque. Vote yes for ranked choice voting. Thank you.
Diane Cox, followed by Teresa Garcia, followed by David Venus.
Yes, Madam President and councilors, I want to bring up a point that hasn't been brought up by anybody else speaking about this, and it's about taking away partisanship. So when you have ranked choice voting, you don't actually have to worry about your party pressuring you on who to vote for. You just pick who you like and you rank them. I want to point out that we have 4 people up for election next year, 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. I'm a voter in District 8, and I have to tell you that I'm not necessarily going to vote for whoever I'm pressured for. And I think this is something that a lot of people don't think about. On top of that, I have family members who are in the military, and as somebody who is extremely patriotic, I feel that this is disenfranchising them if you continue this type of voting without a ranked choice voting. Thank you.
Teresa Garcia, followed by David Venus.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Teresa Garcia, and I'm here today in support of ranked choice voting. As a recent candidate in District 3 City Council race that went into a runoff, I experienced firsthand the challenges of our current election system. I am confident that if we had ranked choice voting, the outcome would have been completely different, and it would not have gone to a costly runoff that cost the city of Albuquerque millions of dollars. Those are resources that could have gone to support our city employees with the wage increase that they deserve and address real needs in District 3, like dirt roads that are unmaintained and sidewalks, as well as bus stops without shade and or seating. Ranked choice voting not only saves taxpayer dollars, it creates more respectful elections. Too often campaigns rely on dirty tactics, excusing poor behavior as just politics. That does not excuse using a survivor story to win votes or harming an entire community of survivors. Campaign consultants or donors should not limit the voice of the community. Ranked choice voting encourages coalition building, respectful engagement, and a more transparent process. I urge you to support ranked choice voting. And if it's about voter education, let's give our community more credit and create more meaningful voter engagement, especially in District 3. Thank you for your time.
David Venus.
Thank you, Madam President and councilors. I urge you to vote no on ranked choice voting. I'd like to echo what was said earlier about ballot exhaustion. Let's have an example. Say there's 5 candidates, and of those 2 candidates, they are eliminated in the first and second rounds of the tabulation. Their choices will not be considered in the remaining rounds of the tabulation. This ballot exhaustion leads to candidates being elected who were not the first choice of a majority of voters, but only a majority of all valid votes in the final round. Therefore, it's possible that the winning candidate will fall short of an actual majority, eliminating the influence of many voters over the final outcome. In other words, a candidate that does not receive a majority of votes in the first round could still win. I also have questions and speculation about the concept of transparency. And also with runoffs, the winner has a clear mandate, which I don't think you have with ranked choice voting. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes public comment. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, are you sure, Mr. Williams? Okay, yes or no? Okay, we got you on the record. So, okay, so we are now open the floor to councilors. Councilor Lewis.
Madam President, thank you. I wonder if Mr. Marquez with Common Cause, would you mind if I just had a conversation with you real quick, briefly? Yeah. And really just for the purpose of just having a conversation with you about it. I mean, I appreciate all the commenters here tonight and everybody sharing, both sides of this. It's interesting and fascinating, just reading and studying ways to make our elections better. And so certainly appreciate, no matter what you believe on this, your willingness to come and to share it and to, fight for something that you believe in. And I just, asking you, Mr. Marquez, just because I know you represent Common Cause, and I know you guys are actively, supporting ranked choice voting, right? I mean, you've been working on this for a good while, yeah?
Yes.
I know mentioned El Centro and Olay and others that were mentioned here tonight. I think those are the others that were mentioned here tonight. There was a time when Albuquerque did not have any benchmark as far as, it was a majority vote. Albuquerque had a majority vote. I mean, if there were 10 people running and you received the most votes, it was the most votes, then you were elected.
Like plurality voting is what you're describing?
Yeah, plurality voting. And then, many people, supported changing that to a standard, like 40% started with, and then pretty recently changing that to 50%. You all supported that, correct? Taking it over 50%, I think.
Over 50%, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe Common Cause was very, active in, ensuring that we had a majority vote,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And you all did that knowing that, and it's been mentioned here tonight and others, because we have that majority vote, that's led to a lot of our runoff elections. We didn't have runoff elections when there was a plurality vote. We didn't have as many runoff elections when there was a 40%. But the current state that we're in is because of the 50% that you all advocated for. And so it doesn't seem like you were at the time concerned about the $1.8 million that we're spending now on runoff elections, something you guys were very passionate about, knowing that it would lead to runoff elections where we'd spend a lot of money.
Well, I've only been in New Mexico for a year, so I can't speak to some of the efforts.
Okay, no, that's fair.
That were
That's
done
fair. I know
in the
others
past.
in your organization that were
Yeah.
pretty adamantly fighting about it, and some that are here tonight.
Sure.
And also what's interesting is that when it comes to, I think you all fought for that because you put the standard up of we need to have not a plurality, but a majority. We want people to get elected that have over 50% of the vote. So there wasn't a lot of concern about the $1.8 million or spending more money on elections, but there also was a concern about people getting elected with a majority vote. And now with ranked choice voting, there are many scenarios of a ranked choice vote that would lead to a plurality of someone who gets elected without having the majority of those who participate in that election. You agree with that, right?
I'm sorry, you're saying with ranked choice voting or?
With ranked choice voting,
So with ranked choice-
because of the fact that ballots are exhausted, and so let's say you have 10,000 people that vote, 3,000 of those are exhausted by the time you get to maybe the third or fourth choice that actually wins it, and now you have someone that wins that did not get the majority of all those who participated in the election. I mean, you'd agree with that, right?
I do not. Can I explain?
Sure.
First of all,
Please
what
do.
exhausted ballot is?
Yeah.
Okay. So with ranked choice voting, you get to rank up to 5 candidates, or the number could vary, but let's say that it's 5, right? So somebody who really likes 3 candidates, but you know what? Everybody else is extreme. They don't want that person, anybody else. They have the right to rank as many as they want. We obviously recommend as many as possible because you have more of a voice. But in the case that somebody does not rank all the candidates, what does happen is that, let's say that that person's candidates all got eliminated, right? So that is what an exhausted ballot is, right? But that is by design. The person is consciously making a choice to not rank any more persons. That is the equivalent of somebody just skipping a race. Sometimes you see a race, sometimes it's only one person, so you can't even, it doesn't matter. But if there's 2 candidates and you choose not to vote in that election, that is the same as an exhausted ballot. Now, does that mean that your whole ballot gets thrown out? Of course not. It just means that you intentionally chose to not participate in that election, in that tabulation process. Like I said, we recommend people to rank as many as you're allowed, because that means that if your choices, end up dropping out, then you still have a say, right? But an exhausted ballot is a feature. I know the opposition is trying to sell it like it's a bug, and they try to use this word that a lot of people don't understand, but there's nothing intrinsically wrong with an exhausted ballot because the person is choosing on their own to not participate in that. So back to the majority part. So it is embedded in the system that you have to win with the majority, right? With ranked choice voting, you would go into an instant runoff until there's only 2 candidates left, right? And so at that point, it's similar to what we have in a 2-person election. One of them gets the majority. Now, technically, they could literally split it, but that would not be any different, with the current system.
Yeah, and again, I've read many scenarios where it's, and I think you described it right there too. I mean, at a certain point in the balloting, at a certain point, there are a certain amount of people that are no longer a factor in who gets elected there. And in many scenarios, and I studied up on every bit of it and looked at a lot of other elections, and in many scenarios, the person who's elected would not be the majority elected in many of those scenarios. It doesn't happen every time, but that's actually by those who participate in the entire election. In the same way that we have maybe a general election and then a runoff, like you all supported the runoffs, from before. But just what you described right there, do you think some people have a hard time understanding it?
No, I think it can be easily explained. Also, that's not something that the voters themselves are going to have to deal with. This is more that part of the training that the folks administering the election would might be more useful to them. I think now I definitely do want to educate people on what an exhausted ballot is, because it seems like there's a lot of misinformation and they're trying to use it as this bad word to deter voters from supporting it. But yeah.
Well, I'm certainly not trying to spread any kind of misinformation. I want to understand it. Mm-hmm. And I'll be real honest, there's some things that it's taken me a while to understand it, Before I understood it, you probably wouldn't, I'm not sure if you'd call me dumb, maybe you would, But the Santa Fe New Mexican in November had an article, and you guys were quoted in this, Common Cause was, but the title was nearly 8 years later. So 8 years later, ranked choice voting still causing confusion among the electorate. And in that article, it's a pretty extensive article. I think the Santa Fe New Mexico did a pretty good job of research and interviewed a ton of people, got a lot of data, and they found that after 8 years in Santa Fe, that people in Santa Fe were still confused. And so here's also a misnomer. Tonight you've heard people that oppose, people making accusations that if you oppose ranked choice voting, then you're calling people dumb. I'm not calling people dumb or confused. I'm certainly not calling people confused, but the Santa Fe, New Mexico is calling people confused. After 8 years of voting, using ranked choice voting in Santa Fe, they interviewed person after person and candidate that said they were confused. And you all were quoted in that. I think Molly Swank was quoted in that, representing Common Cause. And I happened to just read this tonight as you all were speaking here tonight, and said that Common Cause is going to spend a good deal of time over the next year educating, acknowledging really that people don't understand it. There's still some confusion in Santa Fe, and so that's the reason why, as an organization, we're going to do some more education. And I guess my question is, why in the world would you all need to do more education about ranked choice voting if it's something that is so easily understood? Even to the point where you all have a campaign that you describe in this article that relates ranked choice voting and choices that we have in ranked choice voting to food choices we have in New Mexico. So you want to be able to explain it in a way that everyday people order food. All of us order food, whether it's green chili or red chili. And so why go through all that trouble? Why spend so much money in an organization to try to really explain it if it's not complicated in the first place?
Sure, yeah. So, I would definitely agree that things like ranked choice voting or instant runoffs are confusing in the sense that anything is confusing when you just heard about it, right? And when you talk to, your everyday folk out on the streets who has so many things to worry about, like the economy, education, and all these things, you know, they're not super politically involved. They don't know these terms that are more used in academic circles or political circles, right? And so when you tell them what, you know, ranked choice voting, instant runoffs, they go, what is that, right? But they understand the concept. They understand what it is. And in my experience, I've been, you know, talking about ranked choice voting and open primaries for about 4 or 5 years. And, you know, 99% of the time, most people walk with an understanding of this is something that I do. And this is also why we do education with Legos. We rank pizza, tacos, beer, anything and everything, because, you know, the point is that this is something you already do. If I ask you to rank your top 5 artists or songs, you know, we see all these things all of the time, but we just haven't connected those two, the word ranked choice voting with something that you do, right? And that is the work that I've been doing. That is the work that a lot of our coalition members are doing. And I definitely acknowledge that there does need to be a lot more conversations and educations, but we're happy to do it. And I would say that if you're gonna spend time and energy educating voters that there's even a runoff election, then you might as well spend that time and energy talking to or educating voters on, you know, ranked choice voting itself. And in my experience, once people go through the process, once people experience that, oh, hey, maybe my first choice didn't win, but my second one did, and then they get that feeling of like, hey, my voice still mattered. And that is such a powerful feeling that, you know, we're trying to spread all over the city, all over the state.
Yeah, I don't mean to cut you off. I just have a little bit of time, but thank you.
Okay,
I really
understand.
appreciate you explaining that, and I'm asking that to you. I don't mean to put you on the spot. I truly wanted to learn, but also I wanted to explain my opposition to it too. I wanted you to hear an explanation, not just hear me vote no, but here's some
appreciate
explanation that I have to it. That it's not some of the stereotypes and the things that you guys might think of me. In fact, you know, ranked choice voting, you know, has been around for 150 years. And so it's not a new thing. It's
Right.
not this latest and greatest thing that we're all educated, but I find it interesting that it's been around for 150 years and we're still having to educate people about it. And there's, you know, a handful of cities around the country and a few in New Mexico that are using it. And why there wouldn't be more after 150 years of knowing about what it is. But thank you again. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Councilor Peoplecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Marquez, just stay up here. I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate the work you do. I think you were cut off, and so I'd like to give you the opportunity to complete your answer on why we need to do education for instant runoffs.
I think right now, people are so busy and preoccupied with all the things that are happening in this country. I mean, we're literally seeing our democracy just, you know, be torn apart. You know, our country is divided. The economy sucks. We're at war with like so many countries now, right? And so people right now just don't have the bandwidth to even think about some of these, you know, solutions, right? Because, like I said, they have a million things to worry about. And I've experienced that. You know, I'm Mexican American. I was born in Chicago. My family is from Jalisco. I was raised there. And, you know, I was very fortunate to go to school and, you know, achieve my American dream. And so I had the ability to step back and look at what are some of the solutions that could be applied to solve some of the problems. And people much smarter than me came up with solutions like open primaries, ranked choice voting, applying an independent redistricting commission, all of these things, right? And so I became obsessed with open primaries and ranked choice voting, what Alaska has, and have been working on it for the last 4 or 5 years, not just in New Mexico, but also Nevada, where I lived before. And I see, like, with the Latino community, this is not something that's, you know, and I'm sure so many other communities, right? And like I said, that's because they have a million other things to worry about. Right now, what I see is, you know, these concepts are mainly in political circles academic circles. When I go to these conferences, the only Latino people I see are the ones serving food and cleaning up after, the folks who are mostly white. And not that there's anything wrong with having white people in the space, obviously, but we need to broaden the coalition, right? And so, to answer your question, I think this thing is coming. I think once it's a matter of people finding out. It's a matter of our community members organizing and talking to each other and having events and ranking pizzas and tacos and all the things that they like before they find out that, hey, this is a real solution that would solve real problems. And I think that day is coming because we feel the problem. People, I think, just haven't really woken up to the solution. And I hope that, the folks who are here in this room will help Common Cause and our coalition members spread that word. And I think once people see that, they'll remember, votes like this.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez. I don't have any other questions for you. Just wanted to make sure you got a chance to complete your thoughts. So, Madam President, I think Mr. Marquez is right. This is coming. It's all around us. I will correct someone who spoke earlier that this has been proposed year after year. It hasn't. It's been proposed every 2 years because I've done it. This is my third one. And that's because we have a new council every 2 years. And so it will come eventually. And the folks in this room that are doing their organizing will be the ones that bring that to our community. And so I just want to say, we've decided as a community that we want somebody that gets 50% of the vote, right? We do not want somebody that is down at 30% to be able to be the mayor or counselor. We want to make sure it's someone who has that support from the community. And the runoff system is expensive. Is it better than having just some person that got 28% of the vote being mayor? Yes. But is there another option that is even better? There is. Instant runoffs are the next step to making sure that our voting system is fair and open, but also financially responsible. I've just been listening a lot tonight about the one person, one vote, and I have to say, in the last mayoral election, I had 2 votes, right? I did. I voted for the mayor, and then I went back a month later and I voted for the mayor again. I could have changed my vote, but I did have 2 opportunities to vote. So I'm not sure that one person, one vote thing makes a lot of sense, given that I voted twice in one election, right? And so we also heard a lot about lots of exhausted ballots, and I appreciate the concerns about exhausted ballots, but what about the concerns about exhausted voters? Over 5,000 voters in the last mayoral election were exhausted and didn't go back. And so I'm a little more concerned about that level of drop-off than I am about someone who didn't choose to complete their instant runoff ranking. I do want to talk about 2 other things that haven't been really discussed tonight. One is the concern that I've heard from quite a few people around the use of our schools as ballot or as voting locations. It is a little, and I am not a parent, but my friends who are parents say it's a little unnerving to have people in their kids' school during the day. School's still going on. And so we're setting up a system where runoffs have a second day of a bunch of people traipsing through schools when the kids are at school. And I do think that is something that we should be concerned about and considering, and I haven't heard that tonight. So I just wanted to raise that issue. The last issue, or the second issue is that there is some kind of concern that there's going to be delayed results. And I guarantee you that any result that is slightly delayed because there is a counting process will still come out many, 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 many days earlier than a runoff, which doesn't happen for an entire month, and then there's the voting and the counting. So I don't believe that delayed results is an issue. And I'll just end with, we heard, why do we have to educate the public? I think Mr. Marquez did a great example or great job of explaining that to us, but I'll just remind us, we do educate the public about runoffs. We continually run ads and we tell people about runoffs. This body is has directed the administration to provide education on our new traffic code that says, hey, if there's a flashing light and a crosswalk, you should stop at it. I think most people know that, but we're still doing that education. We are still reminding people of the way to act. And so I just don't have any problem with us spending a little time to educate people on instant runoffs as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to start off by saying thank you to everybody who stayed here late tonight. I know I vote consistently against staying late, but often sometimes that's an important thing. So thank you to everybody who came out, regardless of for or against. And I also, we're talking about voting here. That's fundamental to our democracy. So it's not a small thing, and I want people to know that. And so I did spend the past week talking to constituents, looking at emails, responding when I could. And short of tonight, it was actually pretty evenly split, which I was kind of surprised with. I didn't know which way it was going to go, to be honest, but we had constituents for, constituents against, which I think is also important when you're talking about an important topic. Oftentimes I find myself trying to put myself in the place of one group or one place that's passionate about something. And sometimes we end up with a topic or an issue where both sides are equally passionate and equally believe in that issue. So I want to get that out. Now, as I try to go through this, and we've talked about this many times, and people have heard me even voice my opinion at times, one issue is trying to figure out what is trying to be fixed here. There's definitely a question of cost. I can see that. I don't know that cost should be the basis for how we do our elections or the sole basis, because it is so important. That shouldn't be just the only one. We talk about numbers. I looked at the last election. We had 134 turnout on the first round, 128,000 on the second round. That's a drop off of less than 4%. That also means when you combine 134 with 128, that's a whole lot of voters. And that's two different elections, and each person voted once in each election. So not multiple times within one election. Same thing, what is the issue that we're solving here? I look at my colleagues here, and it's majority women. That happened without ranked choice voting. Same thing with our state legislature. Majority women these days. If you add in people of color, across the board, we have that within New Mexico. One thing I'm very proud of. I look at our own elections, city council is my third election I've been part of. They've all been civil. Three in my district last time. We didn't go to a runoff. And in fact, only one of the four council elections went to a runoff at that time. So saying it's always going to be a runoff is actually not true. We know that. Now, I do want to say our county clerk, Kavanaugh, brought up a really important point that I had not thought of or considered or even heard of, and that's in regards to our military personnel. This is important to me as a veteran because I know what that's like. I don't know, maybe this is the solution to that. Maybe there are other solutions. I haven't had time to consider that. It's certainly a statewide issue because we only do ranked choice voting in 2 cities. And so that definitely should be considered at not just at the city level, but the state level, and definitely deserves more attention. So all that said, I often joke. I say, I won't even play fantasy football because I only cheer for the Detroit Lions, and I don't mean that to be flippant. I say that in the context of when it comes to voting, I'm voting for somebody based on their values, voting based on what I believe they're going to do that fits what I would like to see done. I'm voting for that person. I'm not choosing my second choice. I'm not choosing my third choice. I think most people are like this across the country. You pick your person and then you go with that. In this case, our system currently has 50 plus. I think that's the correct way to do it. I don't think plurality was a good way to do it. And so sometimes that leads to a runoff. Sometimes, not always. So with that, while I think this is an important important issue, and I've heard from a lot of people on both sides of this. I don't believe this is something that's going to be coming in the future, to be honest. I personally do not support this based on what I've seen, what the data shows, and all my conversations with everybody. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Baca. Councilor Tejas to close.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, everyone. I was going to talk a little bit about what everybody already spoke about, right? About the cost and the efficiencies, and how important it is. And I've kind of changed my position a little bit. One thing I want to say is this. Dudum versus Arnett's, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit upheld that ranked choice voting is constitutionally valid because it treats all ballots equally. Minnesota Voters Alliance versus the City of Minneapolis, the Minnesota Supreme Court upheld ranked choice voting against claims including unequal vote weight, which meant that the state Supreme Courts affirmed ranked choice voting as consistent with constitutional voting principles. Baberitz versus Ashcroft, Maine's Superior Court rejected constitutional challenges to the ranked choice voter system, stating that ranked choice voting has been upheld in modern implementation context. The legal standard under the Supreme Court of the United States, under Reynolds versus Sims, the principle requires equal weighting of each voter's ballot, equal treatment of voters in the electoral process. It does not require that votes be counted only once in a static manner, and that elections avoid sequential tabulation. So it does uphold that there is one person and one vote. The application to ranked choice voting satisfies constitutional requirements because it is a single ballot per voter. Each voter casts one ballot. It upholds the standard because of equal treatment. All ballots are tabulated under the same rules. Number 3, no additional voting power. Rankings do not create extra votes. A ballot counts for one candidate at a time, functional equivalent of a runoff. Courts have recognized that ranked choice voting is an instant runoffs, and runoffs themselves, of course, are constitutionally valid. This is an instant runoff and therefore is constitutionally valid. The claim here that ranked choice somehow violates constitutional rights for our one person, one vote is not supported by the law. Federal state courts have consistently upheld ranked choice voting systems, finding that it treats each voter equally. The tabulation method is consistently permissible, logically sound, mathematically principled, and accordingly adopted. Ranked choice voting is legally defensible and consistent with established constitutional principles. So it is very, very clear that even our Constitution of the United States supports ranked choice voting across the country. It does not disenfranchise voters. If anything, it better reflects how voters think, allowing them to support their first choice without wasting that ballot if the candidate falls short. But what I also want to add that I think is very, very critical is, I've said this a lot, you all know this. I am a fraud examiner. I approach elections in the same way that I approach any system of governance where there are risks and how we can reduce those. I investigate fraud for a living, and therefore I also investigate how to reduce fraud for a living. And I can say this very clearly. The narrative that ranked choice voting somehow weakens election integrity is just not supported by evidence. Our system is already secure. Ranked choice voting builds on that strength. We have the strongest election protections in the country in New Mexico. And what ranked choice does is it builds on those. It reduces a need for a second election where fewer people participate and ensures a winner reflects broader, more complete expression of voter intent. It is not a vulnerability. This is a safeguard. I ground my decisions. Every one of my decisions is grounded on good governance and internal controls that are integrated into a framework, because strong systems don't ignore risk. They identify it and they design processes to reduce it. That is how I make all of my decisions. And that is what ranked choice voting does. Our current runoff system carries known risks: lower turnout, voter fatigue, higher costs. This ranked choice voting is simply a better control design. And if we're going to approach the things that we do with better control designs, such as our budget systems, right? That's just one example. This is another example. We are capturing voter preferences in one election. It functions as an instant runoff. It ensures winners reflect broader community support. These are not theories. This is risk mitigation and supports voter integrity and election integrity. So when we talk about fiscal responsibility and real budget constraints, so why should we continue to fund a system that we already know is less efficient, less representative, and more costly? This is about aligning our election system with the same principles that we expect everywhere else: accountability, transparency, and outcomes that reflect the full community. This strengthens election integrity. I believe with my heart of hearts that integrated controls provide a widely accepted model for evaluating governance around systems. This falls under 5 components. Ranked choice voting supports risk assessment. It supports control activities. It supports information and communication. It supports monitoring. It supports a strong control environment. And so from a governance perspective, aside from all of the other positive arguments we've heard about saving money, making sure voices are heard, from a governance, from an internal control perspective, it represents a process improvement that addresses known weaknesses in traditional runoff systems. It aligns with core principles that I get hired to go teach other governments and cities and counties and states about reducing risk, improving representativeness, supporting transparent, auditable outcomes. In fact, I just presented at the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners annual government fraud conference about the importance of grounding your decisions in internal control frameworks. And this is one of those things that protects the control environment. It provides legitimacy and trust in our elections through its control environment. It addresses structural election risks through a risk assessment. It provides a process design and safeguards with real control activities. It provides voter clarity with information and communication. And it also ensures auditability and continuous improvement through the monitoring activities. So this is really, if we're going to talk about this being a vote and a decision purely made on governance, accountability, transparent processes, and not partisan politics and ideology, this is one of those situations that actually has proven government controls through an integrated control framework. And that's why I think you support it, because it is not just ideology here. This is supported, factually grounded, evidence-based, mathematically sound process that saves money, saves time. And so I urge your support.
Thank you, Councilor Tejas. So we have a motion and a second for a due pass of O13. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion.
No.
Motion fails. So we are now on to R12, adjusting fiscal year 2026 operating appropriations. Vice President, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, R11. Counselor Grout and Rogers, R11, amending R24-109 to extend the deadline for implementation of directives related to the city's housing voucher program.
Thank you, Madam President. R11 is amending R25-101 to extend the deadline for implementation of directives related to the city's housing voucher programs. And I move a due pass.
Second. There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout for a due pass of R11. We have a couple of amendments. We have some amendments, and then we have people signed up to speak. So we'll pass the amendments, and then we'll go to your questions, Counselor Vice President. Go ahead. Champagne, or are you okay? So we have floor amendment A.
Thank you, Madam
And it is in
President.
your iPad,
Could
and they'll display it. I'm sorry.
Can I do my open?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. We had previously passed R24-109, and I want to commend the department. I know they've probably left by now, but they've done a lot of great work on our motel vouchers, actually all of our voucher programs, but there's still work left to be done. We haven't gotten all the way through the asks in that particular resolution, and so we are adding some time to that resolution, and we do have some amendments as well.
Okay, so here's where the confusion lies, Counselor Rogers. So we have two floor amendment A's. The one that was just passed out is the current one?
Thank you,
Yes.
Madam President. Yes,
Okay.
the one that the team
Okay,
just
so
passed out is
I'll
the one we
discard
will
the
be
one we
moving.
have. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to move Amendment 1, or A in your packets. And this is first is on page 1, change resolution title, amending R24-109 to extend the deadline of the implementation. And we need to just amend that title to adding a directive to develop a plan to integrate data across housing, homeless, and related service dashboards. Also, beginning on page 2, we need, in conversations we had with some of the community groups doing this work, we found we needed to make some specifications under this section for the coordinated entry system. And then beginning on page 2, line 17, we're just adding the HHH will aggregate outputs from all current housing voucher program contracts to post them on the housing voucher dashboard. And HHH will develop outputs for any housing voucher program contract that does not currently include outputs. The work group will review existing outputs and advise of any updates for FY27. And then on the next one would be adding section 2 and renumbering the subsequent sections. And the purpose of this is we really want to be able to identify outcomes so that we can show a return of investment on all of these housing vouchers that we have. And the idea is that our providers are already turning in data to our department, and what we're asking the department is to actually do something with those reports by rolling up all of those outcomes into a dashboard so that we can accurately see, great, that we spent this amount of money on vouchers and this is how many people were housed, and we can see that return on investment. It clarifies the progress of the working group and adds a directive again to talk about integration of all of these different dashboards that we have. I would urge your support.
So there's a motion and a second for...
Madam President? Madam President, just real quick before we proceed, there's if you look at the amendment, it says implementation of 3 directives. We're going to go ahead and strike that number 3 because it was copy and pasted, so I just want to bring that to your attention. Look at the title. On page 1, it says the deadline for implementation of 3
Okay.
directives. So 3 is going to be stricken.
Okay, you're good with that, Councilor Rogers? Okay.
Yes, thank you for that catch to our team.
So there's a motion and a second for floor amendment number 1. Are there any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. So now, we have floor amendment number 2, which I do not have, so I think, did you say there, oh, there you go. Thank you so much. Those are being distributed if you wanted to start.
Thank you, Madam President. And then the next one, based on the public commenters' comment about adding another person with lived experience in using housing vouchers, we would just add that as well, since we had to make this other change, in taking into consideration what we heard in public comment today. And I would urge your support.
There's a motion and a second? A second. Did you second? Okay. There's a motion and a second for floor amendment number 2. Are there any questions?
My name should be on there too.
Okay, and so let the record reflect that Councilor Grout's name should be on this amendment as well. You got that? Okay. So there's a motion and a second for floor amendment number 2. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries unanimously. We are back on the bill. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Because we changed the title, we would have to move for a deferral per our rules, so I would motion for a deferral this time.
So there's a motion and a...
Yeah, could I say some stuff before we go
Oh,
to
sure.
that? Okay. Sorry. All right, so, but I will
We'll
second
second
that.
it.
I
Okay,
will
there's a
second
motion and a
that,
second for deferral. Councilor Grout.
But I wanted to say, I have a few things to say. Dr. Verplu, she ran with this. She took it and she went through all the bullet points, and for that, all the directives, and I'm very, very happy with that. She ran with them. The department took the resolution in the spirit it was intended, and took it as a roadmap to improve systems, and you made improvements on your own as well. So far, this working group has reviewed policies for all housing voucher program types, except for the project-based vouchers, which you're still working on, and you're working on a new motel voucher policy too. You've implemented phase 1 of the voucher program dashboard, which is updated manually. You've begun revising the reimbursement process to reduce the administrative burdens for providers, and that has been a big deal. We know that they're small and they depend on that money to come in in a timely manner, and you guys have made those changes, and they're seeing it and we're seeing it, and so I want to thank you. You've started executing voucher contracts within 30 days of allocation. That's a big deal. Thank you. We want you to continue doing this good work, and the next steps include developing outcome goals for all the voucher types, implementing phase 2 of the voucher program dashboard so it's automated to pull the data from PeopleSoft, and to review the coordinated entry system waitlist data and evaluate alternative prioritization methods, as well as the intake and referral process. So you're doing great work. You guys have all come together, have taken us seriously, and I thank you for that. I know Councilor Rogers does too. There's still a little bit more work to do. And Director, if you'd like to come and speak a little bit, just to tell us how, your thoughts on it. And then, like Councilor Rogers said, we'll need to defer this and vote on it next meeting. Thank you.
Madam President, Councilor Grout, and Councilor Rogers, thank you for the opportunity. I agree, my team has kept me up to date the entire time during this work task force. Excellent work has been made. I think we're just at the cusp of now moving on to phase 2 and getting this work done. Everything you highlighted in regards to what's next to come is important to us in our department. We appreciate the collaboration on this, and also the amendment to add another person with lived experience. I heard James say that, and I appreciate that. I think it's worthy for the task force to have that representation. So we look forward to the work moving forward. I know there will be a deferral, but once there's a vote, we can go forward.
Thank you. And I'll just follow up with, I have been on a lot of these monthly meetings with the groups, and it has really been nice on my side to hear from providers, from people with lived experience, and just the collaboration. It has been a very, very good working group. Many of the providers have reached out to me personally and said thank you for bringing this together and making it happen. And so I'm glad that we've done it together, and because I've learned a lot,
And I think everybody has learned a lot. So I do appreciate it. Thank you for taking us seriously, because the outcome is to get these people help and to move them into stable housing and treatment if necessary. And that many times that is the case. And that is my goal, is to get them treatment, help, where they can take care of themselves for the most part. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was the close. So all those in, there was a deferral to what
Madam-
meeting?
Madam President, if I could just clarify, we're deferring for 2 weeks?
Yeah.
So it would be the 20th, April 20th.
So there's a motion and a second for a deferral to until April 20th council meeting. So all those in favor say yes or raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you so much. Now we are on R12, Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. R2612 is adjusting the fiscal year 2026 operating appropriations from certain funds and programs. Motion for a due pass.
There's a motion and a second for a due pass of R12. Councilor, Vice President Champagne to open.
Yes, ma'am. This bill proposes to adjust the fiscal year of 2026 operating appropriations to provide additional funding of $280,000 to the bands of enchantment music. The appropriations is supported through the transfer from the lodger's tax to the general fund and is allocated to the council service department for program-related expenditures. The funding is intended to support the ongoing program needs of the bands of enchantment music television series and associated with public events, and that promotes arts, culture, and tourism with Albuquerque. This was something that we had put in for at the regular budget session, and then some money had to be maneuvered to accommodate to other programs throughout the city for other counselors and such. And this is just kind of making this whole again and using it from the lodger's tax, which is really designed for, of going toward promoting things that bring in more visitors to the city.
Are there any questions? Councilor Feeble-Corn.
Thank you, Madam President. I just got two texts, so let me just say that I think that I don't want folks to be confused and think that this is coming out of the general fund, that we've been talking about all night, that we don't have a lot of money and that we're reducing our overall budget and all those things. This is from the lodger's tax, and that lodger's tax does have to be spent on tourism-related expenses. And so I just wanted to clarify and make sure I'm understanding that right with the sponsor, that this is lodger's tax and that there are limits to what that lodger's tax can be used for, and it has to be tourism related.
Councilor Feeble-Corn, that is correct. The use of the lodger's tax fund aligns with the stated purpose of promoting tourism and cultural activities. So it is not being taken from general fund, no.
Councilor Bassan.
Madam President, Ms. Rumler, have we taken funds? Didn't we do this already with lodger's tax earlier in the year, or late? I guess later last year. Or is
yes.
this the first time around?
Madam Chair, Councilor Bassan, yes, it was in the FY26 approved budget.
Okay, so how much money have we given to Bands of Enchantment? Because I seem to recall that we were going to do it once, and then and I know we had to kind of move things around a little bit because there was some compromise, which was appreciated. But where are we at with total funding for Bands of Enchantment in the FY26 budget, whether it's general fund, all of the sponsorships, or lodger's tax?
Madam Chair, Councilor Bassan, I believe the total was $580,000.
Okay, so, but the last time we did the lodger's tax funding, was there a commitment that we were going to do it a second time?
Was it written? Sorry, let me clarify the question. Was it written into the budget bill that we would find an additional 200?
No, Madam President, I just feel like this is something that we had said was going to happen back then, and we did it, and now we're doing it again. And I'm wondering if all options have been previously exhausted to find funding for them, or at what point are we going to not continue funding this large sponsorship, or at least a different amount with it?
Madam President, Councilor Bassan, yes, this funding was originally designed in the budget, and it was adjusted to accommodate for other needs throughout the city, with the idea that we would come in and make it whole at cleanup. And as we know how cleanup went, so that was not made whole. So now we go back and we found other ways to accomplish the goal that we had talked about in the, previously at the beginning of the budget cycle for 2026. No, 2025. 26, thank you. Again, I go back to the fact that this being taken from the lodger's tax coincides with and aligns with the purpose of what the lodger's tax is designed for. It's not depleting it. It's not even, after talking with the finance team, it will fully support this appropriation.
Madam President, if I can ask another question. So did we not make it whole the first time we pulled from lodger's tax?
No, it was not.
Okay. Did we make it whole? I heard no and yes, or what did I miss?
Madam Chair, Councilor Bassan, I'll defer to the sponsor on this one, but the original amendment during the budget was originally about 700,000. It was reduced when it was 800,000, my correction. And it was reduced when councilors were going back and forth over deciding on other costs.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm a fan of Bands of Enchantment. I think they really do quite a bit for the city, especially in promoting it. And I think it's definitely a good use of lodger tax funds. But I do also want to point out that our lodger's tax last year was down because of, during Balloon Fiesta, our lodger tax was down. We know it's primarily comprised of hotels and Airbnbs. The majority of the Airbnbs do not register or pay into the lodger's tax. It'd be a whole lot easier to pass this if we're collecting all the lodger's tax that we should be collecting. So I would put it on our group to fix that as well at some point in the future. That said, I do support this, but with that, thank you.
Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just reading through lodger's tax ordinance, and it's very specific. Advertising Albuquerque to visitors, and I don't know that Bands of Enchantment. Oh, okay. I've been there. I didn't see a lot of tourists coming to the concert. It's not a convention. Operating tourism-related facilities. It's not in a facility. It's outside. Paying debt on tourist-related infrastructure. Building or improving tourist-related facilities. Tourism marketing campaigns. Convention recruitment. Visitor advertising. So I also I said this during the budget season, we have very specific procurement rules around competing for money over $100,000 at the city. I've asked for our administration and this body to help me find case management for seniors, $200,000. I can't get that, but we can give almost $800,000 to a company to throw a party. For me, it's hard to do that when I still don't have what I need for seniors in my district. I love Bands of Enchantment. It's a great party. I went last year. It was awesome. Especially in the constraints of our budget to be prioritizing this over seniors. And I know I can't use lodger's tax for my seniors. Let's apples to apples. It's just hard for me to support something like this when we have, especially in my district, such different needs and more priority of needs than a party. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tejas, and then Councillor Feeble-Corn, and then we have one speaker.
Madam President, just out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse myself from this vote due to a potential conflict of interest.
I think you have to exit.
Thank you, Madam President. So I just wanted to clarify, because I was the one that went to Councilor Champagne during the last budget process and asked if he would be able to bring his 560 down to 280 so that we could fund something else that we all thought was really, really important. And like he did on several budget items, he said, sure, if you'll help us get me, help me get it whole later. And so I just wanted to clarify that. He did give up 280. It did go to something that the body felt was really important and timely at that point in time. And so this is just him coming back to try to fix the hole that I asked him to make. So thank you.
Okay, and then we'll go to our one and only public speaker on this. Before we do that, I just want to say we didn't make our employees whole, though, so just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Lisa Christopherson to speak.
Sir, Madam President, Vice President, I guess I'm echoing sort of what Rogers is saying. How do we communicate, or how can you help maybe, I'm sorry, Madam President, how could we communicate to the public the importance of the entertainment that happens and the gathering and the community that's coming together and all of that important stuff? And how do we weigh that with, we've been asking for money for, these sort of things, and we have this sort of, that's maybe a fun thing to do. So how could, as an activist, how could I go back to people who are saying, we don't have enough money for like basic need stuff? Hey, we're gonna have this thing as the city put taxpayer money into fun stuff, but these things that are like crucial, life-saving, like a housing voucher or food or those kind of things, how do we weigh that? That's, I guess, in community, how do we justify?
Did you have your hand up, administration? Yes.
Thank you, Council President and Council Vice President. So I just want to note that this is coming from lodger's tax, which does have a fund balance, but it has been going down. And there are several other needs that the city has coming up in the future, like the Route 66 Centennial. It's used for infrastructure at the Isotopes Park and all of our other visitor facilities. So I just want to note that although there is some money in the fund balance, there are other needs of the city, as well as lodger's tax was down last year, so it didn't build back up.
Thank you. Any other questions from councilors?
So I will say something real quick. Thank you.
Councilor Grant.
Thank you, Madam President. So far this year, Bands of Enchantment has received $580,000 in lodger's tax. It is non-recurring. There's also a proposed fiscal year 27 fund balance of $1.3 million, FYI. And Bands of Enchantment does really great things. They are on television, like they're on PBS. They bring different, they're a good thing for Albuquerque. And so it's a good marketing, it's very good. And lodger's tax can only be spent on certain things. The goal is to get them this next year. Well, Councilor Champagne, I'll let you speak what their future holds, but they're doing some really good things. They're getting more and more bigger acts coming to town, and so they're getting some visibility, but we trying to give them a boost to bring, we need more tourism in Albuquerque, and so there's an opportunity there. So, Councilor Champagne? Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councilor Grout. So did I hear that correctly? So this year they've received 580, so this will be an additional 280? So the total amount will be what?
Madam Chair, it'll be 860.
860. Okay, Councilor Champagne to close.
Thank you, Madam President.
Oh, sorry. Did you have additional questions? Oh, okay, sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, all the councilors, for the questions and the
She had one more question.
Go
Would you
ahead,
defer
then.
to her?
Yes, Councilor Bazan, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Madam President, I just want to know, given what Councilor Feeblecorn said and what we talked about on the budget last year and being told that Bands of Enchantment is only going to get this massive amount of funding one time, I seem to recall we made them whole with the last thing that we did with lodger's tax. Is that true or is it not? but I hear yes and kind of and no and moving and more and again and not quite. And did we make that commitment whole or not? Because that's what I committed to. I also committed to not sponsoring them at such a massive amount again moving forward. I would like to follow through on my commitment, but I need to know if that happened or not, without any doubts, please.
Madam President and Councilor Bassan, no, we did not make them whole. The original intent was that total amount of money, and it was taken away. The amount was taken away and redistributed, so it was not made whole. That's the whole point of, so no. To answer your question, no, it was not.
Is that it, Councilor Bassan? Vice President.
Yes,
Post.
Madam President, thank you. Again, I want to say thank you to all the councilors for the questions and the intrigue. Obviously, yes, during a budget time and what we're dealing with coming up and what we deal with back with the last budget, obviously all the dollars and cents work. You know, they're all needed for senior affairs, for transit now as we're moving forward. One of the things that this does, and a lot of people attended as what was referred to as the party in the street, but it's much more than that. It's a TV show. It's a TV show that's been going into the 6th season here that does promote Albuquerque, that does not only just bring locals out to the street where 6,000 or 6,500 people showed up to see a revitalized downtown, but they also see a television series that brings in people throughout the month and throughout the year, not just during that the actual filming of it, but throughout the year to see our town and see the music place that it is and everything that it has to involve. Part of the show does show, emphasizes different places within the city to promote the city itself. So being that, and that's what the alignment with the tourism and cultural services is, that it's just not one show outside. It's the Chemo Theater. It's promotions of bands that come here and play and promote people to come here and see our city. It's thrown throughout, again, on PBS, and it's thrown throughout the country on PBS. So some of the one commenter, I should say some of the comments, but you're right, it's a difficult decision of how do you balance that. I had a recent conversation with somebody that worked with us in a different perspective and said, it's a difficult ballet of what you have to do with your commitments to basic services and to promote tourism. One of the biggest things, and I told him, I don't agree with the rail trail, but I understand the balance of the rail trail. How do you say no to something like that while you're not doing the basic services that we need? So it is a ballet of both the needs, the wants, and the desires of a city. This is making them whole and unfortunately to get them past from behind the 8 ball. For the longest time, this and again, 5 seasons of working with Visit Albuquerque and New Mexico True within the state, and that they were playing behind the 8 ball and trying to catch up all the time. My goal was to get them ahead of the game. They start looking for talent in the 3rd quarter of the fiscal year. So by appropriating funds at the beginning of last year, it allowed them to find bands of a higher caliber based on, because most of their tours are a year out. That's how they plan them. Instead of giving them 3 months, it was setting them up to be able to succeed in promoting the city, succeed in bringing in people to see this place. They have, and it free up some time for them to start developing a private-public partnership to develop into a music festival. That's what they talked with the state on several attempts and getting their attention to the state to put in more money. It wasn't my goal to fund them completely forever. The goal is to get them on a base so it allows them time to get in a private partnership and bring in a music festival a week before the Balloon Fiesta starts, so that you get people coming in a week before for the fiesta or for the music festival, stay the 4 or 5 days before the Balloon Fiesta starts, and visit our city. And yes, spend money in our city. Promote lodgers, promote businesses. So this is just making them whole so that they can have that footing to keep going and keep promoting our city. And I urge your support.
There's a motion and a second for a due pass of R12. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. No. So that motion passes on a 7-2.
There's 6-2.
6-2. So we are now on P1, Counselor Baca and Rogers. And if we can ask Counselor Tejas to come back in if you see her down the hall.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. P1, adopting a proposition to be sent to the voters at 2026 general election, proposing to amend the charter to require appointment and confirmation of Director of Albuquerque Community Safety and designating the position as ACS Chief. I move a due pass.
There's a motion, a second by Counselor Rogers for a due pass of P1. So are there any comments? Oh, would you like to open, Counselor Baca? Sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. Hopefully we can do this quickly. This is an extremely important bill, but it is 11:24 already, and I do not want to vote for an extension. This is to bring ACS on par with our other public safety departments, that third leg of the stool. There's many reasons for that. A, to actually have it on par. B, this would actually also open up the ACS to other funding sources beyond where it currently is, which is fiscal responsibility. I also want to highlight, and I won't go through this the way I planned, and this is the City Council District Report. Each of us got one of these. This kind of breaks down exactly what ACS has been doing the past year. Fantastic heat maps, which lead to a lot of questions when I look through them. I will be sending this out to my constituents so they can see. Hopefully others will do the same, but it's definitely there's a whole lot here to dig into, and I would spend a whole lot more time on this if it wasn't so late tonight. With that, I urge everybody's support.
Any questions from counselors? No? Anybody signed up to speak? Mr. Cornelius?
Madam Chair, we did have Tad Numitsky, but I think he has left for the evening.
Thank you. So, Counselor Baca, Rogers to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I urge your support.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for a due pass of P1. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Opposed, no?
No.
That passes on a 7-2. We are now on Baca and Rogers, R5.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the accompanying resolution adopting a proposition to be submitted to the voters at the next election to be held in the city of Albuquerque concerning an amendment to Article 5, Section 4 of the Albuquerque City Charter, providing the form of the question and the designation clause for such question on the ballot. And I move for a due pass.
So there's a motion, a second for a due pass of R5. Counselor Rogers Baca, open.
Thank you, Madam President. This is just the accompanying resolution that has to go with the proposition, and so we urge your support.
Any questions from counselors? Seeing none, Baca, Rogers to close.
Urge your support.
Is it supposed to be heard twice? I know, I'm sorry.
So Counselor Grout is asking if this needs to be have two hearings.
Madam President, councilors, this is the second hearing. The first hearing was the last council meeting that we had. Yes, when several were remote for that meeting.
Okay, so Baca's, Rogers to close. Urge your support. You already said that. Okay, all those in favor of R5, please raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Opposed, same motion. No. Motion passes 7-2. And man, we did it, and it's not midnight. So we're now on to other business. There's none. There being no further business, this city council meeting is adjourned.